Namaskar, Shuprabhat, and a very good morning, distinguished dignitaries, excellencies of participating countries, eminent delegates, expert speakers, participants from across the globe, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Saroj, and it is my honor to welcome all of you to the Indo-Global Irrigation Summit 2025, being organized by the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, under the aegis of Ministry of Shakti, Department of Water Resources, River Development, Ganga Rejuvenation, Government of India, with the theme, Best Irrigation Practices for Water and Food Security. Ladies and gentlemen, on this very significant occasion, I would like to invite on the dais our eminent dignitaries, starting with our Honorable Chief Guest, Madam Debashree Mukherjee, Secretary, Department of Water Resources, River Development, Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. Ma'am, may I please request you to grace the dais. As our guest of honor, we also are honored to have amongst us Her Excellency, Miss Frances Adamson AC, the Honorable Governor of South Australia. A very warm welcome to both of you. We are also privileged to have as our second guest of honor, Shri Mukesh Puri, Chairman and Managing Director, Sardar Sarovar Narmada Nigam Limited, Government of Gujarat. A very warm welcome and thank you for joining with us today. We are also very pleased to have with us as the eminent presence of Dr. Marco Arcieri, President ICID. May I also request you to kindly grace the dais. And I also request Dr. R.K. Gupta, Secretary General, ICID, to kindly grace the dais. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this prestigious summit today makes a momentous occasion, the Platinum Jubilee of ICID, celebrating 75 years of global collaboration and innovation and championing international cooperation in irrigation and water management. This summit stands as a powerful platform uniting global policymakers, researchers, and practitioners at a time when the global world urgently seeks solution to climate-resilient water and food security. A very warm welcome to all of you once again. And now we would like to present and extend our personal welcome to all our dignitaries on the dais. I would request Dr. Rakesh Gupta to kindly present a bouquet and welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Madam Debashree Mukherjee. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am, and thank you for joining us. Thank you for your time. I also would request Dr. Gupta to kindly welcome our guest of honor, Her Excellency, Miss Frances Adamson AC, the Honorable Governor of South Australia. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am, once again. We also welcome our second guest of honor, Shri Mukesh Puri, CMD, Sardar Sarovar Narmada Nigam Limited, Government of Gujarat. A very warm welcome to you once again. We also welcome Dr. Marco Arcieri, President ICID. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for welcoming. Ladies and gentlemen, in tradition with our culture, we would now like to have the ceremonial lamp lighting ceremony to invoke blessings from Almighty and to invoke wisdom, positivity, and success. I request all our dignitaries on the dais to kindly join for the lamp lighting ceremony. I also invite from the audience His Excellency Mr. Dheeraj Kumar Siraj, High Commissioner, Embassy of Republic of Guyana. Sir, please join us for the ceremony. I also invite Her Excellency Ms. Stella Nkomo, Ambassador, Embassy of Republic of Zimbabwe. Ma'am, request you to kindly join us. I also request Mr. Odey Hatim Mohammed, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Iraq. I also invite Mr. Ali Saleh Bikara, Economic Counselor, Embassy of Republic of Chad. I also invite Mr. Juan Manuel Velasco, Agriculture Counselor, Embassy of Spain, to kindly join us for the ceremonial lamp lighting ceremony. With this, we invoke blessings from Ma Saraswati for the success of our summit. Thank you, everybody. And with this, we also formally inaugurate the inaugural session, ladies and gentlemen. And I would now invite Dr. R.K. Gupta, Secretary General, ICID, for his welcome address.
Good morning, everyone, and very warm welcome to everyone in this Indo-Global Irrigation Summit. Climate change and water scarcity are the two pressing challenges before us in this 21st century. And providing water security and food security to all is a daunting task before us. When we see that our population growth will be of the order of 10 billion by 2050. And the more problematic situation is our agricultural water management is quite poor in many parts of the world. And we are facing both physical and economic water scarcity. The daunting task before us is to have a sustainable agricultural water management, because around 70% of the water which we are using, the fresh water, is used for irrigation purposes. ICID, for the past 75 years, is endeavoring for a water-secure world, free from hunger and poverty through sustainable irrigation development. And today is the foundation day of ICID, and I am proud to say that ICID is now 75 years young, and we are still moving towards securing a world free from hunger and poverty. At this occasion, I am privileged to have before us some dignitaries in this conference, and it is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Debashree Mukherjee, Secretary, Department of Water Resources, River Development, Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, who is kind enough to give his consent to be as chief guest in this conference, and he has supported through his guidance for the successful organization of this conference. I welcome you, ma'am, in this conference. We are honored to have with us the gracious presence of Her Excellency, Honorable Francis Adamson, AC, Honorable Governor of South Australia with us. And we are more than happy to have you here. And we welcome you, madam. And I welcome all the delegation of Australia, especially Water Ambassador, Ms. Caroline Maywald, and his team of secretaries and other delegates. I also welcome Mr. Mukesh Puri, who is a seasoned bureaucrat of Government of India, and he's the man who turned Sardar Sarovar project into the lifeline of Gujarat before us. So, very warm welcome to you, sir, in this conference. I also welcome President ICID, Dr. Marco Arcieri, who has joined this conference, who has arrived from Italy directly, and we are thankful to him for his presence in this conference. At the same time, I will say that we are honored to have the presence of our President Honorary, Professor Dr. Chandramata Mattu from Canada, President Honorary Mr. Felix Reinders from South Africa, and Professor Bartali from Morocco. Welcome you, sir, and we are really privileged to have you here. I welcome all the international delegates who are present here and for joining this conference, and also some delegates from different embassies. I can see that His Excellency Mr. Dhram Kumar Siraj, who is High Commissioner in Republic of Guyana, is here with us. I welcome you, sir. And some more dignitaries have to join us today. So we are waiting for them. I also welcome all the delegates from India, from different departments, who have arrived here from far places and who have joined here, and I welcome you all. I welcome all the participants from from abroad in India in this conference. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for a warm welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now take you all on a visual journey encapsulating ICID's inspiring legacy through a short film. That was a short film on ICID. Later now, I invite Dr. Marco Arcieri, President of ICID, for his address, please. Yes. Okay. Yes, ma'am, please. I invite Her Excellency, Ms. Frances Adamson, AC, Governor of South Australia, to address us, please.
Thank you very much, and can I thank Dr. Arcieri for his graciousness in allowing me to speak first. Let me acknowledge Ms. Debashree Mukherjee, Secretary, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Mr. Mukesh Puri, Government of Gujarat. We have just heard of the wonderful achievements in Gujarat. Dr. Marco Arcieri, President of the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, ICID. Dr. R.K. Gupta, Secretary General, ICID. I would also acknowledge the Honourable Carleen Maywald, South Australian Water Ambassador, dignitaries, conference officials and guests. It is a great honour and privilege to be here with you today at the Ambedkar International Centre, named after the father of India's constitution, one of your country's most important social reformers and statesmen. I also note on this very special occasion, which marks the 75th year of the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage. We come together, in fact, on the very day of foundation, the 24th of June, 1950. Since its establishment, ICID has played a vital global role in advancing agricultural water management. This summit is a testament to ICID's enduring leadership and purpose, bringing together engineers, scientists, policymakers and practitioners from across the world. With its headquarters in New Delhi and a membership of more than 100 countries, ICID has served as a professional network and knowledge-sharing platform for generations. Your mission to enhance agricultural water productivity through improved irrigation and drainage, to support sustainable agriculture and promote knowledge and technology exchange has never been more urgent than it is today. Your presence here underscores our shared commitment to addressing the urgent issues surrounding water resources and agriculture. In an era marked by climate uncertainty, rising populations, and shifting geopolitics, this summit serves as a beacon of hope and innovation. It is through gatherings like these that we foster the partnerships and solutions necessary to tackle global challenges. I particularly acknowledge the leadership of the Honourable Carleen Maywald, South Australia's Water Ambassador, whose work continues to strengthen international cooperation on water management. Her long-standing engagement with ICID and the Indo-Pacific region is a source of pride for our state. As Governor of South Australia, I'm delighted to join you to reflect on one of the most pressing challenges of our time: how to manage water wisely in a changing climate while sustaining the agricultural productivity that feeds our people and supports rural livelihoods. Australia and India share several striking similarities. We are both vast countries with highly variable climates and population growth that is driving demand for water. And we are both grappling with the dual challenge of water variability, either too much or too little, and the need to increase food production sustainably. In India, about 75% of fresh water use is dedicated to irrigation. Groundwater depletion is becoming an urgent national concern. In Australia, about 70% of water extraction is for irrigation. Severe and prolonged droughts have tested the resilience of our communities and prompted bold reforms. Our response has included the development of highly sophisticated, regulated water markets, adoption of smart irrigation technologies, and an enduring national conversation about water governance. South Australia's journey in water management has been shaped by both adversity and ingenuity. Our agricultural sector is one of the most productive in the world, yet it operates in one of the driest climates. These circumstances have necessitated creative approaches, such as the development of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, which stands as a testament to cooperation across states and stakeholders. This integrated water management strategy has not only enhanced agricultural resilience, but also provided valuable lessons to share with the global community. But this is not a challenge any of us can meet alone. Water and food security are shared global concerns. The more we collaborate across governments, industry and research, the more effective our solutions can be. The importance of international collaboration has never been greater. As pressures on land and water intensify, we must share innovation, policy approaches and technical expertise, and work together to ensure rural development and food security for future generations. Today, I encourage all participants to consider the transformative potential of technology and innovation. From precision irrigation systems to renewable energy-powered pumping solutions, advancements in technology are empowering farmers to do more with less, or, as it is said in India, more crop per drop. These innovations are not just tools of efficiency, they are lifelines for communities facing water scarcity. It is vital that we continue to share these breakthroughs across borders, ensuring equitable access to the knowledge and resources that drive progress. There is significant scope, we think, for mutually beneficial activities between Australia and India, including precision irrigation, for example, drip and sensor-based systems and soil moisture monitoring, digital agricultural platforms to guide real-time water use decisions, water policy reform, such as Australia's experience in water accounting, trading and pricing, and India's focus on improving water management and agricultural productivity. Farmer-led innovation, extension services and university agricultural links can support extension transformation, and scaling of climate-smart agriculture and adaptive farming practices from the local level upwards. Australia brings strong institutional experience in water governance. India offers invaluable lessons through its scale and adaptability through flagship programs such as the Atal Bhujal Yojana and Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinjaki Yojana. I also see particular scope for collaboration between India and South Australia, building on the success of the ICID 24th International Congress and 73rd International Executive Council meeting in Adelaide in October 2022. South Australia is internationally recognised for its expertise in dryland agriculture, precision agriculture and integrated water management. We are home to some of the world's most water-efficient farms, and we have invested deeply in science, technology and policy to make every drop count. We are eager to strengthen ties with India and ICD in three key areas. The first is vocational training, academic exchange, and business-to-business engagement. The second is policy dialogue, technical assistance, or state-level MOUs to support institutional strengthening, especially in data systems and groundwater management. And thirdly, bilateral research on climate-smart irrigation, especially in flood and drought-prone zones such as the Eastern Gangetic Plains or our Murray-Darling Basin. Education and capacity building are equally important. By supporting training programs and exchanges between nations, we can cultivate a generation of water leaders who are equipped to manage resources sustainably. South Australia has actively participated in such initiatives, hosting delegations and fostering collaboration with countries in the Indo-Pacific region. This summit is also an opportunity to explore policy frameworks that incentivise sustainable practices. Governments must align regulatory measures, economic incentives and environmental goals to achieve long-term water security. I encourage dialogue on creating policies that reward innovation and prioritise the needs of rural communities. South Australia's experience in the Murray-Darling Basin, one of the most complex and contested water systems in the world, has shown how water trading, accounting and pricing can support both environmental outcomes and economic productivity. These are lessons we are ready to share. Equally, we recognise India's leadership in driving large-scale programs such as the PIMSCI, which aims to ensure the aforementioned more crop per drop through integrated water resource management. These efforts resonate strongly with our own experience and reinforce the value of shared approaches. There is much to be gained, we think, by investing in these partnerships, because water knows no borders, and neither should innovation. Together, we bring complementary strengths. South Australia offers decades of experience in water governance and technology. India brings urgency, ambition, and new approaches that can inform and inspire. Together, we can build a water-secure and food-secure future, not only for our own communities, but for the wider Indo-Pacific. This summit, with its focus on food security in a changing world, technological modernisation, financing mechanisms, and nature-based solutions, provides an excellent framework for ongoing cooperation. These themes are not only relevant, they are essential to our collective resilience. And as we look to that shared future, I again acknowledge Carleen Maywald for her tireless work building bridges between nations, sectors and communities in pursuit of a more resilient water future. Thank you again for the opportunity to be with you today. I look forward to the partnerships that will grow from this dialogue and to the shared future we can shape together. As we celebrate ICID's remarkable legacy, let us also look forward with determination. Together, we can forge pathways to secure water and food for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Her Excellency, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely thankful to our dignitaries on the dais for their esteemed time and presence, and as a token of our gratitude, we would like to present them with a memento. Ma'am, may I request you to kindly be there with us just for another minute. We would like to honor and felicitate them as their unwavering support drives our mission forward, and I would request Dr. Marco Arcieri to kindly honor and felicitate Her Excellency, the Honourable Miss Frances Adamson, AC, the Honourable Governor of South Australia. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Marco. May I also... Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now I request Dr. Marco Arcieri, President ICID, for his address, please.
Excellency Ms. Debashree Mukherjee, Secretary, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, Excellency Honorable Mrs. Frances Adamson, AC, Governor of South Australia, Excellency Mr. Mukesh Puri, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and a real privilege today for me to welcome you all to this very important Indo-Global Irrigation Summit on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of ICID. ICID, the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, was established in 1946 when the Central Board of Irrigation and Power requested the government of India to invite other countries to cooperate in setting up of a non-governmental international organization for the development of science and technique of irrigation all over the world. Consequently, the International Commission on Irrigation and Canals was formed on June 24 of 1950 with its secretariat in New Delhi and with Brazil, Egypt, India, Indonesia, Italy, the Netherlands, Yugoslavia, Sri Lanka, Switzerland, Thailand, and Turkey as its founding members. Hence, this year, we are here to celebrate its 75th anniversary, and as President of ICID, I feel honored in having the privilege to announce the achievement of such a remarkable accomplishment, especially as this occurs through the dire socioeconomic difficulties and pressing environmental issues that the world is currently facing. But of course, I'm also extremely proud to lead for the moment, for the time being, this organization, which has served in this last 3/4 of a century to exchange and share knowledge, disseminate new technologies, promote scientific studies on water use, storage, and treatment in the best possible way to serve the largest number of countries and peoples. As a matter of fact, ICID is the leading scientific, technical, and professional not-for-profit network of international experts from the fields of irrigation, drainage, and flood management, working together with the mission of ensuring food and water security in the vision of a world free of poverty and hunger by means of a sustainable agricultural water management and a feasible rural development. There is no doubt that this event, enabling exchange of information, allowing networking, and facilitating the establishment of new relationships, can greatly contribute to a more peaceful, socially just, and ecologically sustainable world, bringing more people together, sharing knowledge, and fostering further collaboration. As President of ICID, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and my most heartfelt appreciation to colleagues and friends and excellencies who have gathered here, but especially to those who have traveled from so far to join us. And on this, let me please allow me to thank my colleagues, President Honoraire and Vice President Honoraire, Chandra Madamutu, Felix, my friends, Felix Renders, and my friend Bartali from Morocco, who have gathered here, traveled from so far to join us in this very particular moment, on this very important occasion for us. Here today, I would like to acknowledge your considerable presence and your convinced pledge in celebrating the value of commitment, the value of experience, the value of memory. We have a very interesting program ahead of us with presentation, discussions, and nice special memories to share. And thus, I strongly encourage you to actively engage, share your insights, and enthusiastically participate to this nice ceremony, to the nice commemorative moments that we are going to experience in these 2 days. I am absolutely confident that this will be a most valuable and rewarding occasion for all of us, as well as for ICID, of course. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, once again, I thank you for your presence, and I wish you all a very fruitful and pleasant summit. Thank you.
Thank you, President ICID, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor ICID's 75-year legacy, we would now unveil the special commemorative publication celebrating not only the Platinum Jubilee, but also the 75 years of ICID's service to global water management. And I would request our Honorable Chief Guest, our guest of honor, to kindly release this commemorative publication of ICID on this very special occasion of its Platinum Jubilee. Thank you. Later now, once again, I request Dr. Marco to honor and felicitate our chief guest, the Honorable Madam Debashree Mukherjee, Secretary, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. We are very thankful to your time and presence, ma'am. Thank you. I also request Dr. Marco to present and honor and felicitate our guest of honor, Shri Mukesh Puri, CMD SSNNL, Government of Gujarat. Thank you for your time and presence, sir. I also invite Dr. Dheeraj, His Excellency, Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Siraj, High Commissioner, Embassy of the Republic of Guyana, to kindly join us on the dais, and I request Dr. Marco to kindly honor and felicitate His Excellency, Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Siraj. Thank you for your presence, sir, and thank you for your valuable time. Thank you, His Excellency. Thank you, Dr. Marco. And I request Dr. Rakesh Gupta to kindly felicitate in honor and present a memento to Dr. Marco Arcieri. Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Later, now I... Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Later, now I request Shri Mukesh Puri, CMD, SSNNL, Government of Gujarat, to kindly address this August gathering, please.
A very good morning to all of you. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, respected chief guests, Ms. Debashree Mukherjee, Dr. Marcos Arcieri, President ICID, Dr. R.K. Gupta, distinguished experts, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my privilege to be part of the proceedings today. It's a great honor indeed that I've been invited to be not only be part of the main program, but also to present a paper on some of the good practices that the state I represent, Gujarat, has been following. And I am sure during this two-day summit, there'll be a great deal of sharing of wisdom, experience, something which is quite seriously required at this stage when the world is facing this crisis of water management. I won't really call it a crisis of water scarcity. There have been many, many challenges in different sectors which humankind has surmounted. So this is one more, and I'm sure with the wisdom that we have, and if we can work in a collaborative manner, we shall be able to surmount even this one. At the very outset, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to ICID for the remarkable journey of 75 years. The organization's vision of a water-secure world free of poverty and hunger continues to guide global efforts towards sustainable and inclusive water management. Of course, the second part of it, free of poverty and hunger, at least we in India have achieved a great deal, and as the recent report suggests, poverty, or the baseline poverty at least, is now in single digit and declining even further. So while we have achieved a lot there, when it comes to water stress, it's really a serious concern. And I was leafing through the commemorative publication which has just been issued, and going to Dr. Gupta's presentation on page 71, it's scary indeed. The most water stressed areas which have been marked in black include India. Of course, that poses a challenge for us. The theme of the summit, best irrigation practices for water and food security, is not only timely but deeply significant. In a world grappling with climate uncertainties, growing population and increasing water stress, efficient irrigation holds the key to ensuring food security and sustainable livelihood. An additional fact of life is when you look at the global distribution of water, about 70% of the water is used in agriculture, largely for irrigation purposes. In India, the percentage is still in excess of 80%. So as the economy grows, the share of agriculture keeps on dropping. It is already, agriculture and allied sector contributes less than 20% of the GDP. And as it keeps declining, the industry grows. A large number of industry is water intensive. So like the global trend, it is quite likely that our water will be diverted increasingly for urban drinking water purpose, urban livelihoods, and for industrial use. So whatever water is available for irrigation sector will come down even further. Therefore, obviously, the topical theme of using it more efficiently in irrigation sector is absolutely something which needs to be addressed as of yesterday, and definitely as of today. Since yesterday is gone, we don't have that option now. I'm proud to share that in Gujarat, through projects like Sardar Sarovar project, it's a big multi-purpose project with both hydroelectricity capacity of almost 1450 megawatts and irrigation potential of close to 18 lakh hectares, much of which has been achieved. We have witnessed a transformative power of well-planned irrigation systems. Gujarat has achieved the remarkable feat of transferring 11.7 MAF water through the iconic Sardar Sarovar project in the current water year, which is ending on this 30th of June. Having largest lined canal network in the world, which provides irrigation to, as I mentioned, more than 17 lakh hectares, drinking water to more than 4 crore people. Out of a population of 70 million in Gujarat, more than 40 million get drinking water from this one single multipurpose dam project. And the project has also proved to be the engine for industrial growth in Gujarat. If the semiconductor industry has come to India, the first one has come up in a place called Dholera and near Sanand, both near Ahmedabad. Water for the same shall be provided, has to be provided through projects like the Sardar Sarovar project. It has played a catalytic role in achieving more than 9% growth in agriculture and allied sectors in the last 25 years. Indeed, it is a prime example of a multi-purpose irrigation project providing both food and water security. By expanding inter-basin transfer, micro-irrigation, and promoting water-efficient crops, it's further supplemented by strengthening of participatory irrigation management, we have seen a positive shift in Gujarat towards water sustainability and farmer prosperity. In fact, over the last 25 years, the number of overexploited blocks and the critical blocks in the state has come down dramatically, whereas the number of safe blocks has increased in the last 25 years from 104 to 189, which essentially shows good practices can make a huge difference. However, we do recognize that future challenges require innovative solutions. Some of the challenges which the irrigation practitioners in India, of course, in Gujarat and in the rest of India need to address are, India is home to, we know, almost 17% of the population, the largest populated country in the world, and will stay like that for a long time to come, but it has only 4% of the freshwater resources in the world. Large parts of India are already water stressed. There is a huge dependence on groundwater for irrigation and drinking water. Out of the 780 odd districts in the country, 102 are overexploited, meaning thereby that the groundwater extraction is way more than groundwater recharge, trouble indeed. And 28 districts are in the critical and the semi-critical category. Rapid growth in demand for water due to population growth, urbanization, which has been talked about by the previous speakers also, and the changing lifestyles would potentially reduce the water available for agriculture. According to Central Groundwater Board, groundwater contributes currently about 62% to irrigation in India. A comparison of pre-monsoon 2018 water levels with 2008 to 2017 decadal average shows a decline in about 52% of the monitored wells. Cropping patterns reveal frightening inefficiency and suboptimal planning. The classic example is, of course, rice being grown through agriculture in many parts of India, notably in Punjab and Haryana, and thereby India, through its exports of basmati rice, has become a virtual exporter of water in huge quantities, which could have been avoided. Interstate, of course, international water disputes has been in news, but within the country also, interstate, intrastate, and intersectoral disputes in sharing of water are increasingly difficult to resolve because obviously water is a precious commodity. We need to accelerate the adoption of precision agriculture, irrigation, smart water management technologies, and climate resilient agricultural practices. Summits like this create the perfect platform to bring together thought leaders, policymakers, researchers, and practitioners to chart the way forward. As we engage in high-level technologies over the next 2 days, I urge all stakeholders to focus on the scalable, affordable, and sustainable solutions that can reach the grassroots and empower farmers worldwide. I am confident that the deliberations here will pave the way for new partnerships and impactful innovations that will help us collectively achieve water and food security for all. Thank you once again, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to address this August gathering. I wish the summit grand success and look forward to its meaningful outcomes. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of India's efforts to secure water for all lies the leadership of Ministry of Jal Shakti. We have the privilege of having our chief guest amongst us, the Honorable Madam Debashree Mukherjee, under whose visionary leadership India is shaping its national water agenda and transforming reforms in all sectors. With these words, I request ma'am to kindly address all of us, please.
Thank you. Shri Mukesh Puri ji, Dr. Arcieri, Dr. Gupta, colleagues, friends gathered from all over the world, fellow practitioners of the water sector. I'm really privileged to be here at this ICID event, celebrating 75 years of this very, very important organization. Particularly privileged because this event addresses one of our most pressing challenges, that of effective water management. All of us who are working in the water sector, we are aware that climate change is here, climate change is real, and climate change affects the water cycle first. We are all seeing longer dry spells, droughts. We are seeing extreme precipitation events, which translate into floods, difficult to manage, loss of lives, loss of property. So the impact of climate change is here and now and hugely impacting both water security as well as food security. This is our challenge to solve. Now, we're also seeing, as a part of the increasing temperatures, we are seeing an impact on soil moisture. And that also affects the demand for water for irrigation. So irrigation management, overall water conservation, water management is a huge challenge that is facing all of us today. Increasing population, as Dr. Gupta spoke about, is also a very, very large challenge. And all of that put together, as water managers, we have to respond to these challenges. I'll just spend maybe 5 minutes talking about what strategies Government of India is adopting in partnership with all our states. The first is enhance storage. And when we talk about storage, it is storage in our dams and reservoirs. It is storage in our local water bodies. And it is storage in the largest reservoir which we have, which is under our feet, groundwater. So enhance storage. Try and ensure that even when you have extreme precipitation events, you're prepared to recharge, you're prepared to save as much of the water as you can to prepare and ensure supplies during the dry spells. So storage. And as a part of this, we have the national call to action, the Jal Shakti Abhiyan. We working with states to look at demand management in terms of groundwater, the Atal Bhujal Yojana. We are looking at, a very large dam safety and dam rehabilitation program, which which improves the water storage, large water storage infrastructure. So it's a multi-pronged approach in terms of better managing storage and storing more. The second big area of work is improving water use efficiency, but with focus really on agriculture and irrigation. Again, as speaker after speaker before me have emphasized, India uses more than 80%, it's about 83, 84% of water for irrigation, for agriculture. Bulk of this water is from our groundwater resources. It's becoming increasingly unsustainable. So water use efficiency, particularly in agriculture, the per drop more crop initiative is hugely important to us. We've been working on this. We have just launched learning from actions in other states. In fact, in many cases, our state governments work in advance of Government of India. So we have learned from initiatives in states, and we are now launching a series of pilots in terms of modernization of our command area development systems. This program looks at technology, so pipe networks. It looks at how do you strengthen water user associations in order to be able to enforce accountability and better management of their own water resources. And it also looks at benchmarking and measuring and reporting on the efficiency of our irrigation management systems. For too long, irrigation departments in India, and I think across many, many developing countries, have been focused on projects. We build, we deliver projects. We don't look at ourselves as service delivery organizations. So we are looking at the transition from project implementation, which is important, but to service delivery. So benchmarking, measuring, and also creating reward systems to look at improved service delivery is an area of priority with Government of India. The third area of work is river health. Again, this is linked with, and all of these are interlinked because water flows, water does not work in silos. So all of these three areas of work are interlinked. So the question is, when we extract every drop of water from our rivers, managing river health is increasingly more challenging. So there is a very strong logic to be able to improve water use efficiency and ensure that water is available not just for industry, but also for ecosystem services, for improving river health. So these are things that we also need to look at and think about incentivizing. Big challenges ahead of us. Cross-cutting these three areas of work is improved water governance. And water governance, which looks at integrated water resource management, which looks at sectors, water demand across sectors, which looks at accountability across sectors, and therefore moves our agenda of improved water management forward. So, finally, the focus is on, again, working with communities across the board. If we cannot make water everybody's business, then we fail to look at, ensure that water is managed sustainably. So water user association in terms of irrigation service provision, village communities in terms of improved groundwater management, water budgeting, water auditing, accounting. All these processes need to be improved and standardized. Now, where is ICID in all this? For us, ICID is a very, very important forum which brings together practitioners from across the world, which brings together people from academia, which brings together people from actual irrigation managers, which brings together policymakers. So this meeting of minds, various people in the water sector. So these partnerships, identification of problems, solutions that have been found elsewhere which could be adapted in different contexts, and adaptation is very, very critical. This is what we see ICID as a very, very important forum. The other issue that we'd like to talk about is the fact that, for everything that we do, capacities are very, very critical. So India passed the Dam Safety Act in 2021 to try and ensure that our critical large water infrastructure is safer. We are also implementing the largest dam rehabilitation and improvement program in the world. Now, for this, we have realized that we have a huge crisis of capability, and we need to hugely enhance capacities. And I speak of India across the world. I think these challenges can be even more acute. So capacities across the water sector is something that we will need to focus on. I looked at the very interesting film that was screened as we began, and I see the strength of ICID. You have partners, you have members across the world, but there are those big gaps. We see South Africa as a big gap, but most importantly, we see Africa as a very big gap. So, we are very happy to share what we have learned in India with other countries. And we are very supportive of ICID in terms of creating those partnerships, reaching out to the countries which may need support, but which may also be able to share experiences that further enrich and strengthen the work that we do. Again, innovation, learning, sharing knowledge, creating partnerships, but also, adapting. Because it will not be that what works in, let's say, Peru works in India, but it may work in a different form. So that support to be able to adapt is also very, very important. So I wish this very important organization all the very best. I see there are some very interesting experiences that are being shared over the course of this conference. And I hope that the work we do, what we learn together, and the agenda we set for ourselves will help us to strengthen water security and food security for the world. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for addressing us. Thank you for your inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would request Mr. Vijay Saran from ICID to propose a vote of thanks.
Respected Debashree ma'am, Secretary, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, and today's chief guest, Mr. Mukesh Puri, the CMD of SSNL, Dr. Marco Arcieri, President ICID, Dr. R.K. Gupta, Secretary General ICID, all dignitaries of the dais. I see High Commissioner, Republic of Guyana, Dheeraj Kumar Siraj, and members from various embassies of Spain, Iraq, Chad, all the officers gathered from various central and state government departments. Very good morning to all of you. And as we conclude the inaugural session of the this Indo-Global Irrigation Summit, we conclude the inaugural session on the best irrigation practices for water and food security. It's my honor and proud privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage as we mark our 75th anniversary. First and foremost, I extend my sincere gratitude to Debashree Mukherjee Madam, Secretary, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, for honoring us with your presence and for your thoughtful address highlighting the vital role of irrigation in sustainable development. We deeply appreciate your unwavering support and guidance, and also for sparing your valuable time for this summit. Thank you, ma'am. We also extend our heartfelt thanks to Mr. Mukesh Puri, who is the CMD of Sardar Sarovar Narmada Nigam Limited, and who has, for your insightful address, and we also we are thankful to you for your continued leadership in driving the innovative irrigation initiatives. We appreciate your contribution to this important dialogue, and we look forward to hearing more from you. A special thanks to Dr. Marco Arcieri, President ICID, for your inspiring address and your continued dedication to the ICID's mission and in organizing this summit. You have been instrumental in bringing the global leadership together at this venue. Our heartfelt thanks are also due to Dr. R.K. Gupta, Secretary General, ICID, for his continued dedication to the mission of the ICID and also in organizing this summit. And I also thank all the senior officers from Ministry of Jal Shakti, Central Water Commission, various central government departments, state governments, from industry leaders, academia, and all these various dignitaries from international organizations like World Bank, Asian Development Bank, who have gathered. And I feel their contribution over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, it will be very helpful in giving a path towards achieving the ICID's vision of having a water and food secure world free of poverty and hunger. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vijayji, for proposing vote of thanks. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for inspiring inauguration session. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude the inaugural session. We thank all our distinguished dignitaries on the dais. We thank all of you for being there. We invite all of you to join us for a short break. Please enjoy a cup of tea, which is being served outside the hall. Also, please be there with us in 15 minutes, 11:15, so that we can start our high-level dialogue immediately after that without any delay. Thank you so much for being there with us. See you all in 15 minutes. Thank you.
On our planet, water is essential for sustaining life in all its forms. Yet, fresh water is a limited resource. Each drop of fresh water nurtures life across flora and fauna, quenches thirst, and supports food production to alleviate hunger. The growing population, rapid urbanization, and rising standards of living, combined with climate change, are placing ever-increasing pressure on freshwater resources in many regions of the world. People are already experiencing the consequences of water scarcity in their daily lives. Feeding a growing global population and ensuring food and nutrition security for all is a daunting task, and that can be achieved by increasing food production through sustainable agricultural water management. International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, ICID, is a leading professional organization in the fields of irrigation, drainage, and flood management. Since its establishment in 1950, ICID is continuously striving for water and food security through sustainable agricultural water management. ICID has been at the forefront of the first green revolution. Which earned the UN Peace Messenger Award for ICID in 1987. ICID promotes its objective through a network of national committees that represent various stakeholders from within the respective countries engaged in different facets of agriculture water management. Together, the ICID network of 80 member countries covers over 90% of the total irrigated area of the world. ICID's vision is a water-secure world free of poverty and hunger through sustainable rural development. Mission of ICID is to work together towards sustainable agriculture water management through interdisciplinary approaches to economically viable, socially acceptable and environmentally sound irrigation, drainage and flood management. The Commission acts as a knowledge hub, pooling and sharing knowledge and making it available worldwide. ICID strives to promote various programs to enhance sustainable development of irrigated agriculture and promoting preservation and improvement of soil and water quality of irrigated lands. The cooperation mechanisms used by ICID network of experts from member national committees range from working together as expert on particular aspects of irrigation and drainage through simple exchange of information during annual meetings, collating knowledge in the form of manuals and guidelines, seeking solution to specific questions during the Congress sessions, organizing trainings, publishing papers in specialized irrigation and drainage journals. ICID is committed to fostering and promoting knowledge exchange to empower everyone as we strive for a water-secure world. Through its extensive network of experts from all over the world, these experts volunteer their expertise through various work bodies and task forces focused on 4 major strategy themes: irrigation and drainage, natural resources, climate change and impacts, and sustainable development. All the different types of work bodies set up by the ICID Council operate on a fixed time schedule to achieve its mandate and are responsible for preparing and releasing the requisite outcome after completion of their terms in the form of technical papers, proceedings of the workshops, published material and others, including books. In its commitment to promoting gender equality in the water sector, ICID has constituted a task force dedicated to women's empowerment in water resource management. ICID encourages young professionals to cultivate an interest in pursuing a career in agricultural water management by offering scholarships and facilitating their participation in international events organized by ICID. ICID works closely with various water-related international organizations in fulfilling its mission. ICID provides a multidisciplinary international platform for water sector enthusiasts. As part of its activities, ICID organizes different kinds of events all around the year in association with our national committees, partner organizations, and other members from the water fraternity. ICID events range from triennial World Irrigation Forums and Congress to important annual discussions like internal Executive Council meetings, as well as activities that happen multiple times in a year in different parts of the world, like regional conferences, drainage workshops, micro-irrigation conferences, etc. To recognize the innovative work and encourage the researchers for their outstanding contributions, which promotes efficient utilization of water in agriculture, ICID has instituted a number of awards like N.D. Gulati Memorial Lectures, World Irrigation and Drainage Prize, BackSave Awards, Best Paper Award, Best Performing National Committee Award, and Best Work Body Award. In 2012, ICID started recognizing heritage irrigation and drainage structures as World Heritage Irrigation Structures. The objective of recognizing the World Heritage Irrigation Structures is to collect information on historical irrigation structures from around the world. understanding their significant achievements and gather knowledge about the unique features and to learn the philosophy and wisdom on sustainable irrigation from these heritage structures. Agriculture accounts for 70% of water withdrawals. In the face of increased competition for water resource, water availability for agriculture is increasingly constrained. Agriculture being the largest user of fresh water, it is essential to achieve ICID in giving recognition to proven water-saving technologies and practices. These technologies range from simple field preparation to micro-irrigation, precision agriculture using Internet of Things, artificial intelligence and machine learning. ICID advocates water storages in all their hues, mulching, retaining ridges, water harvesting, field ponds for rain-fed crops and both small and large dams. About engineering, acknowledging the multidisciplinary of agricultural development, irrigation and drainage structures as World Heritage Irrigation Structures. The objective of recognizing the World Heritage Irrigation Structures is to collect information on historical irrigation structures from around the world, understanding their significant achievements and gather knowledge about the unique features and to learn the philosophy and wisdom on sustainable irrigation from these heritage structures. Agriculture accounts for 70% of water withdrawals. In the face of increased competition for water resource, water availability for agriculture is increasingly constrained. Agriculture being the largest user of fresh water, it is essential to be used wisely and achieving more crop per drop. ICID has been giving recognition to proven water-saving technologies and practices. These technologies range from simple field preparation to micro-irrigation, precision agriculture using Internet of Things, artificial intelligence and machine learning. ICID advocates water storages in all their hues, mulching, retaining ridges, water harvesting, field ponds for rain-fed crops and both small and large dams, supplementing the water requirement. Agricultural water management is not solely about engineering. Acknowledging the multidisciplinary nature of agricultural development, ICID has been broadening its focus from engineering solutions to holistic approaches that enhance water and food security for rural development through irrigation and drainage management. In order to realize the vision of ICID in fulfillment of sustainable development goals, let's move together towards a water-secure world, free from poverty and hunger.
ICID, the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, was formed on June 24 of 1950, with its secretariat established in New Delhi, in India, and Brazil, Egypt, India, Indonesia, Italy, the Netherlands, Yugoslavia, Sri Lanka, Switzerland, Thailand, and Turkey as its founding members. Hence, this year we celebrate the 75th anniversary, and as President of ICID, I feel honored in having the privilege to announce the achievement of such a remarkable accomplishment, especially as this occurs through the dire socio-economic difficulties and pressing environmental issues that the world is currently facing. But of course, I'm also extremely proud to lead this organization, which has served in the last 3/4 of a century to exchange and share knowledge disseminate new technologies, promote scientific studies on water use, storage and treatment in the best possible way to serve the largest number of countries and people. A leading scientific, technical and professional not-for-profit network of international experts from the fields of irrigation, drainage and flood management, working together with a mission of ensuring food and water security in the vision of a world free of poverty and hunger by means of sustainable agricultural water management and a feasible rural development.
Welcome back. I hope you all are feeling refreshed after the short break. Let's continue the Indo-Global Irrigation Summit 2025. Welcome to our high-level dialogue session, ladies and gentlemen, on the theme water and food security in the context of climate change. In this session, ladies and gentlemen, we would be hearing from global leaders and domain experts, not only offline, but as well online. Without further ado, on the onset, I invite Ms. Mikiko Tanaka, Head Sub-Regional Office for South and Southwest Asia, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. She would be giving her address on the importance of cooperation in securing water and food in an era of climate change. Ms. Mikiko Tanaka. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am, and we look forward to your address.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, experts, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real honor for me to come here to speak to this very group of experts and practitioners. You know, I've heard a lot of messages in the previous session, very, you know, resonating, and I think I will be echoing some of the messages that has already been mentioned. But so yes, I'm Mikiko from ESCAP, and I'd just like to share maybe a perspective to add from the Asia-Pacific region. So the Asia-Pacific region has just over a third of the world's freshwater resources and ecosystems. But with about 60% of the world's population, the region's per capita water availability is the lowest in the world. As populations grow, economic development will increase, as will the demand for water-intensive food production and water consumption by industrialization. The rising competition for water will intensify existing pressures on water resources. Inequality of access is also likely to rise, which can lead to more conflicts over water, disproportionately impacting those most vulnerable. Moreover, the Asia-Pacific region is highly prone to disaster. As the global community continues to fall short of key emission targets under the Paris Agreement, the region is expected to experience more frequent and intense droughts, floods, cyclones, melting glaciers, earlier and shorter monsoons, more deadly heat waves, and disruption to groundwater recharge. These risks jeopardize food, water, energy, and livelihood security, disrupt ecosystems, and escalate the risk of conflicts and migration. With increasing water scarcity, climate variability, and competition over the finite resources at both national and regional scales, the conservation of water resources has never been more important to the social prosperity and economic stability of the region. difficult decisions and trade-offs between competing sectors and water users will require holistic and participatory interventions to ensure these are minimized or avoided. In this era of climate change, in a location with high stakes and risks, cooperation is absolutely essential. I would like to highlight 3 aspects of cooperation for action. Firstly, we need to enhance collaborative efforts within and between countries, regions, sectors, and stakeholders in managing and utilizing shared water resources. We must promote multi-stakeholder partnerships as a governance model to ensure all water actors are involved at all levels for the sustainable management of water resources. Water governance needs to be strengthened at all levels, local, sub-regional, national, regional, and across concerned sectors. Governments need to carefully examine trade-offs and conflict risks and ensure policy coherence and consistency for sustainable and inclusive water management. Access to information is critical to build people's trust and engagement with public institutions and policy processes. Cooperation includes women and men in urban and rural communities and indigenous tribes residing in watershed areas. We should build on and expand good existing practices of cooperation in water management. Sharing experiences and lessons in platforms such as ICID is extremely valuable. Second, investments in data systems may be as essential as irrigation systems. Robust data collection and analysis supported by new technologies, including remote sensing and artificial intelligence, can make a difference. Reliable data is crucial for evidence-based planning, monitoring, and arbitrating stakeholder interests. Data sources range from government statistics and administrative units, universities, research institutions, to private sector, civil society organizations, and farmers themselves. Compilation and analysis of data and information is facilitated by new technologies and AI. User-friendly data and capacity building and data use is important for stakeholder trust and engagement mentioned earlier. Better data for effective early warning systems can decrease disaster losses by up to 60%. Better data is only part of the picture. Cooperation towards interoperable early warning systems across is also needed. Finally, changing the mindset at every level of society is important. A shift in the way societies value and manage water is vital and urgent. Tackling water issues amongst agricultural producers alone is not sufficient. The mindset and behavior of consumers, particularly in large and growing urban areas, is essential in making food and water systems more sustainable, at the same time economically viable for producers. India has a vibrant community of socially, environmentally, and health-conscious startups and farmer initiatives, supported by like-minded consumers. The scale-up and mainstreaming of such farming and business models for sustainable and healthy food chains requires government policy shifts and incentives and cooperation from the broader private sector. ESCAP, the Economic and Social Commission for Asia Pacific, is a UN regional commission that promotes regional cooperation for sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. Our research and capacity building intergovernmental processes across SDGs has generated analysis, policy advice, and tools to operationalize policies. For example, our online SDG help desk offers data portals, online learning, toolboxes, and communities of practice on a wide range of SDG topics. This may be relevant in, providing information, training to a wide range of stakeholders on SDGs, but more importantly, the intersectorality or intersectionality between SDGs. In the ESCAP Commission session in April this year, our member states adopted a resolution to enhance regional cooperation around the water and climate nexus. We will collaborate with the wider UN system, sub-regional organizations, and development partners in supporting countries in Asia and the Pacific in water and climate cooperation. In conclusion, our planet has provided us with an abundance of natural resources, but we have not utilized them responsibly and currently consume far beyond what our planet can provide. We must learn how to use and produce in sustainable ways that will reverse the harm that we have inflicted on the planet. Technological advancement has given us the means and confidence to continuously push the boundaries of our prosperity. What we don't know is how much further our planet will be able to sustain our way of living. We must mindfully and responsibly act together before it's too late. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Tanaka, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, now joining us online is Mr. Salman Meher, the Senior Land and Water Officer from Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations, and he would be giving us the presentation on FAO's water journey towards the 2030 agenda. We would be hearing online from him.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to join you online at the Indo-Global Irrigation Summit. And my sincere apology not to be with you in person. I would also like to thank ICID for the kind invitation. Today, I will actually present FAO's journey in water and irrigation, highlighting key actions and innovations that support countries in achieving sustainable water management under the 2030 agenda. I seem not to be able to share the presentation. If colleagues can show it, so I can go on with it. Is it there? Very good. So next slide, please. Water challenges are actually intensifying, as we know, across the globe. Today, 2.4 billion people live in water-stressed countries, with 10% facing critical water stress. Climate impacts, floods, and droughts deepen vulnerabilities, especially for rural communities. Women, youth, and indigenous peoples face unequal access and limited representations. But water challenges are not only technical, they are deeply social, equity-related, and urgent to address. Next, please. Water, as we know, is foundational to the entire 2030 agenda, not just SDG 6. The 2016 UN Water Report affirmed its cross-cutting role. In fact, in 2021, a study further demonstrated that improving water security can accelerate progress across all SDGs, from ending hunger to advancing health, gender equality, and climate resilience. Next, please. Agriculture, as we all know, uses more than 70% of global fresh water, roughly 30% from groundwater and 70% from surface water. But demand is yet set to rise by 24% by 2050, competing with other sectors. And only 13% of Water Action Agenda commitments focus on agriculture, while most food pathways and climate plans still fail to meaningfully integrate water consideration. Next. So, FAO strategic focus on water, in fact, began in 2022 with the first Rome Water Dialogue, marking the start of FAO's water journey. Since then, water has been elevated across FAO's governance from council endorsement to the 43rd conference. So through global dialogue, high-level conferences, and the launch of major initiatives, water has been elevated on the FAO agenda, culminating in dedicated dialogue platforms like the Rome Water Dialogue series I just mentioned. Next, please. Also, at the UN 2023 Water Conference, FAO submitted 8 commitments to the Water Action Agenda, ranging from national water roadmaps to vapor to global water data portal to irrigation needs and potential, and eventually with WASAG and Aqualex. These initiatives, in fact, reflect FAO's broad engagement to transform agriculture through better water governance, management, innovation, and data, making water a true driver for sustainable development at all levels. Next, please. So FAO's National Water Roadmap actually is a flagship initiative translating global goals into country-led actions. Developed through inclusive country-led dialogues, the maps align water strategies with national priorities. So the roadmap strengthen intersectoral coordination and accelerate the progress on SDG 6. Next, please. But also water data is foundational to FAO's work. As custodian of SDG 6.4.1 and 6.4.2, FAO provides updates using tools like Aquastat and the known vapor. These platforms actually now expanding globally using remote sensing to support water productivity analysis everywhere. Next, please. Known to most of you, WASAG was launched at the COP 22 in 2017 as FAO's flagship global partnership tackling water scarcity in agriculture. But its first General Assembly that occurred in April 2024 approved its business model, or new business model actually, to better drive cross-sectoral innovation and policy coherence. So WASAG, after that, been evolved and now is moving further. Next, please. In addition, after this brief on the work of FAO, but still beyond that, working with countries to promote their efforts towards proactive management of drought is another key area of FAO's efforts. So FAO's drought program promotes integrated drought management across 4 dimensions, from policy to institutional coordination to capacity building to finance. And this program actually so far contributed to the implementation of national drought plans and strategies in more than 3 countries. Next, please. Let's come focus on irrigation. In fact, irrigated agriculture, while covering only 20% of global farmland, it contributes to 40% of total food production, which illustrates the strategic role of irrigation in securing global food systems and achieving resilience. Next, please. So the broad consensus that agriculture acts as a key driver for food security remain valid, and that irrigation advances or advantage enhances the productivity of complementarity input such as seeds, fertilizers, and pest control, leading to higher and more stable yields. Next, please. But we know that the expansion of irrigation has contributed to food security, but that should not be without consequences. A recent Nature Water study shows that half of the 21st century irrigation expansion occurred in water-stressed areas. Several agriculture countries account for a significant share of this unsustainable trend, increasing pressure both on the quality and the quantity of fresh resources. Next. Meaning that efficiency alone cannot solve water crisis. While countries are investing in localized irrigation technologies, a broader action is needed. We must address water governance. We must promote alternative sources, adopt sustainable irrigation practices that align with long-term water security objectives. Next, please. So to support this informed decision and making and guiding targeted investment, FAO launched a global initiative with many of you as partners, starting with ICID. This initiative is to map irrigation potential and needs with the effort to help countries identifying priority areas for sustainable irrigation development, contributing to improved food security, rural livelihood, and climate resilience. Next. So the methodology actually provides an analytical framework to inform irrigation investments aligned with national priorities and the SDGs. It includes 4 steps. First, mapping existing irrigation areas based on machine learning. Second, mapping biophysical suitability of agricultural areas for irrigated development. Third, mapping needs for irrigation development in the framework of the Agenda 2030. Fourth, mapping expected benefits of irrigation development. So the tool, in fact, allows a truth data analysis to prioritize areas where irrigation can deliver sustainable impact. And it has been advancing since 1.5 years with promising results at a number of countries and also global, and it continues to evolve. Next, please. So the success of these efforts actually depends on strong national ownership and global collaboration. FAO supports both country-specific implementation and broader knowledge platforms to ensure lessons are shared and selected. The view you see is the platform viewed actually on FAO's hand-in-hand initiative portal, where on the left side you see the global view of irrigation mapping along the 4 pillars I mentioned, while on the right side of the screen you see the case of Sri Lanka, where irrigation mapping is concluded and other countries are more to be done in collaboration with partners institutes, which is promising in a way that it gives an interactive, non-static platform for irrigation development based on the 4 pillars I mentioned. And we hope that partners could join us more and more, and countries could join us more and more in this initiative to illustrate and demonstrate its power in terms of irrigation mapping. With this, I thank you so much for listening, and my apology again not to be able to be with you in person. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Salman Meher, the Senior Land and Water Officer, FAO, for your presentation on FAO's water journey towards the 2030 agenda. Thanks a lot for your online presence and for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would invite Mr. Saroj Kumar Jha, Global Director Water from World Bank, to address us on water for food, how to feed 10 billion people by 2050. Dr. Saroj Kumar Jha.
Thank you very much. And first of all, a very warm good morning, because it's still not 12 noon. That's what my clock says. So very warm good morning to everyone. I really want to begin by thanking ICID for inviting the World Bank to be part of this. So when I received the invitation, I wasn't sure I was going to come. But then in the 3 years that I have been in this job, one thing I have always wondered, why irrigation is not a priority for the global leaders. So I go to a lot of big events. I get invited to all kinds of events around the world. First of all, irrigation is never a priority in the big global events. And there are not many global initiatives that really bring global leaders to talk about irrigation. I'm really not sure whether we also have some kind of a organizing framework to really focus on this agenda. And if you just look around and you find, I was asking my colleagues, name 5 global initiatives led by global organizations on irrigation, you'll hear of small initiatives, $1 million here and a $2 million there, and a few meetings here and there. But there isn't really something very important in that space. Let me give you numbers. Because for me, the most important indicator of political commitment to a priority is how much governments really spend. So last year we published the public expenditure review of water sector for 126 countries roughly. On an average, governments spend only 1.2% of their annual budget in water, whereas they spend more than 4 to 5% in transport, energy, and other sectors. When we did this analysis, we found only 40 countries in the world have data on how much they spend in irrigation. Majority of the countries do not even have data. So we do have a big problem. What I'm trying to tell this audience, because all of you work on irrigation, but remember, people outside this room who really make most decisions, you are not on their agenda. Your challenge is to get this agenda on the priority list of the prime ministers, ministers of finance, ministers of planning, because that's where the decisions are made. And somehow I feel the political and economic case for irrigation has not been made. In fact, on the contrary, in most countries, the first thing when I talk about irrigation, they tell me, oh no, Sarovar, we should not talk about irrigation. We have a very bad experience investing in irrigation because we are very good at build, neglect, and then forget it. So I will give you a data point. So the world's driest region is Sahel, where you have terrorism, you have all kinds of problems, poverty. The Sahel region in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2013, all the countries met, and I'm sure my FAO colleagues will remember this. The World Bank initiated a program called Dakar Declaration. The countries met, big commitment to really do more on irrigation. This was 2013. 10 years later, 2023, they wanted to see how much progress they made as a result of that 10 years of declaration. So they found out, so they added 300,000 hectares additional area under irrigated agriculture, under the government programs, but during the same period, more than 200,000 hectares which had irrigated agriculture before became dysfunctional. So we go on building, and then you realize that few years later, none of that is really functioning. I'm a resident of this country, and I come from a farming family, and I know what it means when the moment I talk about irrigation, people have an idea that, oh, okay, these guys come and build and then they forget it. And there is this vicious cycle, I just said, build, neglect, and forget it. I won't even say rehabilitate, because that money never really comes, because as I said, people always want to build more and not go back and focus on operation and maintenance. So generally, this sector, in my view, has a very serious structural problem. The second point I want to mention is, I was asked to speak on how to feed, well, I suggested it, how to feed 10 billion people by 2050. You saw the statistics in the FAO presentation, but let me give you a different angle to it. The way we are currently managing agriculture water, which is both the rain-fed agriculture and the blue water agriculture, the irrigated agriculture. In a business as usual scenario, by 2050, we will produce food only for 3.5 billion people, not 10 billion people, which will be the population of the world by 2050. So we do have a major problem. And one of the many reasons we have this problem is that the level of inefficiency in agriculture is very high. There are hardly any measures of productivity, how water is being used to produce the economic value when water is used. And on the supply side, you'll see something. We are coming up with a report in the next, I would say, few weeks. The title of the report is Continental Drying. And the reason why it is called continental drying is because the world is losing fresh water very rapidly because of several reasons: deforestation, excessive warming, ice packs are melting very rapidly, and so on and so forth. And we don't have adequate storage. And where we have storage, we have massive siltation happening. So the net storage capacity globally has declined. In fact, in the last 50 years, as a world, we have lost more than 27,000 billion cubic meters of freshwater storage capacity. So your demand for irrigation, freshwater for agriculture is increasing. Your capacity to store water is declining very, very rapidly. And because of excessive warming of the planet, you have more and more areas becoming dry. Now, all this essentially means that in a business as usual scenario, we will not be able to feed 10 billion people by 2050. So there are 3 points I want to make more in terms of the forward look. But this is a tough one. First, the irrigation community and the water community, me included, although I'm not a practicing water specialist, we have to stop talking about water as an input or as volumes. We have to start talking about water efficiency and water productivity. Because if you don't value water, nothing will change. So the water is an important input to create economic value. In this room, many of you work in your states, in many sectors. If I ask you, what is your water productivity in Gujarat? What is your water productivity in Bihar? We don't have data. We don't measure it. The economic value, the dollar value or rupee value produced by using a cubic meter of water, we don't have it. If you do a Google Gemini now on your phone, you'll see all kinds of data. And still most of that data will tell you that majority of the countries in the world are not doing well. First of all, we don't have data. And where we have data, we are really not doing well. So we got to really change the language in how we refer to irrigation. I think the focus has to be more on efficiency, more on productivity. That is something we can do. You cannot blame politicians for this. You cannot blame ministers for this. There's something we can do. We irrigation engineers, we water specialists have to change. We cannot continue to talk about cubic meters. We got to start talking about the economic value. And that's where productivity and that's where efficiency is going to be extremely important. The second point I want to make is that it's a difficult one, and I know this quite well. Is this whole about subsidies and pricing reforms of irrigation? You have a vicious cycle in most countries where people tell me that the politicians do not want to charge farmers for the water they get for irrigation. It's a politically very sensitive issue. Not correct. We did a report last year. The title of that report was Detox Development. Detox Development, you can Google and you'll find it. That report tells you that globally, the public sector subsidy in water is close to about $100 billion roughly per year. And no country is an exception to this, by the way, including my home country. And this subsidy goes into water, fertilizer, pesticides, and of course, the way we provide guaranteed procurement of certain crops. So the whole cycle, if you see the subsidy that goes in the system, is close to $100 billion just on water-related subsidies. If you combine the whole water, agriculture, environment, soil, and everything, if you see the report, it talks about $900 billion of subsidy every year, which is roughly the amount of money countries were asking in the Paris Agreement for the climate financing. In a way, what I'm trying to say is that if we start to look at valuing water, pricing water that we provide, I'm not saying you charge exactly cost-reflective tariff to the farmers, but there has to be a conversation on what we call repurposing that $100 billion subsidy in a way that you create incentives for farmers to become more productive, to make more productive use of water. There has to be a direction in which we have to travel. The current situation that we have is suboptimal, and with that level of pricing and subsidy, there is no way this sector can be reformed. And my last and final point is really focus what I call farmer-focused irrigation. Perhaps we have spent too much time in the past building large irrigation structures with a very centralized structures of the government to really take care of these projects. Perhaps it is time to rethink and go to what we call more farmer-led irrigation models, micro-irrigation, distributed irrigation. A good analogy we have is in the electricity sector. You know, electricity sector had for long always looked at large power plants. Increasingly you find they're going into more distributed renewable energy. I think irrigation sector, all of you know it much better than I know, but we've got to find a different model wherein you can bring in more efficiency, more productivity, more sustainability in how we use these water resources. And I know there is knowledge and there is understanding in this room to really grapple with these issues. In the next 2 weeks, we are publishing a report, and the title of the report is Nourish and Flourish. Everything that I said in the last 10 minutes, these questions are analyzed in much greater detail. And that report also provides a forward-looking recommendation going forward. The last word I want to mention is about the World Bank Group itself. We want to be a partner for all of you to really reform the sector. This is a very high priority for us. But we want to tackle the real issues in the sector, not just talk about investing more money in the sector, where I think the marginal value of investment in the irrigation sector at this time is very low, given the lack of reforms in the sector, which is very much needed. But we really want to engage, and we are engaging with the Ministry of Jal Shakti and a number of state governments which are here. This is a priority for us in India and globally, so please do engage with us. But we want to make sure that you have a very clear state policy on irrigation modernization, not rehabilitation. We do not want to go back to the status quo or the old way of doing irrigation. It has to be a forward look. It has to be very much driven on data, very much driven by innovation, very much driven by participatory governance. And I think that is exactly what our message is to all of you in this room. But thank you very much for the opportunity again to the ICID officials.
Thank you, Mr. Saroj Kumar Jha. Global Director, Water from World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will once again move to one of our online global expert. We would be hearing a presentation by Dr. Mark Smith, Director General, International Water Management Institute, and the topic is Reimagining Irrigation and Water Systems for Climate Resilient Water and Food Security by Dr. Mark Smith, Director General, IWMI. He would be presenting online.
Thank you. Good. Thank you very much. I hope you can see the slides. I'm very pleased to be with you and have the opportunity to take part in today's event. I want to begin by sending sincere congratulations to ICID from IMI on the milestone of its Platinum Jubilee. This dialogue on water and food security in the context of climate change is such a critical topic, and I commend ICID on selecting this theme on the occasion of this important anniversary, as this is in many ways the predominant challenge, or the undergirding challenge for ICID as it looks into the future. And as ICID looks to build on its legacy, success is going to depend on achieving the changes needed to meet this challenge. So very grateful to have the opportunity to contribute to this dialogue, and my apologies for not being able to join in person. Despite very best efforts, I assure you, things just didn't work for me this week. I want to begin to frame the challenge and set the bar for ICID's future by highlighting the report of the Global Commission on the Economics of Water, which was launched, as I'm sure people are aware, in October of last year. This was the report of a commission chaired by two academics, Mariana Mazzucato and Johan Rockström, as well as Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, and President Tharman Shanmugaratnam, the President of Singapore. IMI was not directly involved, but we're now hosts to the Secretariat and working with the Commission on catalyzing follow-up. The Commission set out, as it stated, its goal was to shape a new economic model for water, or as they put it, an economy that works for water rather than water for the economy. Their report concluded, as you see at the top of this slide, their report concluded that the hydrological cycle is dangerously out of balance, as they put it, because of enormous conversion of land, ecosystem loss, and climate change, with the results being increasing frequencies of droughts and floods and storms and heat waves, and deep uncertainty about water risks and water insecurity. The Global Commission report called for radical change in how water is valued, managed, and used. They set out a set of 5, what they termed missions, and the first of those missions was to launch a new revolution in food systems. So they're calling for the transformation of food systems through water. So akin to what the Green Revolution did for agricultural production, they envisioned change in water systems for food systems. Their vision is based on, as you see in the right-hand side of the slide in front of you, their vision is based on radical gains, that word again, radical gains in water productivity, restoration of soil health and soil water retention, scaling of access to climate-resilient crop varieties, crop diversification and micro-irrigation technologies, and expansion of irrigation, but savings in irrigated water consumption, and so on. All of these are firmly in the wheelhouse of ICID, as well as my own organization, the International Water Management Institute. They're firmly in the center of what we bring to the table in this sector and in the context more broadly of sustainability. So the question is then how? How do we do this? So they're calling for then a revolution in food systems to deliver on water goals, and to consider that question of how, I want to start with this simple framework that I use to catalyze discussion around these kinds of topics. Start with this simple framework of water in food systems. So it recognizes that the question of water in food systems is not simply about water for agriculture, but it connects water supply to the food systems. So the broader issues of water relating to ecosystems, infrastructure, storage, regulation of supply, etc. Water supply to the food systems, and then, yes, water for food production, so agricultural, water management, irrigation, and so on. Then water for food consumption, so making the link to water for health, water supply and safe and sanitation and so on. And then water risks to food systems, so how we manage floods, droughts, and the risks that those pose to food systems and to farmers. So I want to walk in the time I have available, I'll walk through this framework and highlight how water-related innovations are aligning to help rethink irrigation in future water systems and future food systems. And begin then with water supply to the food system. So as I had just mentioned, this is how the broader water system impacts the food systems in terms of overcoming vulnerabilities and managing trade-offs with other sectors and water uses. Here, for example, is integrated water storage, managing built aquifer and natural storage to meet multiple needs and meet that challenge that Sarovar just mentioned, as well as related topics of recycling water, groundwater management, environmental flows and nature-based solutions, and so on. And of course, we need to recognize that these topics are not separate from irrigation. And irrigation infrastructure can't be seen as separate infrastructure. Irrigation systems can be embedded with storage, embedded with other natural infrastructure in terms of how we invest in them and certainly in how we manage them. Another example is drainage systems. Drainage systems as part of irrigation infrastructure need to be managed also as a source of water for additional services beyond water. And this brings us to the critical issue of water supply to food systems, the critical issue of water supply to food systems, of trade-offs and the nexus. Multiple sectors, of course, rely on water. And as systems tighten, managing competition and trade-offs to meet multiple needs is increasingly important in the water, energy, food, and ecosystems nexus amongst multiple development objectives that we always have in development, multiple objectives that we're trying to achieve. And recognizing, therefore, that we have to deliver multi-sector solutions, not just water solutions, not just irrigation systems, or water and food system solutions, but solutions that work across the many objectives that we have for development. And that, therefore, this is part of the business of irrigation development and management. The example on the screen, on the right-hand side of the screen, it relates to the application of advanced computational techniques that we work with at IMI and our partners at the University of Manchester and others to weigh trade-offs across these multiple objectives for development. And the example shown is of energy system development scenarios for Ghana and the relationships with water use for agricultural production and environmental flows and ecosystem conservation. And these technologies, these techniques, what they provide is a narrower set of options for decision makers with known trade-offs, so that planners and policymakers and investors can then make data-driven and evidence-based decisions on how to manage systems and where to invest. Now I want to shift to the second component of my framework, so water for food production, and begin with at the scale of genes. So begin with crop genetics, and remembering that in part of the Global Commission's call, Global Commission's mission relating to food systems is a call for the use of crop genetics and the benefits that they give us for conferring drought and flood tolerance in agriculture, and combining that with improvements in water productivity and irrigation efficiencies to maximize those benefits. As well as, on the right side of this slide, as well as innovation then in agronomy to enhance another aspect of the Global Commission's call, advances in agronomy to enhance soil health and productivity and soil water retention. Which brings us then to the heart of the matter in some respects, which is agricultural water management. And so, of course, innovations for agricultural water management are key, and the bundle of innovations in agricultural management that you see represented on the screen is intended to drive water conservation, soil water retention, higher productivity and water productivity, improved irrigation system performance, and the technologies that we have available to improve efficiency and reduce pressure, therefore, on water resources, and indeed thereby help to raise resilience. Which brings us then to the really critical challenge, which Sarosh has highlighted also, of raising water productivity, and remembering that indeed the Global Commission calls for what they termed radical gains in water productivity. So producing more with less water. And the puzzle that this then leads us to of raising productivity across scales and truly saving to water, so that where there is scarcity, meeting demand in other sectors and including ecosystems. And alongside this, it's important to remember when we think about water in the food system, important also to consider how irrigation relates to nutrition. So considering how water is allocated to what should grow in the food systems and the benefits that therefore drives for diets. And we can't forget the social dimensions also, and therefore that irrigation transformation, as Meher had highlighted, irrigation transformation is a social change dilemma and needs to be approached as a complex socio-technical change. And considering as we layer into that now also climate change, we can frame this in our minds as a socio-technical climate change that we have to manage. And the example on the screen is a very simple illustration of this from a study in Ethiopia for irrigation of wheat. The graph that you see shows the application of water on a set of cumulative probability curves, and the curve on the right-hand, the most right-hand curve, is a control where no sensors and no information is provided to farmers, whereas the curve on the left shows the decline in irrigated water use when farmers use simple sensors to detect when irrigation is needed. And then the middle curve is for farmers who just receive that information. And in this study, in general, also yields increased when water was better managed, although there's some complexities to that as well. And the point here is to show us that change to increase water productivity is achievable in smallholder agriculture, but it depends on networks, on peer-to-peer learning and information exchange. It depends on social interactions, and therefore also on, by implication, on overcoming barriers to inclusion, as well as technological change. So it's this complexity of change that is at the core of this challenge. Which brings me then to irrigation system performance, and recognizing, as has also been highlighted, that information access to support irrigation system performance is critical, but it's also changing rapidly, and that access is multiplying rapidly because of new data acquisition and analytical technologies such as the Internet of Things to understand irrigation behaviors across whole irrigation systems, applications of remote sensing, such as in the WAPOR program highlighted by FAO, in which we are also a partner. So remote sensing capabilities that enable us to monitor and analyze water productivity and therefore target our interventions. And then new technologies, which we're leading, for example, in IMI relating to digital twins to integrate diverse models and data sources and enable interrogation of that diversity of data using artificial intelligence to support management at a range of different scales. And of course, these kinds of innovations, they come just in time because climate change is driving deep uncertainty in irrigation systems and across water systems. So this is a time in which, because of that challenge, we have to retool our data analytics for water management, and making use of these technologies is crucial. So with climate change and changing water risks and that challenge of deep uncertainty also comes something I always like to highlight in these kinds of presentations, and it can be a bit provocative, but I think it's really important. Comes the difficult challenge of moving water out of agriculture. This is key where future water risks mean that irrigation can no longer be sustained reliably in certain places because of changes in risks, as well as how the demands for water from other sectors are piling up and exacerbating those risks. So there will be locations where the old assumptions about there being enough water for irrigation will fail or weaken. So irrigation has to retreat or at least lose some water access. And this is a really complex challenge that requires multiple levers to be moved together. It's not just a question of irrigation efficiency. That's only the start, as you see in the graphic. Other levers that we need to be working with are crop diversification, development and application of incentives, reuse of wastewater, the policy and institutional and governance change that needs to go alongside this. And as I saw in that earlier simple example, empowering farmers, including with data. So before finishing though, I just want to highlight the other two components of the framework very briefly. As I had said earlier, it's important as we look at water in food systems not to forget that water relates also to the food consumption component, which is so often overlooked in terms of making these linkages. So safe drinking water and sanitation are critical to both water and food systems. And then the question of water risks to food systems. So here are the technologies and related strategies and practices for drought monitoring and early warning, similarly flood early warning and bundling of climate smart solutions, linking seeds and climate advisories and crop insurance and so on. So to close then, the report of the Global Commission on the Economics of Water, it marks a turning point. And we can agree or disagree with its recommendations or parts of them, and that's good, that provokes a debate, which is important at this time. And this comes at a time when agendas at global and national levels are being reconfigured in relation to climate, food, sustainability, as well indeed as water, and giving impetus to emergence of a new framework for priorities for water and the institutions that we need to deliver them. A framework with a mission focus and an urgency for action, a real urgency for action. And we can expect this to be catalyzed further in the run-up to the UN 2026 Water Conference, which takes place at the end of 2026, so 18 months from now. Water system science at my institute, the International Water Management Institute, that's at the core of what we do, is delivering innovations from genes all the way through to basins. But the transformation through water for the food systems revolution that the Global Commission has called for will need more, so that water systems innovations provide a foundation, but new food systems futures need to leverage transformations that reach scale and provide acceleration. And irrigation has a potential to deliver solutions. But the key is to leverage those innovations for water across the whole food systems and not losing sight of that whole food system. And in ensuring that these innovations are then grounded in deep understanding of the socioeconomic complexities that surround their implementation. To be effective then in this agenda, this requires collective action so that we can weave together the many elements that I've highlighted in the few slides that I've taken you through today. So collective action is also key. I just want to conclude though by restating that ICID has such a crucial role as an organization. It's a venerable organization at its 75th anniversary, but we need it also to be young and vibrant as we look into the future. So ICID has a crucial role to play in this agenda at 75 years old, also looking ahead to determine what is needed to make sure that ICID is future fit as an organization. This is exactly the same challenge that we're working with at IMI, so we're looking forward, therefore, to continuing our long-standing ICID-IMI partnership to work on these challenges together and take this forward. So thank you very much, and back to you in Delhi.
Ladies and gentlemen, well, that was the session, the presentation by Dr. Mark Smith, Director General, IWMI. Now I would invite on the stage for our next presentation by Shri Mukesh Puri, CMD SSNL, Government of Gujarat, on presentation on best practices in water resource management and irrigation.
Good afternoon. Good to have a second go and address you again. In the morning, I briefly talked about some of my thoughts, of course, relating to the irrigation sector. And in this technical session, I was asked to present a short case study, 10 to 15 minutes, on some of the good water management practices that we have followed in the state of Gujarat. Currently, I am working as CMD of Sardar Sarovar Narmada Nigam Limited. Now, the SSP project, the Sardar Sarovar project, let me talk about it a little bit, and then I'll get into the presentation. It's located at a place called Ekta Nagar. Earlier, it was called Kevadia. It's a huge dam with a capacity of, the gross capacity of close to 10,000 MCM. The submergence area itself is 200 kilometers, 40 of which is in the state of Gujarat, rest in the state of Maharashtra. Difficult project, started in 1988. Finally, the gates were closed only recently, 2017. Of course, gradually as water was stored at different levels of construction, we started using water for irrigation purpose about 20 years back. Huge network of canals totaling about 60,000 kilometers, the total money spent, expectedly quite large, 80,000 crore plus, largely funded by the partnering states, but since the canal network is mostly in Gujarat, most of the financial resources was provided by the state. As far as the water is concerned, water allocation, in the entire Narmada basin, we have 28 million acre feet. Gujarat, most of it, catchment area is in Madhya Pradesh. Gujarat gets 9 MAF, Madhya Pradesh gets about 18 MAF. The water management practice or the good things that I wish to highlight, and I am an optimist, so I see a lot of good. Challenges, of course, are there, but at the same time, the way it has evolved over a period of time, public policy has played, of course, a very important role, but I also see a good trend that many of the policies in other sectors had unintended externalities, positive externalities, which were not quite anticipated. That's one in the power sector, and I'll talk briefly about it. And secondly, the market dynamics are changing. In fact, about that I'd like to talk upfront. You see, the society has started valuing horticultural products more. So the farming community has reacted to it. In my state, for example, earlier the percentage of horticulture, area under horticulture was just about 2%. When I say earlier, this is 25 years back. In 2023, when we were doing a tabulation for a major conference, of course, the process was gradual and it was being noted. The number had increased to 20% plus. And many of those crops, pomegranate, dates, potatoes, for example, they are completely dependent on drip irrigation. So what had happened over this period of time is that 20 to 25% of the land under cultivation had shifted to horticulture. Drip irrigation was a must. The farmers did not have to be coaxed. They themselves were more than willing to shift to drip irrigation. And you know the result? Simultaneously, of course, there was a proactive policy. The state government set up a SPV for micro irrigation. I'll show you the numbers later in a slide. We all know drip irrigation, which is a major irrigation practice all of us seek to achieve in India and globally. The practice had started sometime, or the government had started promoting it as part of policy in the 90s, and subsidy was available readily. But somehow it was not moving, nowhere in India. Gujarat came up with an innovative structure. A SPV was set up by two public sector companies. Incidentally, in Gujarat, the public sector companies do well. One was the state fertilizer company, the GSFC, and the other was a fertilizer and a chemical company, the Gujarat Narmada GNFC. Both of them are actually in chemical and fertilizers. GSFC is 70% fertilizers, 30% chemical. GNFC is more of a chemical company. The advantage of that was certainly there was a professional management, free, largely free of the red tape, which sometimes can be very difficult to navigate. And the result is, since 2005-06, this SPV, which has exactly two representatives from the government at the senior management level, two bureaucrats who are heading it, one is a chairman and one is MD, rest all recruited from the market, and a model where there are very strong linkages with the private sector, all the vendors, probably some of the ones who are listed here as sponsors, Jain Irrigation and so on, and the Israeli companies who are the best, probably the best in the world, as I understand it. So the result is the farmer has a choice, and suddenly a project or a program which was struggling has taken off, and today more than 20 lakh hectares have been covered under drip irrigation, largely drip and a little bit under sprinkler. So what caused this? A combination of good policy and market dynamics. The good policy was a SPV was made, farmers were given the choice, the government kind of retreated, the same level of subsidy was available, a little bit of a top-up was also provided, and the lucky market dynamics was the society started valuing horticulture more, farmers were willing to make the shift, and the state facilitated it. And the result was that 24 lakh hectares, essentially, we got it done, evaluated through the third party. In this case, the third party was IIM Ahmedabad. They did the study a few years back. The savings in water range between 30 to 35%, depending on the crop, depending on the area, since it is spread all over the state. That's humongous, that's huge. That's what we aspire for. Similar decrease in the use of fertilizer. Because one aspect of water management which we have not really focused, and rightly so, we are talking about irrigation today, is the water pollution. By some estimates, 70% of the water in India is polluted. So when you are reducing the fertilizer usage, then essentially you are ensuring that less of nitrate, because we do understand there is more overuse of nitrates because urea is heavily subsidized. So certainly you are increasing, reducing use of fertilizer, reducing water pollution, use of leaching of nitrates and so on. So multiple benefits are there. In that sense, I'd say I am an optimist. Now I'd like to share with you another small little, or rather a big one. Through this project, what we have managed to do is interbasin transfer of water. And the earlier speakers have been focusing on essentially that groundwater extraction is happening at a fast clip. Unless we are able to create enough storage capacity, we are heading for trouble. So let's see what really happened there in our state. India is water scarce. Gujarat is in worse condition. Land 6%, population just about 5%. But an economic powerhouse, we contribute about more than 8%. In fact, 8.4% of the GDP. We are the fourth largest despite having 5% of population. And since water is also catalytic, it's essential for economic growth in all sectors, we have only about 2.8%, 2.3% of the freshwater resources. So we have a problem. It's an arid state. Arid, semi-arid is defined in terms of precipitation, less than 10 centimeter and less than 20 centimeter respectively. Again, along with that, we have a problem, climate change we are talking about. That's the focus of this summit. Significant increase in the number of heavy rainfall days and dry days. So great deal of uncertainty, variability. In that scenario, we have managed to achieve agriculture growth at a fairly fast clip. Probably, I have not mentioned the area under irrigation. That also has increased very significantly. Early 2000, it was just about 30 lakh hectares. Now it is about 60 lakh hectares. So yes, I saw in one of the earlier slides it was shown that irrigation is increasing in areas where it is not sustainable. Because probably that slide alluded to the fact that most of it is happening from the groundwater. In case of India, it is, in case of Gujarat, it is not happening through the groundwater, it is happening through the, either the surface water, or we are adding on the storage capacity in a decentralized model. The ponds, the lakes, wherever surface water can be stored, we are doing it in a huge manner. The same point is highlighted. We have temporal issues and we have spatial issues. You see this largish red chunk, that's Kutch. Of course, half of it is non-habitable run of Kutch. But even then, 44,000 kilometers out of about 2 lakh square kilometers of the state. And it just has 2% of the water. And if you look at column 2 and 3, actually, it's the groundwater which is very little in terms of when you look at population of 70 million, a large area, and just about 17,508 million cubic meter of groundwater left. And we also have this problem that in much of Saurashtra, that is the brownish part, the strata is rocky, so even storage presents a huge challenge. The South Gujarat part, which is very surplus on the this side of almost end of Western Ghats, we get huge precipitation. Average rainfall is 2,000 mm plus in most of the districts in this part. But there again, because of the terrain, storage becomes a problem. So we have a very challenging situation in the state. And in that, what we've been able to achieve is, we talked about catch the rain and more crop per drop. So we are trying to kind of get each drop either in the ground or use it as and when it comes. The objective is to increase the storage capacity and simultaneously harvest excess runoff during the rainy season. We don't have many major rivers. Narmada, a few. Narmada and Tapi are the big ones. Then we have Sabarmati and Mahi, and so on. Only Narmada and Tapi are kind of perennial. Rest of the rivers are seasonal. Most of them dry up. And you see the number of those basins is just one too many, 185 plus odd. And most of them are dry or deficit. They can't sustain the human population or the industrial development. The Kutch part I mentioned. Now look at Kutch. Kutch today is one of the most important industrial hubs in India. Out of the 3 largest ports in India, 2 are right there. Mundra is the biggest one, you might have heard of it, and number 3 is Kandla. In between we have the JNPT or Bombay BPT, one of the 2. We have the 2 ultra mega power plants of 4,000 megawatt each. One run by Tatas, another by another corporate group, Adani's. We have large number of cement plants. And of course, we have Air Force stations and so on. So in an area where there is no water, we have to sustain it. Not only sustain it, we have to promote it. The largest capacity of solar power which is coming up anywhere in the world, the solar park, it's coming up in Run of Kutch. An industrial township comes up. You need to provide water. Even for solar panels, they have to be washed on a very frequent periodic basis. Currently, the world is talking about, and that's a real challenge for India as a country, semiconductor chips and artificial intelligence. The first big plant is coming up in a place called Dhulera, completely arid zone. We have to provide that water. So we can't get away from the fact. In fact, probably Mr. Smith in his earlier presentation did mention that there will be more demands from other sectors. And we'll have to provide. So agriculture, increasing the efficiency of water in agriculture is a must. No getting away from it. Because we'll simply not have it. No state government, no policy maker is going to shy away from it. Mr. Jha rightly pointed out the dilemmas that sometimes we are looking at our sector in isolation. We'll have to look at it in totality. And in fact, at this point, I may share in some interaction that I have been having in my official capacity with Government of India, they are coming out with an integrated water management bill. Since water is a state subject, eventually it's up to the states in India to take up that challenge. The good thing is in that water management authority which is proposed to be made, all sectors are sought to be covered. It's not talking only about groundwater extraction as the earlier authority was doing. It is also talking about let's say giving allocation for industrial use, giving pricing of water and so on. So unless you take a very holistic view, the solution, though available, though reachable, may be difficult to achieve. So what have we done there? Yeah. So essentially, I'll talk a little on the interbasin transfer of water. And of course, since every drop counts, we have done a lot of work in increasing water storage also. The demand management side, I've already talked about micro irrigation, so I'll leave it at that. In water use association, we haven't, I must concede, we haven't done a great job, I'm sure. Others in the audience, when they make their respective presentation, would share. Probably we'd like to hear that and learn from that, and probably we'd be able to improve in Gujarat, in that area. And in recycled water also, there is a huge potential. The Sardar Sarovar project that I talked about, the green portion is, this one is the pointer, yeah. The dam is somewhere out here. It's kind of tri-junction of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Gujarat. This place is Ekta Nagar. And the canal goes a good 458 kilometers. It reaches the border of Rajasthan, travels further another 74 kilometers in the arid zone of Jalore and some parts of Badmer. And we are transferring this amount of water. In 23-24, so much water was transferred. This is, of course, the command area. This was the easier part, the command area, but it goes beyond that. And this is the Kutch part, so it goes in a place called Mandvi, and the two big boats are here, the ones which I talked about. You know, 8 MAF by itself is a huge quantum of water, but what we have done is way more. So after simultaneously, actually, we strengthen the water grid. So while the canal is going like this, and the command area was largely in this portion, the rest of the part, Saurashtra, which was the arid zone, from where out-migration was happening, a huge water grid was laid out, again around the same period in the last 20-odd years, because of which 40 million out of the 70 million inhabitants of Gujarat today get drinking water from Narmada, which has a TDS of less than 200, 100 in most cases, but up to 200. As compared to the TDS which used to be there of groundwater of almost 800, 900. So now, in the city of Ahmedabad, for example, the RO is going out of fashion. People are going back to the old water purifying techniques of Eureka Forbes or whichever company was providing those kind of techniques. There is a huge demand for pure drinking water of Narmada. And this has ensured that the industrial growth which has happened in Kutch, at least those people have drinking water, which is a must. And the point I was making, that in migration and out migration, now this area, the out migration, actually these are recorded figures of the decade of 80s and 90s. Districts of Amreli, Surendranagar and Bhavnagar, they were migrating in large numbers to Surat, where opportunity was there. It's happening within the state, so we welcome that. But now at least economic growth is happening here too. Now, across the basin, 8 MAF was given in the command area. But area beyond the command area, there was request from the farmers that especially during the monsoon period, when water is going straight into the river in the Gulf of Cambay, can we tap that and give it to those areas? And in North Gujarat, we have this advantage of sandy soil, where percolation is possible, recharge is possible. And if we can put it in the basins of the rivers, it is transversing, and there are quite a few of those, 18 of those. In those basins, we could revive those rivers also. The whole idea was during monsoon period, for example, last year, for 50 days, there was an overflow of water. When the water overflows, that is kind of free water. Any state can use it, whichever can transfer that water. So we need certain water for keeping the river alive, the eco-flow, ecological flow. The water, in addition to that, whatever is available, we've been able to send it to other parts of the state. Just a moment. Yeah. So what we have done is, there are 16 escapes in the major rivers. This one, for example, many of you might have seen the Sabarmati River in Ahmedabad. Here is the Dholka branch, and Ahmedabad is somewhere out here, right? Sabarmati, yeah. So Sabarmati mein, if you have gone and seen the riverfront, the water which you see there is of course Narmada. That of course is the small part. But last year when the dam was overflowing, for 50, 60 days, water was being pumped into it in huge quantums, maybe 1,000 cusecs, more on certain days. That kind of water revives the river, and that was happening in all these 18 odd rivers. And the quantum was, as I mentioned, 1,514 MCM water was transferred in one single water year. Then what we have done, this is the picture of North Gujarat. Again, this is the same canal which I talked about going to Rajasthan. So the surplus water in 100 days of monsoon, which actually is in nobody's account, in the sense Madhya Pradesh or Gujarat, any of the states which can use that extra water. So a pipeline network was set up starting in 2006-07, that is called the Sujlam Suflam project, as essentially filling up other dams which are source of irrigation round the year. Now from Rajasthan, not enough rainfall, enough water has been coming. These dams, for example, the big one is Dharoi out there. It doesn't get filled 4 out of 5 years. But through the pipeline during the monsoon period, the extra water that we have outside of the command area, we've been filling it up. And the quantum of water which was transferred in a particular year, it's for the same 2023-24 was 817 in North Gujarat, and a similar amount, almost a similar amount. Of course, it did cost us money. Over a decade, it has cost, if I'm not mistaken, more than 17,000 crores. But the state has the capacity to spend, more than the capacity, the willingness to spend the money, because it realizes this is the way to go. And micro irrigation, I've already told the story. So the result is what has happened there. And then I'll stop at this point. Just let me show you. Yeah. This kind of captures the story. 2002, the categorization of talukas, overexploited, obviously the ones where groundwater extraction is way more. And now, only 22. 22 is also too large a number. But the fact is that the number has reduced. And over a period where in India, in one of the studies, it was found 52% of the talukas, the groundwater is depleted. In Gujarat, there are critical signs of improvement. And safe blocks have improved to 184. In fact, in the Jal Shakti program, which has just been launched, the integrated program by Government of India, they had shared the list of overexploited talukas. And the number, I counted last week or 10 days back, it was circulated, is 102 out of about 800 odd. Out of those 102, only 4 are in Gujarat. And out of the other 28 critical and semi-critical districts, these are talukas. So I'm talking of a different set of numbers. Out of those 28, not one in Gujarat. So out of 130 critical, semi-critical and overexploited talukas, Gujarat, which we saw earlier, which has only 2.3% of the water, arid and semi-arid zone, huge industrial production, fairly large population of 5% of the country, has only 4 out of 130, which is about 3%. I think that's good news. I'll stop at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Mukesh Puri ji, for your address and presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would request Sri R.K. Agrawal, CMD Webcos, to kindly join us for his address on water and energy nexus, the key to building a resilient future.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate ICID for its Platinum Jubilee celebrations today. And it's indeed a very auspicious day as we had monsoon showers in the morning. So, and this day I will also remember for long, because our organization's foundation day is also on 26th, so 2 days after. Yeah. It is indeed my privilege to participate in today's high-level dialogue on water and food security in the context of climate change. I am pleased to observe that this meaningful topic has brought together a multitude of professionals and decision makers. I shall briefly talk about two most critical resources which underpin our modern world, water and energy. These two resources are interlinked. We need water to produce energy and energy to access, treat, and distribute water. Their management, therefore, cannot happen in silos. Water-energy nexus refers to the interdependence of water and energy resources. This interdependence is especially critical for developing economies with rising populations, rapid industrialization, urbanization, climate vulnerabilities, and placing unprecedented stress on these resources. We have closely witnessed the effects of climate change in the past, but now this impact has increased considerably. Climate change is altering precipitation patterns, affecting water availability, and increasing energy demand. Population growth and urbanization are pressure on both water and energy resources. Therefore, there is a need of sustainable solutions. We need to adopt integrated approach to managing water and energy resources. This involves coordinating policies, investments, and technologies across the world to minimize waste and maximize benefits. Since independence, India has made substantial strides in creating water infrastructure. We have increased our dam numbers from 300 to 6,000 with creation of live storage of around 257 BCM and expanded our canal network substantially, showcasing our nation's engineering prowess. However, this growth has met with challenges. Annual per capita water availability, which was of the order of 6,000 cubic meters at the time of independence, has drastically reduced to around 1,300 cubic meters now. In the initial phase of independence, the focus was on development. However, with the passage of time, while we continue to develop project storage, there is a need to shift our focus toward management. We must prioritize water conservation, implement smart water solutions, irrigation systems, promote water-saving technologies, and also leverage innovation and technologies to address water energy nexus. Advances in desalination, water recycling can help us meet the growing demands while reducing environmental impacts. Considering the importance of integrated approach dealing with all facets of water, Government of India under visionary leadership of our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji created a Jal Shakti ministry dealing with one window solution for all water sector in the country. Under dynamic leadership of our Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Sri C.R. Patil ji, ministry is spearheading a large number of flagship programs to ensure water security in the country. The ministry has undertaken wide-scale Jal Shakti Abhiyan, Catch the Rain, to underline the importance of water conservation, rainwater harvesting, and groundwater recharge in the wake of climate change, and increasing water challenges through people's movement called Jan Andolan. To manage our critical groundwater resources, Atal Bhujal Yojana is being undertaken, which uses scientific approach of aquifer mapping and empowering local communities to manage this invisible resource. Interlinking of rivers is one of the major initiatives of the Government of India, which involves transfer of water from surplus basins to water deficit basins through a network of reservoirs and canals. Ken-Betwa project is the first to started, which will benefit Bundelkhand region of Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh, which faces recurrent drought situation. The project will provide annual irrigation benefits to an area of 10.62 lakh hectares, besides providing en route drinking water supply to various villages and the population of 62 lakh and generate 130 megawatt of power. Besides this, state governments are also working, as we have seen the example of Gujarat. Similarly, work is being done in Rajasthan on a large scale, as well as Maharashtra. Dam safety is another area which is the priority of these days. Accordingly, as Secretary Ma'am has also talked in the morning, Dam Safety Act 2020 was enacted by the Government of India to provide a comprehensive framework for surveillance, inspection, operation and maintenance of existing dams. In water sector, our approach is holistic addressing both supply-side management issues, creating infrastructure, as well as demand-side issues like water use efficiency, focus on diversification of crops, and efficient use of water at farm level. In the context of climate change, energy generation by fossil fuels has been the key issue. The world has recognized the critical need to address this challenge. The International Energy Association and International Renewable Energy forecast that to limit warming by 1.5 degrees centigrade, we would require 3 times more renewable energy by 2030, or at least of the order of 11,000 gigawatt. India has set an ambitious target of 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030, which is a part of country's commitment to reduce its reliance on fossil fuels and combat climate change. However, the shift to renewables comes with a challenge. The uncertainty in generation from renewable energy demands grid-scale storage capacities. Pumped storage projects are key to integration of highly variable renewable energy into our power system. Ministry of Power has also set a target of around 50 gigawatt of pumped storage capacity by 2032. We at WEPCOS under Ministry of Jal Shakti operate both in water and power sectors since last 5.5 decades and with footprints in more than 75 countries in Asia, Africa. Besides our neighbors, WEPCOS has gained insights into nuances of water and energy sectors through a diverse spectrum of projects. Some of the notable projects we have executed include Indira Gandhi Nehar project, Sardar Sarovar project, Godavari lift irrigation project in Maharashtra, Eastern Rajasthan Canal project, Badbud Boraj, Narayanpur left bank canal project, Polavaram project, etc. While in the energy sector, we have built the Afghan-India Friendship Dam and have played a stellar role in development of hydroelectric projects in Bhutan, Nepal, and in our neighbors. WEPCOS is the leading player in development of pumped storage projects. We are associated with development of Purulia pumped storage in West Bengal of 900 megawatt from concept to commissioning. Presently, we are associated with more than 25 such projects at various stages of development. To conclude, we must prioritize water conservation and efficiency in water use and energy production. This includes implementing smart irrigation systems, promoting water-saving technologies like micro-irrigation, pressurized irrigation network, and investing in renewable energy sources like solar and wind, besides reliance on pumped storage schemes. We must leverage innovation and technology and data, as has been talked by many speakers before. Advances in desalination, water recycling, water-efficient technologies can help us meet growing demands of water. International cooperation and knowledge sharing is essential. As already shared by fellow panelists, we can learn from each other's success and challenges. Let's work together across borders and boundaries to ensure that water and energy are managed wisely, shared fairly, and preserved for generations to come. I trust that this conference will pave way for fruitful discussions over 2 days. I thanks ICID for inviting me to today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agrawal, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, now I invite Mr. Krishnan Pallasana, Senior Specialist FAO, on his presentation and address on primacy of people's participation for sustainable water resources.
Greetings to all the distinguished participants and speakers. And thank you so much to ICID for inviting FAO to this event. And let me start by congratulating ICID on this fantastic milestone of 75 years. And I do wish that it goes for many, many, many decades and centuries to come. In fact, the topic that we are discussing today has been a topic of extraordinary relevance of the past, significance of today, and of course, increasingly relevance in the times to come. And I know that as the last speaker, there will be an expectation that I'll conserve some of the time from my speech, and I promise to do that. And second, if at all you listen to some strange growling noise, it will be coming from my stomach. Water is so intrinsic to human civilization that the human civilization itself flourished along the river basins. We all know that. And food was the first organized industry that human beings actually took care of, farming, right? And this food and water, the two sides of the same coin, is so fundamental that somehow we have taken it for granted. That what we considered something in abundance is actually no more abundant. It's becoming scarce day by day. The water is so important that we don't even realize this fact that more than 80% of our body is actually water. That the two most important organs that we have, the heart and the brain, almost 3/4 of it is actually made of water. So much so, in Brihan-Narayana Upanishad, one of the slokas says that actually while everything is made of water, they go to the next level of saying is that even gods are made of water. Very interesting observation. They didn't say that water is God. They say that gods are made of water. That is the importance of water in our life, which we have actually taken for granted so far. Oops, did it go off? Can we have the presentation put up again, please? If we consider India, there is no other country that is as diverse of India. You take whichever diversity yardstick that you want to look at. And when I looked into the extent of water resources in the country, a similar picture emerges. We are talking about 170 plus major rivers, close to 500 total rivers, 9 major river systems, 25 major river basins, 103 sub-basins, hundreds of large, medium, and small dams, 2.5 million lakhs or 2.5 million water bodies, and 2.34 lakhs minor irrigation schemes, though half of them are defunct by now. And add to this, the much needed water resources, all these are actually adding to the much needed water resources that every corner of India needs, and it's actually serving close to 150 million farmers, of which 80% of them are smallholders, who are involved in complex, diverse, and increasingly uncertain vocation of agriculture. And that vocation actually engages more than 55% of our total workforce. And that too across 15 agroclimatic regions, 128 agroclimatic zones, and engaging close to 95,000 water user associations, thousands of farmers' collectives, including FPOs and FPCs, and millions of self-help groups. The sheer size, the vastness, and complexity seems overwhelming, but I think somewhere along, as the India moves, the public and social institutions have somehow made the vast, complex institutions move forward. However, like any other system, our water resources system also faces many a challenge. Despite its vastness, we have been able to reach only about half of our entire cultivable land with the irrigation facility that we have. It is estimated that half of our water, I mean the percentage goes from 40 to 70% depending upon the report that you read, but half of the water is either lost or wasted due to seepage, drainage, evaporation, multiple reasons. Since water is the primary ingredient in agriculture, while there are improved methods and sustainable practices available for farmers to enhance water efficiency and strengthen resilience, only about 4% of our farmers are actually practicing any form of sustainable agriculture. There's a big challenge that is in front of us and way to go. To address these challenges and issues, we can see that there has been a massive initiative in recent times to modernize our irrigation as well as agricultural systems. In fact, we listened to Madam Secretary also today morning. On one hand, there's an increasing investment happening in modernization of irrigation infrastructure to ensure improved efficiency and effectiveness. The approach toward modernization has adopted 3 components. A, the improved infrastructure that includes pressure piped irrigation systems, targeted, on-demand, precision irrigation systems, etc. And the second is use of digital technology and data systems, including smart technology, to ensure smart control and real-time decision support using data. And the third is a larger push that is happening towards sustainable agriculture practices and systems, especially targeting those water-intense crops. So when we talk about water-intense crops, we don't realize that when we are actually exporting basmati water, we are also exporting basmati rice, we are also exporting water from India, which we never think about. However, the success of these modernization efforts will solely and largely depend on one key aspect, that is the people. While infrastructure, technology, smart agriculture systems are the essential components of a larger techno-managerial approach to modernization of irrigation, such systems have to be built on the sound foundation of the users of this water, the users of these systems and services, that is our farming community. And if you have to think about that farming community, there are two important considerations that comes to mind. Number one, we need to realize that farmers or water users are not mere recipients of the services or recipients of our systems. They are not mere recipients of those services of the systems, but they have to be active partners in this process, right from the assessment and design stage to execution, transfer, and ownership. And in this case, engaging farmers are not just an option for us, or not just a component of the work we want to undertake, but an integral, and should be an integral and non-negotiable part of the overall system. Very recently, a couple of months ago, I was in a pressure-piped irrigation multi-purpose dam construction site in Rajasthan area. And in fact, they have actually laid out hundreds of meters of pressure pipe systems as a part of this modernization. But very interestingly, I found that the formation of the water user associations was actually handed over to the contractor, and the contractor formed the water user association much later after the installation of all these systems, that it becomes merely a tick mark in the checklist that they have, rather than building a sustainable, owned system the way forward. It should not happen. The second part is that the modernization effort has to happen by putting farmers at the center of the system, not as a subset of the system. This requires a paradigm shift in our thinking. That means that we have to build systems not by asking farmers to adapt to those systems, but we have to build systems that will adapt to the farmers' needs and requirements. So there's a paradigm shift in the way we need to think. We have to adapt our systems and technologies to meet farmers' requirements. We should not ask the farmers to adapt themselves to the emerging technology and modernization that is happening. Such an approach requires different ways of thinking, design, and implementation. And there are numerous examples from the world over to demonstrate that the importance of community engagement is paramount in terms of ensuring ownership. There are 4 or 5 key aspects, and I will stop after that. Number one is the importance of the institutions. Here we are talking about the water user associations, which are mandated to take care of this water infrastructure. They have to be democratically elected, well-represented, inclusive, local institutions, which will strengthen the institutional architecture. So one is this institutional building. The second is the knowledge and capacity. There is no doubt that these water user associations or the institutions should have the skills, competence, and capacities to provide leadership to manage, maintain those water resources. But along with those skills and competencies, there's also a need for us to enhance or inculcate a clear vision, the empathy, and a thinking of justice, so that water as a critical asset is actually distributed in an equitable way throughout. The third important aspect is the need for financial resources. On one hand, this infrastructure will need resources to continue, to maintain, to operate, to manage as we go along. But there is also a need for the water user associations to generate a revenue model, an incentive, so that there is a continued interest in them for them to continue engaging in this way of aspect. Just telling them that, depending upon their goodwill, pure intent is not sufficient. There has to be an incentive-based model for the farmers to actually take care of those systems, and we need to identify those income streams, those value addition that we are going to bring because of these systems. And the fourth is about convergence and interdependence. You look at any particular grassroots level right now, there are SHGs, there are FPOs, there are FPCs, there are producer groups, there are committees on nutrition, committees on sanitation, committees on healthcare. Every village has got so many committees, and now we are also adding a water user association to that. There has to be somewhere along we need to streamline and bring convergence onto these so that people are not becoming weary or fatigued by this number of committees and institutions that they're having. We need to optimize them and to ensure that they are actually working very well. And these institutions that we are talking about has to integrate very well with both the administration as well as the elected Panchayati Raj institutions on ground. So this convergence is very important. And finally, there has to be an enabling policy environment. That's been talked about earlier also. There has to be programmatic convergence. There has to be resource allocation. And our policies have to be flexible and adaptive. We should not have a one-size-fits-all policy when it comes to irrigation agriculture, because what works in one village in a district may not work in a different village. So it has to be adaptive, tailor-made, rather than one-size-fits-all approach. And this programmatic convergence, resource allocation, and adaptive plans, which also should take care of ensuring the resilience as we go forward. So institutions, knowledge and capacity, incentives and resources, convergence and interdependencies, and enabling policy environments are the five criteria for the success of any community-owned, community-based water resource management system. Finally, I am once again underlining that when it comes to people, we should have a paradigm shift from a consultative approach to a co-ownership approach. People should feel that they own the infrastructure, own the assets that are being created for them, and we need to hand it over to them to do that. The second is, let us also invest in the social capital. The long-term sustainability hinges on empowering communities, not just through infrastructure, but also through trust building, training, and inclusive institutions. And for this, there's a need for behavioral change at all levels, not behavioral change just among farmers, but behavioral change among stakeholders, including PRIs, government institutions, policymakers, and all of us here. Thank you very best. Thank you, and all the very best for you.
Thank you, Mr. Krishnan Pallasana, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the conclusion of our high-level dialogue session. With this, we thank all our eminent speakers who have joined us not only by being offline with us, by being available here, but also online. As we conclude, this was a very deeply insightful session. Our sincere thanks once again to all our esteemed speakers for sharing their perspectives on climate resilience, water security, and food sustainability. May we carry these ideas and they guide us into impactful action as we move forward in today's summit. As a token of our gratitude, we would like to present our speakers who are available with us here with a memento, and I request Dr. Marco Arcieri, President ICID, to kindly present a memento to Ms. Mikiko Tanaka, Head Sub-Regional Office for South and Southwest Asia, UN SCAP. And please come or join us on the dais. I request Mr. Saroj Kumar Jha to join us next. Thank you, Ms. Tanaka. I also request Mr. Saroj Kumar Jha to kindly receive the felicitation. Please go. I request Mr. Mukesh Puri, CMD SSNNL, Government of Gujarat. Okay, sir, thanks. I request Mr. R.K. Agrawal, CMD Webcos. Thank you so much for your address, sir. Yes, yes. And I request Mr. Krishnan Palasana to join us on the dais after this. Mr. Marco, I again request you to honor Mr. Krishnan Palasana. Thank you for your time and presence. Thank you, Dr. Marco. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank all of you for your very attentive presence. We invite all of you to join us for lunch now, and we would begin our ICID Platinum Jubilee session immediately after lunch at 2 o'clock. May I request all of you to join us at 2 o'clock now for our ICID Platinum Jubilee session. Thank you so much. Enjoy the lunch break. Of connecting nations through knowledge, science, and shared purpose in irrigation and drainage. Let us now take a moment to honor this journey and the global impact it has created. We will begin this session by a short film titled Memories, 75 Years of ICID. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our most important, most look forward session of the day, the ICID Platinum Jubilee. Let's begin by the short film on Memories, 75 Years of ICID. Well, that was a very nostalgic journey down the memory lane. Ladies and gentlemen, ICID's Platinum Jubilee is not only a time to reflect on the past, but also to chart a bold path forward. Next, we are going to present the World Declaration by ICID, a landmark articulation of our shared goals in water, food, and climate security across the world. This year, the topic is Best Irrigation Practices for a Water and Food Secure World in the context of climate change for optimal utilization of our water resources. Ladies and gentlemen, this World Declaration has also been supported by many international organizations. Let us begin by a short film on the World Declaration by ICID.
World Declaration on the Best Irrigation Practices for Water and Food Security in the Context of Climate Change Preamble. The world is facing unprecedented challenges in ensuring water and food security for its growing population. Climate change is exacerbating these challenges, threatening various climate-sensitive sectors such as water, agriculture, energy, etc. The global population is projected to reach 9.8 billion by 2050, with most growth occurring in developing regions. The global community needs to change the way things are being done now. For example, the agriculture sector needs to produce more food by using less water. Additionally, with improvement in living standards, there has been a significant shift in dietary pattern. The consumption of meat and dairy products has increased, even in emerging economies. This shift in dietary pattern drove a corresponding rise in livestock support involving expanded infrastructure, feed production, and veterinary services to sustain larger animal populations. Various estimates suggest that by 2050, about 70% of the population will live in urban areas, increasing pressure on water, food, and energy nexus. This declaration aims to promote best irrigation practices, sustainable water management, and to ensure water and food security for all. The challenges of providing water and food security. The global freshwater demand is estimated at approximately 4,000 to 4,600 billion cubic meters per year. The global per capita water availability has been declining due to population growth, migration of people from rural to urban areas, land degradation, and climate change. In sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia, where population growth rates are much higher than the global average, the per capita water availability has considerably gone down. As a result of human population growth, change in dietary consumption patterns, the global food demand is expected to be about 3 billion tons of cereals, up from approximately 2 billion tons in 2012. And 450 to 470 million tons of meat, up from approximately 300 million tons in 2012 annually. The availability and requirement of food varies significantly across different regions of the globe. Maximum stress generally in poor, developing countries, causing further stress on already water-stressed regions. Urbanization and improvement in living standards has resulted into increase in the disposable incomes, leading to change in consumption and dietary pattern towards processed and convenience foods, which has resulted into increased water demands and also competition and conflicts across water-using sectors. The livestock population also grew manifold, increasing the demand for fodder. Based on available estimates, global water demand for all uses, agriculture, industry, and domestic, is projected to rise by 20 to 30% from current levels by 2050. Generally, there are low water use efficiencies and low water and land productivity in agriculture, especially in developing countries. Climate change, a threat multiplier. Rising temperatures, changing precipitation patterns, and increased frequency of extreme weather events have been altering the availability and reliability of water resources. This, in turn, affects agricultural productivity, water and food security, and the livelihoods of millions of people. Impact of climate change on water resources. A water resources availability is, more or less, finite, but intra- and interannual variability of water is expected to increase. With climate change, the pattern of precipitation has also been changing. Number of rainy days are reducing and more intense rainfall events are being witnessed, leading to issues related to flood management and longer dry spells leading to prolonged droughts. While demand for water for various uses has been rising, the supply of water is getting more and more erratic and unpredictable. It is becoming increasingly difficult to meet the increased water demands from the erratic water supply. It is estimated that with every 1 degree Celsius of warming, global water demand is likely to increase by 2 to 3% due to higher crop irrigation needs and human consumption. If warming hits 3 degrees by 2100, there may be a 6 to 9% demand spike. Since 1980s, global glacier mass has decreased by about 6% per decade. Himalayan glaciers, the source of water to about 1.9 billion people, are receding at 0.31 mm per year. Estimates suggest that by 2100, 30 to 90% of Himalayan glaciers may vanish under high emission scenarios, causing great water-related distress in the Indian subcontinent. The increased rate of melting of glaciers may initially result in increase in river flows. However, a substantial reduction in glacial mass over time will ultimately result in decreased river flows. Central and South Asia, especially Himalayan and Pamirian glacier-fed rivers, could see 20 to 40% less flow by 2100 bond. As glaciers shrink, the water supplies dwindles, threatening water and food security. Impact of climate change on meeting the food requirements. Heat waves caused by climate change, in most cases, are reducing crop productivity, especially in tropical regions. The crop yields have been generally falling in many regions under climate change impact. Maize. Global yields may drop 24% by late century, with declines already evident in the U.S. or Brazil, and Africa due to heat and drought. Wheat, with increased temperatures, the yields could increase 17% globally due to CO2 fertilization and longer seasons in temperate regions. However, tropical regions may have reduced yields. Rice. Globally declining by 0.3% annually, with South Asia particularly vulnerable to erratic rainfall and frequent floods in rainy season. Other crops. Plantain production has fallen 43% over 20 years due to heat, and cocoa and coffee face challenges from erratic rainfall and pests. Principles of sustainable irrigation and agricultural practices. Sustainable water management, efficient water resources management systems, water conservation and protection of water sources. Climate resilient agriculture. Climate resilient agricultural practices, including drought-tolerant crops and climate-smart farming techniques. Water-food energy nexus. Recognizing interconnectedness of water, food, and energy security, and adopting integrated management approaches. Equity and inclusion. Equal access to water and food for all, particularly vulnerable populations, and participatory decision-making processes. Way forward for climate resilience and sustainability of resources. Water resources infrastructure development and asset management to enhancing water conservation and harnessing both surface water and groundwater. Creation of appropriately sized water resources, storage infrastructure and artificial recharge of groundwater. Intra-basin transfer of waters from the surplus to the deficit basins. Aligning of canals to increase irrigation efficiency by reducing seepage losses in the conveyance systems. Expansion of water resources infrastructure to meet the agricultural water requirements. Maintenance of existing water resources infrastructure for enhanced efficiency to serve the humanity longer, including adopting dam and network safety protocols. Adequate and sustained investment for developing water resources infrastructure, as well as maintaining the existing infrastructure. Technological development and scientific innovations. The adoption of latest technology, modeling systems, and communication network will help in managing the growing water and food demands. Promoting micro-irrigation systems, drip and sprinkler systems, to increase water use efficiency in irrigation. Using pressurized irrigation network, PN, to reduce seepage and evaporation losses. Promoting smart and digital agriculture, encourage the use of precision agriculture technologies, such as precision irrigation and crop monitoring, to optimize water use and crop yields. Use of advanced technologies such as IoT sensors, drones, and data analytics to optimize crop yields. Deployment of canal automation, coupled with AI and ML-driven tools, to optimize water scheduling and reduce wastageos seasonal weather forecasts using process-based models or AI and ML-based models for advanced preparations and mobilization. Big data analytics can be used to analyze large datasets on climate, soil, and crop yields, enabling farmers to make data-driven decisions about irrigation and crop management. Supporting water productivity enhancement, use of high-yielding variety seeds. Use of alternative non-conventional resources for irrigation and horticulture, e.g., gray water, wastewater, desalinated water, etc. Recycle, reduce, and reuse of water. Sustainable region-specific cropping pattern. Promote the use of drought-tolerant and climate-resilient crops to reduce water requirements and enhance food security. Crop selection can help farmers adapt to changing climate conditions and reduce the risk of crop failure. Land preparation and soil health monitoring using satellite remote sensing, SRS, and drones. Promote soil/water conservation agriculture practices, such as mulching and cover cropping, to reduce soil erosion and enhance water retention. Conservation agriculture can improve soil health, reduce erosion, and increase water availability. Use of renewable energy for sustainability of irrigation. Water governance. Institutional reforms for management of water resources with river basin as a hydrological unit. The reforms will include a creation of river basin authorities, trans-boundary water cooperation. Data, information, and knowledge sharing are critical for promoting best water resources management practices. Governments, international organizations, and civil society can establishment of reliable and scientific database related to water demand, usage, and forecast. Seamless sharing of data is necessary for ensuring transboundary cooperation among the co-basin states countries. Sharing knowledge and expertise on best water resources management practices, climate-resilient agriculture and water management. Collaboration on research and development in best irrigation practices, climate-resilient agriculture and water management. Technical and financial assistance to countries and farmers to adopt best irrigation practices and climate-resilient agriculture. Formation and promotion of water users associations and participatory irrigation management. Incentives for adopting best practices to farmers, such as subsidies for drip irrigation systems, solar pumps, and precision agriculture technologies. Auditing and accounting of water. Gender responsive water policies and management. Policy support. Develop, review, and implement policies that support the adoption of best irrigation practices, climate resilient agriculture, and water conservation. Alignment of appropriate water policies with UN Sustainable Development Goals relevant to water. Unibody, SDG 6.4.1 and SDG 6.4.2. Adopt integrated water resources management, IWRM approach for sustainable development and optimal utilization of water resources. Review the irrigation water pricing policy for sustaining the water resources infrastructure. Promoting risk management approaches including crop insurance. Alignment of water policy with policies of other sectors. Integrated irrigation and drainage management. Formulation of drought resilient and flood mitigation policies including proper O&M of water resources systems. Formulation of climate change adaptation strategies. Maintaining balance between development and environment. Information, knowledge, and technology transfer. The dissemination of best practices for optimal utilization of water resources needs to be promoted by providing knowledge sharing platforms for water resources management, irrigation and drainage professionals. Promoting regional cooperation, dissemination of data, information, tools, knowledge, and know-how among all stakeholders. R&D, capacity building and adequate funding. Stakeholder engagement. Engage with stakeholders, including farmers, water managers, policymakers, and civil society organizations, to promote best irrigation practices and climate-resilient agriculture. Investing in R&D for irrigation not only addresses immediate agricultural challenges but also builds resilient systems for future global food demands. Adequate funding mechanism required to ensure timely O&M of existing irrigation infrastructure. Summing up sustainable climate-resilient best irrigation practices based on equity and inclusion, transboundary and regional cooperation, adoption of latest technology scientific innovations, adequate funding support, robust governance, stakeholder and community participation are essential for ensuring water and food security in an environmentally sound manner. We, therefore, call for joint efforts to achieve a water-secure world free of poverty and hunger through sustainable water development and management. Water, food, and energy security are interlinked, hence may be managed adopting a holistic approach and ensuring environmental sustainability. Continued cooperation among all stakeholders for the development and management of water resources. Empowering women and youth in water management. Increase in water storage and irrigation infrastructure and adopting dam safety protocols. Promoting use of non-conventional water resources for irrigation and horticulture. Adoption of latest technologies in irrigation water management to improve water use efficiency and increase crop productivity. Reviewing the policy for pricing of irrigation water to recover the O&M costs to ensure the sustainability and longevity of the irrigation infrastructure. Updated guidelines and protocols may be aligned with UN SDGs and addressing the concerns related to climate change in an environmentally sustainable manner. Funding agencies to prioritize and support countries requiring development of water resources infrastructure. By adopting this declaration, we can work together to ensure water, food, and energy security for all, while promoting sustainable water management and climate-resilient agriculture practices. The organizations supporting this declaration commit to collaborate with all partners and stakeholders that share this common vision.
Well, that was that was the World Declaration by ICID, and now I request President ICID Dr. Marco, as well as I also request the President Honorary Dr. Chandra A. Madram Muta, and also President Honorary Dr. Felix. I also request Professor Bartali, and I also request Dr. Rakesh Gupta ji to kindly join us on the dais to release the World Declaration. And I request all our delegation in the audience, please from your own seat, you can join in the release of the World Declaration. We are going to release the World Declaration now. We have on the dais Dr. Marco Arcieri, President ICID, Professor Dr. Chandra A. Madra Mutu, President Honorary ICID Canada, Engineer Felix Brits Reinders, President Honorary ICID South Africa. We have Professor Bartali from Morocco, and we also have Dr. Rakesh Gupta. We are releasing the World Declaration. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, well, ICID is organizing World Irrigation Forum in September in Kuala Lumpur. On behalf of ICID, I invite all of you to join us in this very important conference in the field of irrigation. We look forward to seeing you all in September in Kuala Lumpur. Now we would have a very short film, ladies and gentlemen, The Curtain Raiser to World Irrigation Forum 4. All right. Before we do the curtain raiser to the World Irrigation Forum, from the online medium, our Malaysian committee will be joining us, and they would also like to extend the invitation. Can we link to the Malaysian team, please?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Madam MC? Can I start? Madam, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon and warm greetings from organizing committee of the 4th World Irrigation Forum and 76 IEC meetings. Dear Mr. President ICID, Dr. Marco Arcieri, Secretary General Dr. R.K. Gupta, all President Honorary and Vice President Honoraries, all Office Bearer of ICID, Organizing Committee of Indo-Global Irrigation Summit 2025 and ICID Platinum Jubilee, all delegations, presenters, participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We from Malaysia National Committee of Irrigation and Drainage have to apologize to ICID for not being able to join physically the gathering this time in New Delhi due to a very tight schedule this week with our ministry in Kuala Lumpur related to our forum this coming September 2025. Thank you so much, Dr. Gupta, for the opportunity given to us for curtain raiser of World Irrigation Forum 4. On behalf of ICID and Malaysia National Committee on Irrigation and Drainage, it is with great pleasure that I extend an open invitation to all global experts, researchers, practitioners, and solution providers in the field of irrigation, drainage, and water management to join us this coming 7 to 13 September 2025 at the World Trade Center, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. This year, under the thought-provoking theme, Is Irrigation a Sunset Industry? We will explore the future of irrigation in the face of climate change, technological advancement, and global food security challenges. Together, we will foster innovation, collaboration, and knowledge exchange across 4 dynamic sub-themes. We anticipate that the participants, over 1,200 delegates from 60 countries, and also 80 exhibition booths, with 30% expected to be international. We are also pleased to invite all companies, institutions, and innovators to be part of World Irrigation Forum exhibition, an exclusive platform to showcase your latest technologies, products, and services to a truly global audience. With over 80 booths and thousands of participants expected, this is a prime opportunity to engage, network, and make an impact. Malaysia awaits you with open arms. Its rich agricultural heritage, world-class facilities, and vibrant cultural provide the perfect setting for this prestigious global forum. Join us in shaping the future of sustainable irrigation and water management. We look forward to see you all in Kuala Lumpur. Thank you, everybody.
Assalamualaikum and warm greetings. I am Yuslina Haji Muhammad Sani, Chairman of MANSID, the Malaysian National Committee on Irrigation and Drainage. It is with great pleasure that I extend this invitation to attend the 4th World Irrigation Forum and 76th International Executive Council meeting, which is scheduled to take place at the World Trade Center in Kuala Lumpur from 7 to 13 September 2025. The event, organized under the theme Is Irrigation a Sunset Industry?, will bring together experts, policymakers, and practitioners to explore the future of irrigation and drainage in addressing the critical challenges of our time. The objective of this event is to collectively seek solutions to this pressing question and to establish a foundation for the advancement of sustainable water management practices. The forum will focus on 4 key sub-themes. First, irrigation and drainage challenges for food security in a changing world. Second, technology and modernization in the agricultural sector for food security. And third, innovation policies, services delivery, and financing mechanisms to meet future challenges. And fourth, nature-based solutions in agriculture to promote ecological resilience. This forum represents a distinctive occasion for Malaysian government agencies and ICID members from across the globe to engage in high-level discussion, exchange innovative ideas, and establish partnerships that will shape the future of sustainable irrigation. In addition to the enriching sessions and exhibitions, participants will experience the vibrant culture and warm hospitality of Malaysia, making this an impactful and memorable event. We are delighted to welcome you to attend this forum to influence the future of irrigation and establish sustainable solutions to the challenges currently facing the sector. See you there.
Well, we look forward to seeing you all in September in Kuala Lumpur, ladies and gentlemen. And now, I would invite Dr. Chandra A. Madramutu, President Honorary ICID Canada, for his presentation on irrigation and drainage modernization and expansion in Canada, a global success story.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me say what a pleasure it is for me to be invited by ICID to say a few words at this Indo-Global Irrigation Summit. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate ICID on this very memorable occasion of its 75th platinum anniversary. It is a testimony to the organization, as many have said before, that the organization has been able to successfully work with member countries around the world to be able to provide technical guidance, best practices, and policies that enable the success of our irrigation and drainage systems and flood control systems around the world to be able to achieve food security. I know, speaking as the President Honorary of ICID, where I've had the pleasure to be President from 2008 to 2011, and prior to that, a Vice President of ICID and Chairman of many of its working groups, that ICID has always been viewed as the premier organization in agricultural water management, irrigation and drainage in terms of obtaining information on best practices and policies. And this is possible by the hard work of our national committees, by the experts who serve on our national committees and who give tirelessly of their time in addition to their professional responsibilities to ensure the vitality of providing water in a sustainable manner for food security. And so I'm confident with what I have seen in ICID since my involvement in the 1980s that ICID will remain one of the premier organizations devoted to water and food security. Let me speak today in my capacity as a former chairman of the Canadian National Committee on Irrigation and Drainage, and my long-standing involvement over 50 years working in the irrigation and drainage sector in Canada. I want to talk about the modernization and expansion of irrigation and drainage in Canada, which I consider, and we in CANCID consider to be a global success story. Canada is one of the leading food producers in the world. We have a small population, just 30 million people with a large land mass, and we have dedicated ourselves in agriculture and food production in Canada to be a global leader in the supply of food products internationally, using water, using technologies in irrigation and drainage to be able to supply food for the export market in several parts of the world. And it is this value-added industry using water as a critical input that has enabled Canada to be such a success story. But not only water, use of other technologies, genetics, mechanization, precision agriculture, digital agriculture, remote sensing, all of these have played a very significant part, together with water, in ensuring that Canada remains a leader in the production of food. And as we can see here, with the need for food production to increase by 70% and population projections of about 11 billion people by the year 2100, Canada, the United States, Brazil, Argentina, and Russia will be among the top 5 food producers in the world. And this is what Canada continues to drive. This is what drives Canadian agriculture and water management in Canadian agriculture going forward. As I mentioned, we occupy a vast geographical space from coast to coast to coast. We're blessed with an abundance of water supply, primarily from the north of the country. But every single province, going from east to west or west to east, plays a very critical role in producing crops, livestock, fisheries. And we're also blessed not only with an abundance of water supplies, but we're blessed with a variety of soil types that enable the production of food in every single climatic region, going from the very wet, humid regions in the east and the west to the arid and semi-arid regions in the prairies of middle of Canada. But each one of these geographical regions has its own limitations to the production of food, primarily because of the climate that is so highly variable from east to west. And as you can see here, our largest irrigated provinces lie within the prairie regions of Western Canada, in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, in parts of Manitoba. And of those 3 provinces, Alberta has over 70% of the irrigated land. 44 million hectares of agricultural land in Canada, and just over 1.2 million acres of irrigated land is in Alberta. And what you'll notice there is that in the largest irrigated province of Alberta, the land area under irrigation is continuing to increase. But it's continuing to increase under a very interesting scenario that's an important lesson for all of us in the room. And that is that the province of Alberta has implemented a cap on water. And there's a Water for Life strategy that was enacted by the government of Alberta. That because of the competition of water from all sectors of the economy, the amount of water going to irrigation, which was above 80%, close to 85%, there was a cap on that amount of water because of all the growth in the other sectors of the economy that required water. And so Alberta has been able to achieve the 6% growth in irrigated land because of its efficiency of its irrigation systems, the attention it has paid towards the modernization of irrigation, the more efficient usage of water. So it has not been achieved solely by expanding with the existing amounts of water. It is expanded by being able to use less water. And that, I think, is one of the remarkable success stories, which I will talk about some more. And as you can see here from the irrigation, the water allocations, that agriculture uses about 44%, close to 45% of the water from its river systems, which is vast. But each one of these sectors demands more and more water. The municipal sector, the oil and gas sector, the manufacturing sector continues to demand more water. But agriculture's share has been diminishing in order to allow those other sectors of the economy to grow. And some of the interesting facts that have been touched upon earlier today is that in the case of Alberta, there are 13 farmer-owned, irrigator-owned irrigation districts. In terms of institutionalization and governance, the irrigation sector has been completely devolved to the irrigators who come together and form these irrigation districts. And we can see also in the case of Lake Diefenbaker in Saskatchewan, the same thing is happening. The emergence of the irrigation districts that are responsible for the operation, the maintenance, the collection of fees, with very little support, financial support, I should say, from the provincial governments of Alberta and Saskatchewan. Going so far as to say that it's the irrigation districts in Alberta and Saskatchewan that drive the innovation, that drives the technology development, that drives a lot of the policies that take place, with the enabling support of the provincial governments. One of the things to notice here, as I mentioned before, is moving away from some of the traditional crops, such as the forage crops, more to cereal crops and specialty crops. And we see that some of these crops are actually forage crops, for example, which used to be mainly grown for livestock production and beef production. It's now the specialty crops that are becoming much more important. The cereal crops, the oilseed crops, in the case of Saskatchewan, the majority of which goes to export markets. And that is what is providing some of the economic and financial incentives to drive the innovation in the irrigation industry. But industry faces challenges. And we've heard before, we've seen in the declaration, the challenges around climate change and the impacts that a change in climate will have on moisture availability. And you'll see here that if you look towards the future between 2040 and 2069, the areas in the south of British Columbia, Alberta in particular, will get drier and drier. And the difference between precipitation and potential evapotranspiration would be between 400 to 500 millimeters. So with that kind of scenario, that kind of backdrop, what needs to be done within the irrigation sector to be able to meet these challenges of water shortages and drought stress going forward. And here's where the innovations are taking place to be able to cope with a couple of important factors. Not just climate, change in climate, change in water, change in heat and temperature, but also how to meet the water requirements under this diminished resource in the Alberta Water for Life strategy by making some very significant investments in irrigation technology. In Alberta, about $5.4 billion is contributed by irrigation-dependent industries to the GDP. $3.2 billion in employment income, and roughly 46,000 new jobs are being created through these developments that are taking place. And this shows very clearly the socioeconomic benefits that are being provided by the irrigation sector. As you can see here, as I mentioned before, this movement away from the primary commodities to the value-added commodities by the investments that are being made through things like precision irrigation, variable rate irrigation, and also drip irrigation. And this shift from low pressure systems to the center pivot irrigation systems, the variable rate irrigation systems, we see that for every dollar invested, there's a return of about $3.50 in revenue within the province. And as we've been growing the irrigation efficiency through these shifts into more precision irrigation methods, you can see here that the irrigation system efficiency has been continually rising. And that's what I mentioned before. The increase in irrigated area has been due to these direct benefits of improvements in the irrigation efficiency. Today, that kind of efficiency of 85% is very hard to be achieved in many parts of the world. But this is one of the hallmarks of the Canadian irrigation industry, which, as I said, ought to be regarded as a global success story. We're able to irrigate more land with the same volume of water. And this shows very clearly what has been happening when you invest in efficiencies, how the water productivity continues to go up. And as you can see now, in 2025, we're almost at 20 kilograms per cubic meter of water input into the system per kilogram of grain that is being produced. And this has been a constant increase, as you can see here, over the years through the dedicated efforts of our irrigators to implement things such as variable rate irrigation and precision irrigation. That today, right now as we speak, there's about $1 billion being invested to expand 81,000 hectares over the next several years, over the next decade. An increase in crop and livestock sales by 76%, an increase in the annual GDP to $477 million, and that 73,000 permanent jobs and 1,400 construction jobs are currently in place to help to achieve this expansion of 81 200,000 hectares. And this has been done primarily with investments from the irrigation districts, the 13 irrigation districts, some supportive funding from the provincial government, and some through the Canada Infrastructure Bank as well. In Saskatchewan, they're doing very much the same with their irrigation expansion and development, and from some of their reservoirs, such as the Lake Diefenbaker Reservoir. And some of the shifts that will be seen over the next couple of years as they put more land, close to 250,000 hectares under irrigation over the next period. One of their projects, they're investing $4 billion on the West Side Irrigation Project. And overall, as I said, 200,000 hectares is their goal to increase production through restoration, rehabilitation, and expansion of various main canals and in different parts of Saskatchewan as well. So unlike what we've heard this morning, this is not just new construction that is being done. This is rehabilitation and maintenance of existing infrastructure at the same time to make these accomplishable. Mentioned before, the use of precision irrigation that is now very common in Alberta and several parts of Saskatchewan. Precision irrigation, using variable rate irrigation to apply the right amount of water at the right time in the right place. And this has been done by some of the mapping that you see here, some of the spatial mapping of electrical conductivity of soils, sodium absorption ratios, and also elevation. And so by putting all of those pieces of information together in geographic information systems and different models, we've been able to develop these different management zones to be able to determine how much water to apply in different parts of the field. And all of this is set automatically in the irrigation pivots to be able to variably apply water as it circles the field. We're doing quite a bit on irrigation scheduling through sensors and sensor technologies, and being able to use different stages of the crop's growth, the phenological stages of the crop growth, to determine how much water to apply through different evapotranspiration models. And from that, we have been able to determine the amount of water to apply for optimum crop yield. Let me turn now to another development, and this is primarily in Eastern Canada, where we have very extensive subsurface drainage systems on over 2 million hectares of cropland to be able to improve the land productivity through reduced waterlogging and high water tables in the humid regions of Eastern Canada. Being able to lower the water table, to have warmer and drier soil conditions for seedbed preparation and germination, and improve field machine trafficability, and thereby artificially lengthening the growing season. So using new mechanization together with trenchless plows for subsurface drainage installation, we're able to artificially lower the water table, as I said, on some roughly 2 million hectares of land. Farmers today are using their yield maps on their combines to be able, together with digital maps, to identify low spots and wet spots in fields, and being able to put additional subsurface drainage lines in to lower the water table. And so by managing our subsurface drainage systems and the implementation of water table control with structures such as these, we're able to keep the water table at certain levels in the field to be able to reduce the amount of waterlogging that takes place in the root zone, but providing some additional benefits. And one of the additional benefits is to supply water by sub-irrigation into the crop root zone. And so no further investment is required in overhead irrigation. And the other benefit is that we can reduce the amount of nitrogen and phosphorus that comes out in the drainage water, and therefore you achieve a water quality benefit as well by implementing these systems of controlled drainage on our high water table soils. And so this is all about managing irrigation and drainage water to also protect biodiversity, to maintain various ecosystem functions, and to keep clean and healthy rivers to be able to provide ecological services. So it's how we frame our irrigation and drainage systems and water management systems to also protect the environment, have a sustainable environment, and to achieve the sustainable development goals. So once again, I thank you for the invitation to be able to give this talk and to salute ICID on this very historic milestone and to wish you very much success going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chandra, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now I invite Engineer Felix Brits Reinders, President Honorary ICID South Africa, for his presentation on celebrating irrigation technology.
Thank you very much, Program Director. For me, it is a special occasion to stand here in front of you, 2025, which is, of course, the special year of ICID celebrating its Platinum Jubilee year. And as we step into this 75th year of our foundation, I, as former president, 2017 to 2020, and participated since 1984. So for a big part of ICID, I traveled the journey with them. And I feel proud and honored to be part of an organization that has successfully steered through the testing times of agricultural water management and has sustainably created value for all its stakeholders. It's a matter of great pride for the ICID fraternity spread across the globe to observe the ICID Foundation Day. And as we celebrate the 75th Foundation Day of ICID, my best wishes to every one of you. The management board of ICID with President Marco Arcieri on the steer of that, all the national committees, and of course ICID staff with Secretary General Dr. Gupta heading it into the future. On this momentous occasion, my congratulations also with the Platinum Jubilee anniversary. So my talk this afternoon will be celebrating irrigation. Secretary General said to me, talk what you would like to talk about. And I thought, well, celebrating irrigation is appropriate. And globally, of course, many things are happening on the irrigation field. So I'll take you through a journey from introduction to the history and time, irrigation, smart irrigation, and conclusion. So first of all, in terms of the history of irrigation, with all the various technologies that are available, that we are utilizing, applying water artificially to grow crops, although only on 20% of the cropland. If we go back 6,000 years, ancient beginnings, the earliest known irrigation systems date back to the ancient Mesopotamia. But it was the king in Egypt that actually innovated the first irrigation. But the Sumerians, living in the Fertile Crescent between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, developed simple yet effective methods to channel water to their fields. Using networks of canals, dikes, and gates, they could control the flow of water, ensuring their crops received adequate water during dry periods. Similarly, of course, in ancient Egypt, the annual flooding of the Nile River was harnessed through basin irrigation. That is also where the Nilometer was developed to inform them when floods are occurring so that they can utilize that water for irrigation. Farmers built earthen embankments to capture flood waters, which then slowly seeped into the soil, nourishing crops. This technique was instrumental in supporting the agricultural productivity that underpinned the rise of the Egyptian civilization. That is just a map of the area in terms of ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, with the two rivers. And they called it the land between the two rivers, the cradle of Western civilization. Various techniques were utilized in terms of water distribution, both in Mesopotamia and in Egypt, with various types of pumps, taking the water out, and with the pumping of water for flood irrigation, the water-propelled water wheel, the sakia as it was called in those years, to lift the water out of the riverbed onto the flood-irrigated fields. Ancient China, of course, 3000 BC, also developed a lot of technologies. I was fortunate, together with President Marco, that middle picture, to be there, a scheme that has been developed 256 BC, Dudajang, 750,000 hectares, still operating, very successful. Now, irrigation studies and research over many years on the techniques of flood, sprinkler, mechanized, and micro-irrigation contributed tremendously to the knowledge base of applying irrigation methods correctly. In 1935, Orton Engelhardt invents the first impact sprinkler to water his orange groves in Glendora, California. That was the patent on the left-hand side, and that was the prototype that he built. And as you know, the sprinklers are what we use today, how it looks like. In the late 1940s, after World War II, rotating impact sprinklers with portable aluminum and light gauge pipes found its way to the worldwide markets. And that was almost, you could say, the beginning of more technological development of irrigation. The first center pivot was invented by a farmer, Mr. Zybeck from Nebraska in 1949. And the first marketable product was available in 1953. Now, Frank Zybeck, also a pivotal life, as a young man, born in 1894, at the age of 13, he developed his first invention. 1920, he developed some kind of attractive, mechanized way of plowing. And then, of course, 1947, he started with the development of the center pivot, with the history going towards 1954, when Valmont then bought that patent and they offered him 5% of all the sales. And of course, he passed away in 1980. That was his patent, July the 22nd, 1952. And the first model, you can see he could only irrigate fodder, not maize. So eventually it was lifted, that pipe with the cables and the A-frame, by the engineers of Valmont, that increased the way it can be applied to irrigated crops with the modern day center pivots that we are seeing today, operating successfully, applying water. Many farms were converted from flood to sprinkler and to flood irrigation. So different ways how the water was then distributed over the field in terms of obtaining more efficient ways of irrigating the fields with the center pivots. And that is just a picture of the way that they've installed. So if one look at just the center pivot industry, all types of irrigation in the world is about just over 300 million hectares. Center pivot comprises about 21 million. And then you'll see the number of center pivots in use today. Some of them are guesstimates because we do not have exact figures, but you can see USA, the leader, 200,000, Brazil, USSR, South Africa, and Saudi Arabia. And of course, in the meantime, agricultural irrigation developments rapidly expanded worldwide, and novel products such as drip irrigation, micro sprayers, and mechanized irrigation systems also found their way to the world. And in 1959, although already in the 1800s, people experimented with drip irrigation, but in 1959, a new technology of drip irrigation was introduced in Israel by Simcha Blas and his son Yeshayahu, where they developed and patented the first practical surface drip irrigation emitter. That is Simcha Blas, 1965, and the developments that took place up till the modern day drip irrigation that we are using today all over the world. Interesting enough, the micro sprayer concept was developed in South Africa to contain dust on mine heaps. But then a farmer from Ceres there in the Cape saw the product, took it to an irrigation company and said, "Can you manufacture something similar for my crops that I would like to irrigate?" And they then started the industry for micro sprayer on agricultural crops. And from there, much more advanced developments took place and used to apply water to mainly agricultural crops. A survey that has been done by ICID on a continuous basis, published the results not every 5 years. I did the summary. I was also responsible for keeping these statistics. So the next data that will be released is in 2026, next year. But you can see the growth that took place, more than 4,000% in terms of micro irrigation as it grew through the period of time. From 1981 up till 2021, rapidly increase in the usage. According to available statistics of ICID, 43 countries have implemented micro irrigation in their countries. Of these, a total of 15 countries with 44 companies are manufacturing and marketing drip irrigation products. Just going back to the center pivots, at one stage there were about 80 models available on the world market. But you can see all the countries where it has been applied. The top 10 micro irrigation countries, India, of course, number one, with a huge amount of micro irrigation installed, China, and then the rest follow with the installation. If one look at the percentage of penetration, you can see Israel at the bottom, 73.6% of their area that they irrigate is drip irrigation. And then all the other countries, Spain, Morocco, South Africa, up to Mexico, how they irrigate with micro as a percentage of the total irrigated area. If one just look at irrigation, of course, we know, we've heard it today, water is, of course, the one substance essential for life in terms of utilizing that not only for domestic or industry, but mainly for irrigated agriculture all over the world. 70%, as you've heard, have been used, starting from early beginnings, way back 6,000 BC, with different techniques, getting water out of wells onto the farmland, irrigating crops to provide food and fiber. But we need to increase that food and fiber going towards 2050 by 60%. Otherwise, we will have problems. So water dependent, rain-fed still is the main producer. 1,233 million hectares worldwide. Irrigated agriculture, about 300 million hectares. If one look at the statistics from ICID, you could see the total irrigated area, 300 million, with rice irrigated, 34 other crops, 198 million hectares, and then sprinkler, of which pivots made up 21 million, micro, that 18 to 20 million, and gravity irrigation still the biggest part. So irrigation, of course, utilized 70% of all water, applying water through different techniques, improved over these years, mainly from, you could say, after World War II in the 1940s, different sprinkler packages, center pivots, micro, and the principle of more crop per drop is the target, with utilizing of different techniques, applying it correctly, and adjusting to the climate change condition. So in terms of rain-fed agriculture, 1,233 million hectares, and irrigated agriculture, 300 million hectares. And in terms of the region-wise arable and permanent crop areas of the world, you see Asia is still the biggest, 544 million hectares, with the Americas, 376, Europe, and then Africa. And in terms of the proportion of the arable land in irrigation, you can see South Asia, 39.3% been irrigated, and then it is all the other countries, Latin America and Africa, only irrigate about 7% of the 42 million potential land that can be irrigated. In terms of the world irrigation scenario, you'll see from 1950, the start of ICID, and up till modern day, 300 million hectare. But what is of concern is the amount of irrigated areas, hectares per 1,000 people, is decreasing due to the growth of populations. So that is part of what we are concerned about. But there are three, you could say, major role players: research institutions, companies, and producers. And those three are making up the success in terms of applying and utilizing the water correctly in terms of irrigating the plants. So if one goes smart irrigation, we have seen the precision irrigation technologies that are coming onto the market, new developments that take place almost on a daily basis in many countries all over the world, where our young generation are walking into the world of technology, in the world of internet, of big data, and utilizing different techniques to predict, to plan, and to manage water is of essence in terms of going forward by utilizing these technologies. So the internet and the digitization of future to process information to digital format by generating a series of numbers that can be used for food production improvement. And if one just look at three of that, new innovative and emergent technologies or solutions in irrigation, to name but a few, can be grouped into three main categories. And some of them are already a reality. That is augmenting and improving water supply, improving water use efficiency, managing water demand and maintaining irrigation systems, augmenting, improving water supply. I'm not going through the list, but you can see different techniques, solar and wind, operating algorithms, integrated water management system, improving water use efficiency is high on the agenda. Together, of course, with water productivity, the pivot drip combination, pivoted sprinklers, integrated sensors and monitoring, applying micro-irrigation is still an ongoing process, managing water demand and maintaining irrigation systems, that alternate wetting and drying methodology, utilizing wetting front detectors, smart irrigation technology, and many more. So in conclusion, the role of technology and new ideas are essential in making agriculture resilient to a fast-changing climate when the demand for water is overstressed, use of computers and sensors for real-time decisions in cropping systems is increasing rapidly. Yet the value of technology can be best realized when integrated with agronomic knowledge, resulting in a seamless process of assessment, interpretation, and targeted operation. Irrigated agriculture is practiced successfully in the world and is based on excellent research, innovation, and manufacturing, with designers which carefully select, plan, and design effective irrigation systems and farmers that manage their water and irrigation systems effectively. I thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would invite Dr. Marco Arcieri, President ICID, to present on the topic, Turning Common Challenges of Agriculture and Irrigation Sectors into Opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I said about the importance of being here today with you about this very important achievement. So in order to save time, I will just go through this presentation, and we'll try to show what are the challenges we are facing today, and at the same time, what can be done on the irrigation side in order to address these major challenges. It has been said so far, we are facing a conjuncture of great difficulty and uncertainty. We need to produce, as has been said, 50% more food by 2030, which is tomorrow, and double agricultural production by 2050, but in a growing population condition, and with almost each one of us 10%, 20% less arable land per person. So this is, which are the key drivers, increasing population, urbanization, the change in diets, rapidly growing demand, as has been said by Professor Narmada as well, energy and domestic sectors. Especially interesting is what is happening in terms of urbanization. If we have a look, what was the distribution in the 60s? 1/3 of the population was living in the urban areas and 2/3 in the rural areas, whereas in 2007 it was this balance, this ratio was balanced, and by 2050 it is predicted that 2/3, maybe more than 2/3, will live in urban areas and only 1/3 in the rural areas, which is what can be seen here in this slide. In 1950, the cities with more than 5 million inhabitants were very few, whereas in 2015 you can see how many of them have developed. And as you can see, most of them are located along the coastline. Other key drivers, of course, increasing area under cultivation of bioenergy crops, climate change impacts, and of course, increasing freshwater scarcity. So there is a great concern about the unbalance between the global water demand and the exploitable water resources. So this is heavily uneven, and that's where modern irrigation can solve, where modern irrigation can fit in, changing the global economics of agriculture, as has been seen by the showcasing, what has been showcased by Professor Madhamutu, and allowing farmers to produce more food per hectare of land and more per cubic meter of water used. So this is why we are dealing with irrigation. This is why modern irrigation will become increasingly indispensable to increase yields of crops and agricultural food production. And that is why food security must be necessarily achieved improving irrigation efficiency. How can we achieve, how can we improve efficiency? It can be sought all the way from source to plant, reducing non-positive losses with new technological strategies, from the source to the very final destination, which is the farmer. Of course, proper time of irrigation and correct amount of water to give are essential in order to determine high physiological efficiency. And so we can obtain, we can talk of having increasing global efficiency in water conveyance and distribution by means of adopting correct irrigation systems and efficiency, seeking efficiency in the irrigation scheduling. One most important solutions we all know about are canal lining and waterproofing, the replacement of earth canals with pipelines, so pressurized conveyance systems, functional restoration of steel and cement aqueducts, and of course use of long duration and low maintenance pipelines. And this, by this simple approach, efficiency can be increased of 20 up to 30%. And something we have been experiencing, this is an example from Italy. We have the automation, of course, of the delivery system, so that gates and sluices operate as a result of the crop water demand, crop water requirements, and irrigation scheduling come as determined by the companies adopting expert systems such as Irinate Irriframe. So this is to see how the whole system is working. This is an example of a photovoltaic energy gate with remote control and automatic flow rate level regulator. So it can interact automatically with other sluice gates and sensors in order to control an entire canal or basin system. Another innovation is the distribution of water. So we have automated delivery groups which are functioning, are working by means of electronic card, which allow for a withdrawal. Every farmer is given this kind of a water credit card. So he has every irrigation season, he is allotted a certain amount of water. So this allows for fair distribution of water and cost sharing, a correct water charge according to the utilities, possible regulation of water between the different sectors, and allows for a turnover among delivery groups instead of different sectors. So reduction, of course, also of non-useful withdrawals. If remotely controlled, as many times happens, you can have also remote reading, so we can reduce the employees, the lower operational cost, and of course it can also allow for prompt alarms for failures and emergency services. Also, it can allow for remote suspension of the supply in case of drought situations or in case of defaulting users. Of course, another aspect, very important aspect, is the efficiency that can be sought by the choice of appropriate irrigation systems. We know, we are all experts, we know that the increase of efficiency can rise ranging from flooding or paddy fields to gravity or furrow systems, sprinkler irrigation, modern center pivot, until we come to the micro-irrigation and subsurface micro-irrigation, which can reach up to 90% of efficiency. Just one little attention, some slides on this new approach, well, recently, relatively recent approach, which is the so-called ultra-low drip irrigation. Here in this slide, you can see we have colored, we have dyed the water in order to see how much was useful water and how much was lost water. This is traditional micro-irrigation. But if we deal with this new approach of the ultra-low drip irrigation, you can see by the color that at the level of the root zone, we only have useful water. There is very, very low seepage. There is no loss of water. So the main features are a very, very low flow, like 0.1 to 0.3 liters per hour. Of course, this allows for a longer period of water release. Inputs can be synchronized with the water demand. There's a higher use efficiency, physiological efficiency for the plant. There's a very low water tension in the soil, which allows for physiological reactions much, much more efficient. There's no percolation, excellent water saving. So the water definitely applies at the low rate over a longer period of time and with more frequent intervals. Can be applied very, very close to the root zone, and emitters can discharge the water from the distribution line directed to the soil. These are some of the results that have been achieved in terms of water use efficiency. So you can see that there's the two different plots with ultra-low drip irrigation and traditional drip irrigation. Even if we provide only 70% of evapotranspiration, the water use efficiency is much, much higher with the ultra-low drip irrigation. And we have saved, this is an experience that has been gained in the northern part of Italy. There's a reduction of the 30% of seasonal volume, which means about 1,500 cubic meters per hectare, obtaining the same amount of yield. Whereas with traditional drip irrigation, providing 70% of water as requested by evapotranspiration conditions, farmers produce 20% less. And this is the soil moisture level. With ultra-low drip irrigation, as you can see, during the growing season, during the irrigation season, there's a very, very slow diminution of soil moisture, or the level of soil moisture at different, with 70% of evapotranspiration at different depths, 20 and 50 centimeters, whereas with traditional drip irrigation, as you can see, the decrease in the level of soil moisture is much, much more evident. Of course, irrigation scheduling. It has been also said by Professor Madramutu, and we are also applying the so-called expert systems, which allow for defining correct frequency and duration of watering, how much water to apply in the field. Of course, this is the principle according to what is research. The purpose of irrigation scheduling, of course, is to maximize irrigation efficiency, applying the exact amount of water. It can save, yes, it can save water and it can save energy, thus producing more income for the farmers. And there are several expert systems available today in all over Italy with the Water Users Association are given possibility to use this expert system, which is called Irriframe. I will show you. Each farmer will receive on his laptop, on his cellular phone, information regarding the crop water requirements. He has real-time information. This is what the system is providing, how much water is needed and when to irrigate crops. So there's also the possibility of having indicated the threshold for the economic convenience to irrigate. So after the first login, the farmer will receive inputs are automatically assigned by the system so that the farmers does not need to input anymore this kind of information. So as you can see, on the one hand, you have crop data, irrigation system provided by the farmer, and then you can have meteor data, soil data, water table information, which can be provided directly by the farmers or by extension services or agrometeorological station, which are part of this system. So there's a service provider which gives all the data. And so it just simply runs a crop water balance, and you have irrigation scheduling according to the intervals of water availability, provided that the farmer, of course, is giving correct information. The more correct, of course, the better. So it can be easily accessed by internet, or it can be provided, as I was saying, directly to the farmers. The irrigation service providers only need to acquire this georeference data on the irrigated areas where the service has to be provided, and they only need to provide information on irrigation intervals and conditions. This is an example here. You see the farmer will receive directly on his cellular phone whenever it is required, of course, according to meteor conditions, to his crop, the crop is growing, he will receive a message, and he's provided, of course, with a password in order to receive the correct irrigation advice concerning his farm. This is a very example. So these are some of the results, again, that over 30 years of adoption of this expert system have been obtained. You can see on the left side, farmers using the Irriframe expert system and farmer adopting traditional systems. You can see there's a difference, huge difference in terms of yield, and of course in terms of water that has been used. Almost on average 30% less water consumed by irrigators, by practitioners when in the areas where this expert system has been used. Another something again that has been mentioned by Professor Madhamutu is the precision irrigation at a variable rate. When we have information regarding different areas of the field in terms of soil texture or salinity, moisture, and physiological state of the crop, we can irrigate in a differently calibrated manner, so improving yields and reducing water inputs. Of course, this monitoring can take place by means of satellites or drones. So there's different conditions. Sometimes it can also be this kind of monitoring can be carried out directly on the ground by means of large machines such as pivot and rangers. You can apply this kind of cameras, and they are provided with these specific devices, so they give information. Here's an example of a project that has been carried out by the Canale Emiliano Romagnolo, which is the biggest irrigation provider in northern Italy. This is very, very briefly the way it works. There's a combined survey of multispectral sensors calibrated to determine the normalized difference vegetation index. So because, of course, it also acquires thermal infrared data to determine the crop water stress index, which allow efficient analysis of the different situations that exist all over the field. The concept is that healthy plants can reflect very little in the visible part of the spectrum in the red, and a large part of near infrared light. So we can see by means of this, we can have this information. So we know that when we have stressed plants, they reflect little more in the visible red and a little less in the near infrared. So we have this information directly on the machine, and so there's a possibility to have different irrigation application rates in the same fields. So this is different examples. We can have different water application rates, of course, and so this is probably what we are already into. So have georeference maps where we can differentiate irrigation wisely by means of these smart irrigation systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Marco. Ladies and gentlemen, now I invite Professor Bertali from Morocco to present on Kitara, a hydraulic heritage systems at risk conservation strategy.
Good evening. Let me first express my thanks as a representative of the Moroccan National Committee, ANAFID, Committee of ICID. Our sincere thanks to the organizers, Dr. Gupta, President Marco, and all the members of the organizing committee, and also to express our congratulations to ICID on the occasion of this Jubilee celebration. Morocco has been and is still an active member within the ICID family. I remember I was still a young faculty member when I attended the 13th International ICID Congress that was held in September 1987 in the city of Casablanca, Morocco. And from that time, as a member of the board of our national committee, I kept, contributing, and I am proud to see that ANAFID, the Moroccan committee, is still a pillar within the members of ICID, particularly regarding the African continent. Morocco is located North Africa, as you know, and I'm myself also honorary president of the International Commission of Agriculture and Engineering, and our national committee is representing Morocco both in ICID and the International Commission of Agriculture and Engineering. And let me just mention that in October 2025, from 22 to 24, we're organizing a big Pan-African conference in the city of Fez, Morocco. And this is done also by with the support of ICID. The topic of this conference is water management for a sustainable and resilient agriculture in Africa. I'm happy that our honorary president, Felix Reinders, is here. So, as you know, South Africa and Morocco are both edges of the African continent, and we are going to take opportunity of this Pan-African meeting to keep momentum of efforts of Africa to reach the SDGs, to improve irrigation management. Morocco has done a lot in the area of water management for irrigation, water saving, as you can see in the slides. And you can also find more information on this conference as it is listed in the upcoming event on the ICID website. And I would like to thank again Dr. Gupta for his collaboration. When it comes to discuss, to talk about water management, agricultural water management, everybody knows that you don't have only one unique solution. You have to think of a package of solutions because the farmers, the beneficiaries, don't belong to the same category. If I take Morocco as an example, there will be, you can see large farms using high technology that has been introduced and described by our honorable speakers. You will see medium farms and small farms. And if you want to proof that you're contributing to improving rural life, livelihood, you have to think of these category of small farmers. So I didn't want to go too much into modern technology. We, with my colleagues, Mohammed Bouam, who is a member of the Moroccan Committee Board and also Vice President of ICID, and also with my colleague, Engineer Said Jabbour, who is chair of the Technical Committee in our Moroccan National Committee of ICID. I acknowledge their contribution in this paper. As an introduction, Morocco is faced with increasing pressure on its water resources, particularly in its arid and semi-arid areas, southeast, like the House perimeter, Marrakesh, for our colleagues who attended the 5th African Regional Conference that ANAFID organized in November 21. Marco and Felix, we visited the house, and also the Sousse area, south of Morocco, near Agadir, in the west, called Oriental. So Morocco has implemented a combination of traditional and modern practices to deal with water scarcity. The available water per capita is very, stressful. As you see, Morocco is located in an area where it's hardly beyond 500 cubic meters per capita. So this figure has declined from 1,000 to 606. The constraints that are faced by Moroccan agriculture can be summarized in scarcity of water resources and the issue of climate change, overexploitation of groundwater resources. In many cases, when we found that the level of the water table is decreasing too much and that we have reached like the red line, the engineer, the Moroccan administration, the Minister of Agriculture, our Minister of Agriculture is Mr. Ahmed Al-Bouari, who was honorary Vice President of ICID, done a lot in the area of improving irrigation, because he was the Central Director of Irrigation. So the strategy that is followed by Morocco is that we have to find a solution when there is a danger in overexploitation of a water table, like bringing water from a dam, even if it is 100 kilometers away. Felix and Marco have visited one example. Or we bring water from desalination plants, and this water is given to the farmers at least to help to let them use partially water table for irrigation. We have problems of water pollution, erosion and loss of capacity of dams, reservoirs, growing water demand, weak efficiency and use of mobilized water. So these are all known constraints. So the strategy involves the improvement of the water efficiency and resilience of irrigated agriculture, the development of water supply using particularly desalination plants and powered by renewable energy units. We have an example coming soon in the city of Dakhla that again my colleagues Felix and Marco visited, south of Morocco. 5,000 hectares of land will be irrigated with a desalination plant using wind power. Actually, the strategy is whenever there is a need, and there is this is always the case, when you have to make water allocation, you give priority to drinking water, and agriculture comes later. Even though you hear that agriculture is consuming 85% of the water, but in fact, they never get this amount of water because allocation gives the available water from dams to drinking water of cities, and agriculture doesn't gets a little bit, I mean very low amount, which is reserved like for orchards in order to keep the arboriculture, the orchard production. This case of water supply, Morocco decided that drinking water will be best met from desalination units, and there is a lot of desalination units underway in Morocco. By 2030, we expect to reach 1.7 billion cubic meters per year. We also count on developing unconventional water resources. Desalination is included here, but also the reuse of treated wastewater. We have, the Moroccan National Committee has a memorandum of agreement with the EWME to work on the development of the reuse techniques. In summary, as you can see from this table, the water policy adopted by Morocco has made it possible to reach several achievements and to supply the country with water in good conditions, particularly when we are going through dry seasons, dry years. Actually, Morocco in 2025, this was the 7th year of drought in a row. This year, rains came back, but thanks to the dams, thanks to the infrastructure, hydraulic infrastructure, we managed to keep agriculture production. So there are 154 large dams, 146 small, medium dams, and drinking water treatment plant and seawater desalination, water transfer structures. Water transfer structures, one of the very new examples is the water that is taken from the river of Subu, north of Rabat, which is the capital. This Subu river basin has an excess water, relatively speaking, compared to the Bourgreg River in Rabat. So there was a transfer over 80 kilometers in order to ensure the supply of drinking water for Casablanca and Rabat. Drip irrigation, macro sprinkle, humidity sensors, automated control, desalination, wastewater reuse, public-private partnership projects. This is also an area where Morocco is doing a very good job, because you can see now several PPP projects for surface water from dams or water from desalination. And the cost of cubic meter is relatively accessible for farmers with these technologies. So now, a few words about this traditional system called the khatara or fogara. The principle is to capture underground water, and you can find other, ways to harvest rainwater. Several of them are available in Morocco, but let's focus on the Khatara. Khatara, by the way, was selected as ICID heritage irrigation structure when we had this 5th African Regional Conference in Marrakesh in November 2021 with our colleagues from ICID. As Felix shown in some of his pictures, this is another system of catching water in some areas and conveying this water through a gentle slope toward the oasis where it can be used as a source of water, clean water for domestic purpose, drinking, to water animals, and for irrigation. And it contributes a lot to the ecosystem of maintaining the oasis in place. Otherwise, farmers have to leave and go to cities as workers. And when you leave an area, you know there is a risk of desertification. So it's important to capitalize on this technical indigenous system that is simple because simple but difficult also. It's a series of wells that help the farmers organized in group. Everybody contributes, and the water table is captured, and the water goes down until its used. So some photos of how Khatara are, widespread in Moroccan territory, particularly in arid and semi-arid areas, south and southeast of Morocco. So you can see the wells, the mouth of the wells aligned. When you look at the scheme of the Khatara, it includes, number one, this is the area where water is captured from the water table. And then, two, you have the conveying portion. And then, three, also the conveying portion until we reach when the water gets out, becomes surface water, and reaches in 5 the population or the irrigation fields with wells for design, for constructing and visiting and maintenance. So with time, with scarcity, with climate change, you may have a problem of not enough water. So farmers have to go back to go to the Khatara, and upstream they have to add new wells, dig the wells in order to catch the water in order to keep the Khatara working. And the right, you can see a figure of this tunnel, water tunnel, traditional. Some figures about the importance of Khataras in Morocco. As I said, southeast of Morocco is the area where you find them. So on average, a Khatara can irrigate 37 hectares, can be 1.2 kilometers long, can have 56 wells. So we have made a survey and found that at least there are 1,200 khattara. Some of them are no longer in function. So those are in function are 810, irrigated area 30,000, total length 980 kilometer, number of wells 40,000. Another view of this distribution, you see the arid land where you have to, to get water for sustainable agriculture and livelihood. And here, this is what it looks like. In 2000, when we organized the 5th Regional Conference of ICID in Marrakesh, I remember we had a Saudi Arabia delegation who came to attend the conference and who wanted particularly to learn from the Moroccan experience regarding the design, maintenance, and functioning of a khattara. So produce can go from horticulture, carrots and palm trees and drinking water, animal watering. So the difficulty with these khattaras, as you can see, is that the land can collapse. You have to maintain, you have to take the land out, you have to do a lot of things to limit the degradation. I remember once there was a grant from the Japanese cooperation was devoted to the support of maintenance of khattara and also the UNESCO. So the maintenance of khattara often requires manual interventions inside narrow and deep water tunnels, galleries, sometimes 15 to 50 meters below ground, under particularly harsh and dangerous conditions. And if you don't do anything, business as usual, you will encourage young people to disengage and go to work in urban centers, lead to a gradual loss of tradition of know-how related to the construction and of maintenance of khattara. In the absence of generation renewal, the operation of khattara relies on an aging and increasingly scarce workforce. The lowering of aquifers and increased gallery depth, the intensified exploitation of groundwater, particularly through motorized drilling, is causing a continuous drop in the piezometric level, leading to the drying up of the khattara. The environmental and climate change is increasing pressure on water resource in already vulnerable areas, in addition to reduced rainfall, prolonged drought period. We need to recharge the aquifer through some infrastructure. The governance issue, the collective management of water in the khattara has historically relied on well-established customary rules. However, the growing number of disputes, absence of formal management structure make it difficult to mobilize all beneficiaries for maintenance or rehabilitation efforts, because the principle is that a community who is benefiting from khattara, they have like representatives within Water User Association committee, where they decide on the contribution of each beneficiary in the workforce, and also when they have to distribute the water from the khattara, it's on a rotation basis, there is a right to water. So it's all known for the beneficiaries and the inhabitants of the oasis. So in case it keeps declining, the Khatara, there will be loss of water resources, declining the oasis of and agriculture area, decrease in biodiversity or its loss of traditional know-how. So the Khatara have to be preserved as a historic heritage in order to maintain a sustainable water resource for local communities, safeguard existing heritage, and promote environmental, ecosystem balance. We need to rehabilitate the galleries and wells to raise awareness among local communities, to promote participatory management, integration of Khatara into sustainable development program. Like here, some solutions proposed are to concrete lining for some wells, particularly in the conveying portion, in order to reduce seepage and to reduce the risk of collapse. This in order to increase the lifespan of the Khatara. So the proposed improvement rely in using some concrete wells and concrete portions of the conveying. It has to be precised that concrete cannot be used in the upstream where there should be, contact between the infiltration, the water table. If you want to catch the water table, you should not line with concrete the portion of capture. This is on the right. You can see a situation that we should not have. For example, you have on the left Khatara in service, which will irrigate some oasis, and to the right, you can see some big farm who have capital, who invest in large farms and dig wells too deep in order and pump water. So what happens is that the Khatara left is prevented from water because of this installation of this big farm nearby. So you have to prevent. The Moroccan administration is aware of that. The establishment of protection zones around the recharge of Khatara. Strict regulation prohibiting private pumping, especially uncontrolled pumping, which compromises the fragile balance between water abstraction and natural recharge of the aquifers. So also we have to enhance infiltration in order to recharge the water table. So these kind of dams, in order to avoid water going just running and creating erosion, as you know, to improve and enhance recharge. The Khatara, which have had historical and socio-economic importance, are today a hydraulic heritage at risk. They represent an invaluable resource for the arid and semi-arid region of southern Morocco, but not only. You can find it in other similar areas, Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt. However, these structures are currently in decline and face number of challenges threatening their survival. So a concerted and sustainable action is necessary to ensure their sustainability. Essential keys to their preservation are first rehabilitation and modernization, followed by institutional measures that guarantee all the conditions to effectively ensure their sustainability and keep their role. As a general conclusion, as I introduced first, the sustainability of irrigation in Morocco relies on an integrated vision, combining the preservation of traditional systems such as khtara or other water harvesting systems, because it's an added value, I mean, to mobilize water, whatever you do, the dams, the reuse, the desalination, but you cannot forget the water harvesting. The modernization of irrigated perimeters through sustainable and water-efficient technologies that has been described by the former speakers, I mean maintenance and modernization, the participatory governance and substantial investment to ensure food security and climate resilience. Together, these efforts pave the way for a more sustainable and equitable water future. Thank you so much and welcome to Morocco.
Thank you, Professor Bartali, for a very comprehensive presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will move on to Netherlands and online. From the online medium, we will be joined by Professor Wim Bastiaansen. He will be presenting on new technologies for irrigation management using thermal satellites.
Okay, thank you so much for this introduction. I'm just trying to share my screen with you. Hopefully you can get the full screen now. So thank you, Marco, Dr. Gupta, for inviting me and to speak a little bit about the future. We have seen already movies and very good historic summaries of irrigation, and I think I will speak more into future developments. I am not an ex-president, so thank you so much for putting me in this particular chapter. But I'm just a scientist and an entrepreneur from the Netherlands. Sorry that I cannot be with you physically today. Actually, I was in Delhi last week, but I cannot come again for this week. I know time is short, so I will go a little bit, quickly through my slides. I try to do in 10 minutes. The main thing is that the whole irrigation management is still too much based on intuitions. We know that from our handbooks and textbooks that we do not want plants to be over-irrigated and get percolation losses to the underground. We also do not want it to be too dry, and we all know that we want it to be exactly in the right range. And it's all about knowing your moisture conditions in the root zone, because that tells you how much is available, how much water is directly available, but also your crop ET, your actual crop ET, because that determines the speed of removal water from the root zone. And of course, it is always nice to have measurements. It's better than intuition. But I think also that it's good to be aware that also field measurements is not the total solution. Some people now believe that installing in field sensors is very good and really necessary. And of course that is true. But there are also some disadvantages that people should know. In many areas, I see already a decline of acceptance of field sensors, moisture probes, and measurements of sap flow and leaf water potential and so on. So why? Well, it's always local. Very often calibration is required. Sensors are not calibration. If you want to measure moisture in the field, you need at least 10 points. You cannot just measure one single point because that's not representative. And it's also, quite labor intensive and expensive. I think for the future, we also have to go into the digital era, and I'm glad to see more and more developments also in the sensorless domain, where satellites are being used to measure really some key data, and we have been working on those algorithms for the last 30 years. So really they're getting gradually quite mature. I'm working for a company called Hydrosat, and we are going to launch 16 irrigation satellites. So no longer a Landsat image from USGS that's meant for geology and other applications, but just dedicated sensors for irrigation management. We can build those satellites in 5 months, so no longer 12 years or 15 years, but in 5 months. Actually, I'm very proud to announce that yesterday evening we launched another one from California, and we brought it successfully to orbit. In this way, we can really measure every irrigated field in the world twice per day, if the field is larger than 1 acre or even half an acre. So don't think that the satellites are not regular or are not available. We really have now dedicated services. The product that Hydrosat has is called IRIWatch. IRIWatch is a service that's based on the thermal capacity. So the satellites measure the leaf temperature. And what you can see here on this graph from an example in Spain is that the red the values are all measurements of the leaf temperature, but in case it's clouded and we have no measurement, such as in the November period and also in February, then actually we calculate the leaf temperature in very sophisticated ways. So algorithms have really improved, and the message here is we have the leaf temperature and the soil temperature for every day, 2 times. Really measure what happens in every field. And the previous resolutions like Sentinel-3 were 1 kilometer, so 1 pixel being 1 kilometer, but I'm glad to inform you that we can do this now at 10 meters. Of course, crop ET is always key in irrigation management, and for a very long time, FAO 56 has been used, and it's still being used, and it's really a very traditional piece of work. But what is interesting is that 25 years later, FAO in 2023 came really with an approach that also says, hey, actually guys, we have to start looking at remote sensing services. And some of you may know Rick Allen very well, and you also may know that Rick Allen was the original author, together with others, on the FAO 56. And actually, when I met him in '99, just 1 year after this famous report, he already got converted into remote sensing. So my point today is that you should really start using remote sensing. It's not something scientists do in their universities, but something really around the corner. The next point I want to raise is that the whole irrigation scheduling should be based on the potential. It's really the soil water potential and the leaf water potential that drives the flow of water in our crops. Not so much the moisture, but people always think. The moisture is a derivative. It should be based on soil water potential. And actually what is nice is that the stomates, the stomata here in the leaves, they talk to the roots. I think they talk with 20 hertz, they talk all the time to each other. How much water are you pumping into the atmosphere? Okay, how much water can I take from the soil? So my point here is, if we can measure the leaf temperature, and if we can model this whole stomatal behavior every 10 meters, we can really look also into the root zone, and that is a fantastic piece of information. Here's an example from an irrigation system in Guatemala, where actually they have sprinkler lines, and for every sprinkler line, we are making daily maps on the soil water potential. So here is the log 10 scale, or a PF. Some of you are familiar with PF. So if it's blue, then it's really wet, almost near field capacity. But if this value goes to 2.7, 2.8, you're going up to about 800 hectopascal or 80 kilopascal, which really means like, oh, I have to start irrigating. So you can really see day to day when to irrigate. So we make planners, and we make the planners on a field by field basis. So farmers know when and which field and also how much water to irrigate. And this is a system based on daily irrigation scheduling because of the drip line. But if you have a Warabandi system in India, we can also change this interval into 8 days, so you can exactly see how much water you should irrigate, and also prevent there is too much irrigation or under irrigation. Of course, we have irrigation performance indicators, and it's very important to also check, are we over irrigating, under irrigating. That is the only way to really improve the efficiencies that we are talking about all the time. Everybody wants to increase efficiencies, but I believe we can only do that if we can measure it. Otherwise, it's just fantasy, and it's hard to measure the current levels and what we should achieve in the next 25 years. So we had a very nice workshop last week about more efficient irrigation in India. And actually, we have to make targets every 10 years. What should be the efficiencies, and so on. And of course, these efficiencies will not improve if you don't help the farmers. So you have to develop mobile phone apps, or you give these apps to water user associations. Maybe not necessarily to every farmer, but I see also more and more development in India, where you have water user associations. You even have canal irrigators. They're getting private sector contracts to operate canals, and these people need to know, what is my water demand today and in the next days, how much should I irrigate? If a field is already wet, why should we really bring water to that field? So we have to talk software here digitally. It's not longer hardware, but in irrigation management, we also must go to software solutions. So it's maybe first time you hear about Hydrasat, and I started a few years ago with 3 countries, but now we are in 76 countries, and we provide this information to farmers and to water user associations and canal operators before breakfast. Every day. So before breakfast, people get information on what to do so that they can handle, not longer continue using the seasonal irrigation plans. Of course, you need seasonal irrigation plans, and you have to set targets. I think Chandra very nicely mentioned also about caps of water use, and Marco mentioned about the credit cards, that I think the pumps are in stainless steel, so nobody can manipulate. And that is the future. We need to have caps, but caps we can only make if we also can measure the history. What is happening? What is a reasonable cap? How much water our crops are really needed? And again, we can provide these measurements from thermal satellites. And more and more, we have to move away from the classical one type of irrigation for the entire field, especially when fields are larger. So Alberta, Po Valley, I think it's very exciting to see that with more precision ag, irrigation efficiencies go up, but also water productivity. I should make a remark here because I think so far the majority of precision ag and VRI is based in soil type, and I think it should not be the soil type. My view is we should really look at the moisture, and we should look at the crop ET, because even within this pivot, crop ET is not uniform, definitely not. And if its ET is less, the moisture will stay longer in the root zone, and actually a lower application rate could be provided. Okay, my last part of my talk is about water productivity, because I'm also an ex-IMI person, and in IMI we promoted this water productivity since last 30 years. So I'm very happy to announce that Hydrasat is going to launch it as a service, so that the water productivity becomes available. What do we mean by that? Well, really the amount of kilograms of crop produced per liter of water can be water evaporated, but also water applied. This is a quick shot of a portal, a demo version. This is Kazakhstan. But what is nice to say is that we can do it for different crops. So we can also do it for other crops. So not only this is wheat, but also corn, cotton, and potatoes, alpha, all those crops are there. It's becoming more and more easy to do the digital delineation of fields. So we can do field by field or canal command area by canal command area. So these are only fields with wheat, all the other fields have different crops. And what is so fascinating to see is that some red fields, they have only, in this case, 0.1 or so, or 0.2 kilogram per cubic meter, but the blue ones have 0.3. So there's a huge potential, there's a lot of scope to improve irrigation management. And actually, it starts by measuring. And I believe there are heroes. There are always heroes. The heroes can be canal operators, can be organized irrigation clubs, but also farmers themselves. So why not listening to the farmers who already do very well? So think about it like, hey, why do we have such a wide spread of water productivity? And why we have hero farmers here in the dark blue, and we have many farmers still in the red and in the dark red color. And I think this is a message for governments, that they should make also a longer term strategy on making these plans. And just a quick shot here of the portal that I was talking about. So you can select a certain crop type. You can also select whether you want to have less water to improve and increase water productivity, or you want to increase your yield. And so you can also say, well, I want both, and then you stay in the middle. You can also then change your realization. Like you say, in the next 5 years, maybe, or 10 years, we only have 20% realization. But our final goal should be 100% realization of this policy. And it will then show you how much water you can save and how much more yield you can get. So I'd like to stop here by a few concluding remarks. So really satellite remote sensing has matured. It's measuring every day. Even if it's clouded, we still have solutions to measure leaf and soil temperatures. Do not longer irrigate on intuitions and accept that technologies are mature. Of course, locally, people always say, it's you again. And now you're telling me that you have validated in California or in Spain. So it's always good to work with local universities. So we really want to work with local universities. Also in India, we work very closely with IITs and IISCs, but also with the local AgTech. So the local young AgTech companies, they are really capable of capturing this information and bring it to the farmers in their own language, and then also guide them during the interpretation process. So thank you for listening, and hopefully this is making sense for you.
Thank you, Professor Wim Bastiaanse, and joining us from Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, this was indeed a very, very enriching session. 75 years ago, a vision was born to unite the world through water. Today, that vision lives on. With even greater purpose, with gratitude and pride, we conclude this Platinum Jubilee celebration of ICID session, ladies and gentlemen. We would take a short break of 10 minutes for... 10 minutes. We're already running way behind our schedule. May I please request all your support so that we all are back in 10 minutes so that we are able to start our next session as soon as possible. So please take a break of 10 minutes and join us back in 10 minutes so that we are able to start our next session. Thank you so much for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, also, please do visit the exhibition area. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, just bear with me for another minute. Do visit the exhibition area near the registration counter to see all the exhibition. And also, as a token of our gratitude, we would like to felicitate our esteemed speakers for this session. My apology for missing it before. I request Dr. Marco once again to... Thank you so much, Dr. Chandra, for your expert knowledge that you shared with us, for your time and presence. We're also thankful to Engineer Felix. Thank you so much. We're also very, very thankful to Engineer Felix Brits-Reinders. Thank you, sir, for your presentation and your time. Thank you for being with us. We're also very thankful to Professor Bartali. Thank you, Professor Felix. Thank you, Professor Bartali, for a very engaging and enriching session. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Dr. Marco. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break now and request all of you to be there with us at 5 o'clock, so 10 minutes from now, for our next session, next and concluding session of the day. Thank you so much for your patience. Please enjoy the tea break. All of you to kindly settle down as we begin our next session. And our participants who are still outside, if you can hear from outside the hall, please settle down. Please join us as we begin this session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we begin a session that lies at the heart of sustainable development, the harmonization of the water, food, energy nexus. In an age of climate stress and rising demands, integrated solutions are not just ideal, they are essential. This session brings together thought leaders and experts to share actionable strategies for sustainable water resource management. Let's begin our session. The Harmonizing Water, Food, Energy Nexus, Strategies for Sustainable Water Resource Management, with keynote addresses. At the start, I invite Mr. M. Dinesh Kumar, Executive Director, IRAP, for his session, presentation on managing water, land and energy, and food nexus for sustainable water resources management. Can you load Mr. Dinesh Kumar's presentation, please? Thank you.
Maybe after 10 minutes after that, someone else wants to come to me.
On this photo, yeah, immediately after. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, just a couple of announcements before we begin. There's a very interesting exhibition going on right now near the registration counter, so please do find some time to visit the registration area as well. And also, because we are running very short of time, may I request all our speakers to conclude in 8 minutes. For this session, we'll be having 8 sessions, so I request our speakers to please conclude in 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll have to rush through this presentation because of paucity of time. So the title of the presentation is Managing Water, Land, Energy and Food, Nexus for Sustainable Water Resource Management. To introduce us to this subject, the need to increase food production to meet growing demands would considerably increase the demand for irrigation water, energy and arable land in tropical and subtropical regions. Now, we always talk about water and energy, but we often ignore the importance of land availability, arable land availability in food production. The energy demand for irrigation in semi-arid and arid tropics would be even higher than that in humid and subhumid tropics, as the dependence on groundwater for irrigation is more acute in the semi-arid and arid tropics. Major share of the world's uncultivated arable land are in the semi-arid and arid tropics of Africa and Asia. And the croplands that require irrigation are also mostly in Africa and Asia. Since a large proportion of the world's poor and malnourished people live there, a significant proportion of the future increase in water energy demand for crop production will be from these regions. The higher population growth in these developing countries in these regions add to the problems. Drivers of growth in water energy demands. Where are the drivers? How do they act? The manner in which the increased demand for food would drive the demand for water would also be determined by the efficiency of water use in agriculture in future. Similarly, the way increase in crop production would drive the energy demand would again be influenced by the technical efficiencies in energy use in that sector. In regions where the linkage between energy and irrigation is strong, such as in groundwater irrigated areas, water management and agriculture would determine the ability to provide adequate amount of energy for other sectors of economy. Here, the overall approach that we would pursue for sustainable groundwater management and water demand management in agriculture would be the key to managing water and energy nexus in these regions. Reforms in the energy sector, which encompasses technologies, institutions, policies, would also have a big role in managing the energy demand. We often talk about energy, technology solutions for managing energy, technology solutions for managing water, but we often ignore the importance of institutions and policies. The impact of increasing energy demand on water and land resources. The increased global, national, and regional demand for energy can exert pressure on water resources due to water diversion for production of biofuel and use in thermal power plants. A typical fossil fuel-based thermal power plant can consume nearly 3.5 cubic meters of water. Of course, it can come down to up to 2.5 per megawatt of power, while the total water required to be diverted would be much higher. This can put scarce water and land resources under stress, leading to undesirable effects on food production systems unless both land and water are in abundance. So we often, when we talk about food security, we often talk about water scarcity as a constraint, but we never talk about land scarcity as a constraint for achieving food security. While in naturally water scarce areas with abundant arable land, the pressure would be on water resources. Like in the, we have in the peninsular India, Western India, Northwestern India, we have plenty of land, but we have very limited water resources. In water-rich areas with the limited arable land, the pressure would be on land. Like in the East, like in Eastern India, we have plenty of water, but we have very limited land resources. So the land resources are under enormous pressure. Therefore, the impact of energy demand for food production systems would differ from region to region depending on the climate and availability of water and arable land. Impact of food demand in land scarce regions on land and water resources of other regions. The regions that have limited land resources due to high population density, like I mentioned about Eastern India, for Bangladesh, for instance, increase in demand for food can put enormous pressure on land, even if water resources are available in plenty. Beyond a certain point, this increase in food demand from water-rich regions would put indirect pressure on other regions that have plenty of arable land to produce more food for export to the former. For instance, Punjab and Haryana and Western UP and Andhra Pradesh produce a lot of surplus food, but that surplus food goes to regions that have plenty of water, okay, like the Eastern India, which are food insecure. So this can cause increase in energy demand for agriculture production in such regions as they start exporting food to the former. So Punjab, somebody mentioned about Punjab exporting food grains to water-rich regions, right? So this is exactly what is happening. We often assume that water-rich regions would be producing surplus food for water-scarce regions, but actually if you look at the virtual water trade flow, water-scarce regions are producing surplus food to and exporting to water-rich regions. Why it happens? Because the water-rich regions do not have sufficient amount of arable land. So we are going to talk about two important things in this presentation. One is that how do you manage water and energy nexus in the groundwater irrigated areas? Areas basically the semi-arid arid regions which are witnessing groundwater or exploitation problems for food production. Number two, what are we going to do about regions which are running out of water, surface water resources, and facing enormous environmental water scarcity? The groundwater energy food nexus in India, groundwater is a major source of irrigation in the arid and semi-arid regions of this country. We know how much of groundwater is being pumped roughly, and there are problems in the Western India, problems in Southern India, Northwestern India, etc. Now, if you look at the way groundwater is being managed in the country, we do not have any mechanism for pumping, what you call charging for electricity that is used for pumping groundwater. Most of the states of the country where the groundwater supply, electricity supply for groundwater pumping is heavily subsidized. Okay, so the farmers don't pay for the electricity. They don't pay for the water either. So there is no marginal cost of using groundwater, marginal cost of using electricity. There is no marginal cost for electricity means there is no marginal cost for using groundwater. So the farmers don't have any special incentive to use groundwater efficiently. This is exactly what is happening. We often talk about the use of technologies like micro-irrigation, and we think that if there is large-scale adoption of micro-irrigation systems in the groundwater irrigated areas in the country, the actual groundwater consumption will reduce. And this doesn't happen that way. The reason is the farmers are not really saving anything by saving groundwater. Okay? So they will try to maximize their production, but there is no special incentive to maximize the water productivity or water use efficiency of efficiency in crop production, precisely because there is no marginal cost of using water. Because there is no price for electricity, there is no price for water either. So what do? We keep talking about pro rata pricing of electricity. So if you price electricity, if the farmers start charging, paying for electricity or on the basis of consumption, then there will be a marginal cost induced. So consumption-based pricing creates incentive among farmers to generate higher returns per every unit of water they use. When confronted with the marginal cost and under high tariff, farmers use water and electricity more efficiently, select crops and farming systems that are more water efficient. Higher pro rata tariff does not lead to reduced income for crop production, as farmers use water and other inputs very judiciously. And these are all based on the empirical research done in different parts of this country. They obtain higher return per unit of cultivated land also. So that by raising the tariff for electricity, the farmers actually, of course, they'll be paying for electricity, they're paying for water indirectly, but then they would be incentivized to use water and energy more efficiently. In the process, they will also be modifying their farming systems in a manner that they get a higher return per unit of land, they get higher returns per unit of water also. Sustainability and equity impacts of pro rata and subsidized pricing of electricity. Farmers use less groundwater per unit of land under pro rata pricing, thus addressing the questions of sustainability. Returns from farming are inelastic to tariff, but elastic to control over irrigation water. Pricing does not increase the monopoly prices charged by well owners. Many of us know that in the groundwater irrigated areas, there are a lot of water markets operating. The farmers who don't have access to groundwater, who don't own wells, they are buying water from the well owners. So one of the arguments against pricing electricity is that if you start charging for electricity, and the price of water in the market will go up. But this actually doesn't happen that way. The pricing does not increase the monopoly price of well owners. Price at which water is traded in the market is not decided by the cost of production of water by individual well owners, but by the market conditions. So subsidized prices for diesel electricity will not have any positive impact on equity in access to groundwater in the water-abundant region. For instance, if you go to Eastern UP, Bengal, Eastern UP, Bengal and Bihar, there are a lot of farmers, small holders who don't have wells. So they buy water from the well owners. So this pricing for electricity is not going to affect those water markets. The farmers will be able to get water at affordable prices. This is the argument. So it won't have an impact on the equity and access to groundwater. Prepaid meters, technological innovations for introducing pricing reforms. Now, how do you do this? It prevents electricity pilferage through manipulation of pump capacity. Can be operated through tokens, scratch cards, magnetic cards, or e-charge digitally through internet and SMS. So many of you might have heard about this use of prepaid meters. Even Bangladesh, our neighboring countries, started using prepaid meters for electricity groundwater pumping. The utility can decide on the energy quota for each farmer on the basis of either connected load and the total hours of power supply, or sustainable abstraction levels per unit of irrigated land. Based on the aquifer conditions, you can also decide how much each farmer should be allowed to, how much electricity each farmer should be allowed to use. So this way we are actually rationing electricity supply. So even if not only that the farmers will be paying for every unit of electricity they use, there will also be the amount of electricity that they can use for pumping groundwater will be rationed. So once you ration the electricity supply, indirectly you are also rationing the water supply. So the farmers will have maximum incentive to allocate their water for more efficient crops, not only using the water, not only improving the technical efficiency of water use, but also allocating water to more efficient crops. So farmers can pay and obtain activation codes for using this meters through mobile SMS. This is how the system works. Managing land, water, and access to improve sustainability of water and energy use in food production. Recent research using global data sets showed that agriculture production potential of a country is determined by the access to cultivated land and sufficient and amount of water available in the country that can be put for agriculture production. Whether the amount of water that is available for agriculture production is sufficient to put the entire land under irrigated production, which is also influenced by the influenced by the climatic conditions. Now, the point is that beyond a certain level, having a lot of water doesn't help you in increasing your agriculture production. Our neighboring country, Bangladesh, is the best example. Okay, Bangladesh is one of the most water-rich countries in the world, but it is food insecure. The reason is you have plenty of land, water, but you don't have sufficient amount of land that can be put under production to meet the food security needs. So beyond a point, having too much of water doesn't help you in achieving food production. So what are the factors that actually matter when it comes to food security? Number one, water adequacy ratio. So whether you have sufficient amount of water to cover the entire cultivable land under production throughout the year, or maybe depending on the environmental conditions. The per capita cultivable land that you have, good pasture land per capita, and favorable climatic conditions. We often talk about Canada producing a lot of surplus food and now exporting a lot of food. What is that Canada has? Canada has a lot of, the per capita cultivable land in Canada is one of the highest in the world. What does Australia have? Australia is one of the most water scarce countries in the world. Still Australia is able to produce surplus food and export to many other countries. What Australia has, which we don't have, is a cultivated land. If you look at the cultivated land in Australia, is 24 hectare per capita, whereas in India it is less than 0.4 hectare per capita. So it's not the water which is driving agriculture production and virtual water export, but it's the land availability per capita. So these are the 3-4 parameters that are going to influence your agriculture production potential and an ability to export food to other countries. Most water-rich regions of India that are producing agriculture surplus are witnessing groundwater depletion and environmental water scarcity. For instance, Punjab, western Rajasthan, northern part of Gujarat. These are all regions that are producing surplus food. North Gujarat is producing a lot of milk, and it is going out of Gujarat to many other regions. The only way to improve water resource management while ensuring sustainable agriculture production is to import water for irrigation from water-rich regions that are land scarce. For instance, Eastern India, we have plenty of water, but they have too little land that can be put under production. This increases the water adequacy ratio or water adequacy index of these importing regions. Boosts per capita cultivated land. When you're getting more water, you're also intensifying your cropping, increasing your cropping intensity. So your per capita cultivated land is automatically increasing with the increasing cropping intensity and improves the quality of pastoral land. So one of the most important factors that we found, which is driving the milk production globally, is the per capita pastoral land that is available in the country. The gravity irrigation systems through canals also replenishes when you're importing the water. And what do you do with this imported water? Whether you should go for pressurized irrigation systems, I would say you should go for gravity irrigation systems through canals. There also replenishes the shallow aquifers of such regions that are importing the water, especially when the surplus water is available. The best example is North Gujarat, which has been receiving a lot of surplus water from the Sardar Sarovar through canals, and it has really helped to rejuvenate the groundwater resources in that region for the last 20 years or so. So this is a classical example of how you can do groundwater banking using imported water. Instead of going for the expensive pipelines, I think we should use the old technology. Sometimes that helps a lot. Conclusions: in semi-arid and arid regions with the groundwater stress, metering and pro rata pricing of electricity improves efficiency, equity, and sustainable use of groundwater in agriculture. It's also socioeconomically viable. Orientation of farmers, organizations, and politicians is crucial to get wider acceptance of such ideas like electricity pricing. Government can offer subsidies for meters if farmers are willing to go for pro rata pricing with energy rationing. Our Prime Minister, when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat, he could do it in Gujarat, where many other Chief Ministers failed to do that. In the long run, absolute water scarce regions, northwestern India, peninsular India, and western India, that face groundwater depletion and environmental water stress, will have to look for water import from water-rich regions, water-rich but land-scarce regions, to achieve sustainable water resource management while achieving sustainable food production. Thank you so much. And sorry for overshooting the time.
Thank you, Mr. Dinesh Kumar. May I also request you to stay with us just for a minute more? I would request Dr. Marco to kindly, as a token of our gratitude, present a memento to Mr. Dinesh Kumar, as he has to leave on an urgent basis. Thank you for your time and presence. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would, thank you, Dr. Marco. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would invite Professor Vimal Mishra from IIT Gandhinagar for his presentation on India's irrigation needs under climate change. May I also request once again all our speakers to kindly conclude in 8 minutes. Please try and conclude in 8 minutes. Thank you.
All right, so good evening, everybody. Okay. Thank you for the invitation, and I'll try to finish less than in 8 minutes. So I know everyone is tired, and probably you are not anyway going to listen me, so why to waste a lot of time? So with that note, I will say that India made tremendous progress in food security and irrigation. And let me, okay. Yes, food security and irrigation, we have become food surplus, land, cultivated land has stabilized over the years, cropping intensity has gone up, as you can see in the picture, and gross irrigated area has increased. Number of bells, if you see, have gone up like very rapidly. Canal irrigated area has stabilized in last 40 or 50 years. Now we have also developed capability to monitor irrigated area at a very high resolution, 10 meter resolution or so. So in summary, there has been a lot of progress. If you look at the canal command area, despite rainfall is declining or increasing, we have seen that vegetation greening has happened across all major canal command areas over last 20-30 years. So this is a tremendous progress happened because of irrigation, lot of credit to irrigation. We have also sort of initiated greening in the Thar Desert, which is remarkable, probably the only desert across the globe that has witnessed greening, none other in the world. So this is all because of irrigation. Now we have some challenges, climate change. We have witnessed warming in all seasons, especially our seasons that are most important for crop growth. Post-monsoon season, you see tremendous warming, more than 1 degree Celsius in last 50-60 years. And we are going to face more warming in coming years, along with projected increase in rainfall. So what are the challenges that we are going to face in terms of irrigation in India? I will be talking about that. So first challenge is that monsoon variability and erratic monsoon rainfall. So what we are witnessing that within the monsoon season, there is a lot of variability. So same season, you will see major droughts and very wet areas in the same country. So that also affect the irrigation demands. Also, our rainfall patterns have changed a lot. Rainfall has declined in some part it has increased. But what is most important, that number of rainy days have gone down very drastically, which is the middle picture, across country. So that means lesser groundwater recharge, more irrigation water requirements. So whenever rain is happening, it is happening more in terms of extreme events. The second challenge is that we are facing regarding irrigation is groundwater depletion. You know, as I have already mentioned, that number of wells have gone up. So you can see in these plots that most of the country's irrigation is happening through groundwater, and that has caused massive decline in groundwater. So estimated groundwater decline in last 20-30 year is enormous, around 400 kilometer cube based on the satellite data. Challenge number 3 is extreme heat. You all must remember this heat wave that we witnessed in February to March to April season in 2022. That has not only increased the irrigation demand, but also had caused a drastic reduction on crop yield, especially wheat crop. And these events are going to increase much more in future. So our Rabi season can see a lot of increase in heat, and we have to sort of mitigate that through irrigation. So irrigation is one of the prominent climate adaptation measure in agriculture as far as our country is concerned. Challenge number 4, as we all know, rising temperature and evaporation. We are witnessing more events like flash droughts, combined episodes of hot and dry events, and which again pose a lot of pressure on irrigation systems, irrigation water demands, and also these heating and dry episodes, they shrink water bodies very quickly. So we recently mapped more than 10,000 water bodies across India, and we looked at what are their behavior if temperature is up and there is a lesser rainfall during the monsoon season. So these water bodies vanish very quickly if these two conditions happen. And so climate change, drying, heating will lead to increase in irrigation demands, and rough estimates are if there is 1 degree Celsius warming, we can anticipate 6% rise in irrigation water demand, and if the warming is around 3 degrees Celsius, that will go up by 15%. So these are the estimates for India. The last challenge is reservoir operations, and reservoirs you see in India have protected floods and also caused floods, and most of the floods occurred when reservoirs were full. So we want to have more water in reservoirs to provide irrigation or meet irrigation water demands, and because of increasing heavy rain events and a lot of storage in reservoir during the monsoon season, many times large flood happens because of reservoir release. So we have to meet all the challenges in order to keep our food security intact and also sustain the irrigation and food production in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Vimal Mishra, for your presentation. And I would once again request Dr. Marco to present memento as a token of our gratitude towards Mr. Professor Vimal Mishra from IIT Gandhinagar. Thank you, Dr. Marco. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would invite Mr. Vivek Kapadia, Ex-Secretary, Water Resources Department, Government of Gujarat, for his presentation on modernization of irrigation sector in Indian context.
So, actually, India is passing through a very challenging phase. On the one hand, we are saying that we are food secure. On the other hand, there has been a stagnation in the numbers of the food production in the country across for the last about 3 years. And that's why the point of confliction has already been hit to us. So in this scenario, what to do next? So technology can come to our succour. That is the point that I want to drive home at the end of this presentation. So in the Indian context, actually, what is to be done, what can be done, and where do we stand as of now? What's the stock taking, basically? That is what. Yeah, sorry. So, as of now, we have 73 million hectares out of 141 million hectares of cultivated land in the form of irrigated command area. Then cropping intensity, that is per percentage of the total cropped area over the net sown area, is 155.9, means only 1.6 times that we really utilize our land per year. So that is really speaking a matter of great concern. Other countries are having a much bigger ratio over this. Overall irrigation efficiency is less than 40%. We don't know exactly what's the conveyance efficiency. We don't know actually what is the on-farm efficiency. There are various numbers, highly debatable, because we don't have any kind of accounting of the water. And what is not accounted for cannot be claimed with confidence. So having no water accounting system is the real pain area for the country, and that's why our command area operations are never effective. And on the other side, our policy formulation has also not been really that effective. So making a case in favor of modernization. So gradual upgradation is my idea, not to go for any kind of sea change or scrapping of the existing system and simply installing the most modern systems of the world. That is not doable in our country. That is required to be understood. So how accountability, a smooth transition can happen. There is enough potential in this country. If you go for accounting, obviously transparency is an added gift. And with these two going together, there will be a mutual trust amongst the people, and there will be accountability in the people as well. If you have lacking on the front of accounting and transparency, obviously there will be a lack of mutual trust and there will be a sheer anarchy. So from anarchy to accountability, the transition can happen only if we have the proper counts of the water. So what is the final aim of any kind of REIN? The REIN's objective should be the responsive society and responsible administration. And that's why what we need is the water accounting. What you don't count for, you can't manage. That is the fundamental principle. Why do we need the more data? Why do we need the accurate data? If you see the left side picture, highly pixelized, the same person is there, but you can't recognize it. If you have proper number of pixels, you have proper number of RGB data, then you can recognize the person very easily, as if he is standing before you, will be the feel in your heart. So that's why more data, precise data. That is what we need. Now, how the technology can make a difference in the accounting? See, today, the gate opening base flow accounting system is there in our country. Whatever registers we maintain for every irrigation scheme is based on the gate opening. And that is how we estimate the discharge into the canal systems. So the manual hoist is there, number of threads are counted, and then the coefficient of discharge based measuring systems are followed today. And that's why response time of the gate opening is also very high, control is very low, and estimation error is also very high. On the other hand, if we simply move a bit ahead, we electricalize our gates, then what can happen? Electrical operations of the gate, at least for big canals, would have, the VFDs in place in place of our conventional injection motors. And with the VFD, there will be a reliable kind of, the gate opening to be registered in the data logger. And that's why the same CD-based systems, coefficient of discharge-based system, will be working with greater efficiency, with greater reliability. So just depending on electrification of the gate, will be having a huge headway in the water accounting side in our country. Even the communication will also be much better. Remote communication can also be done if the VFDs are there and electrical gate operations are there. Not so expensive and not even subjected to a big kind of vandalism threat. Now, in the accounting, there is another thing that we can just go ahead after electricalization of the gating systems or operation systems. We can have the flow measuring systems of, not very hi-fi kind of technology. ADCP, I know it's very costly, very hi-fi kind of, but we can have the transit time, we can have the radar systems, very economical, with some kind of acceptable bandwidth of the error, but that will at least take us to a reliable kind of an accounting system. So we can go for even hybrid if we have some extra money for the project. I'm just giving you one case study as to where the technology has taken us much beyond the accounting side as well. This is the command area of Sardar Sarovar project, a part of it, just last 5 branch canals, Vejpur, Madka, Malsan, Dima, Garsisar, these are the 5 branch canal names. And here I can show you certain, the canal systems. These are all the canal systems, and this is the command area. This is the digital elevation model of the command area, and this is the location of the command area. A desert-like situation is there. Evapotranspiration actually reflects the combined water loss from the soil evaporation and plant transpiration, serving as an indicator of the water composition and availability for the crop as well. These are all the open data sources that we have used for estimating the ETA-based accounting, and that's why we have not made any kind of expenditure on this. This is the land use pattern and the crop denominations into the command area. This is 1.92 lakh hectares of command area, quite a big, around 1/6 of the command area that today we are serving. And these are all the monthly precipitation from June to May in just 1 year, 2022 to 2023. These are all the monthly actual evapotranspiration data that we have gathered. If you see here the total monthly denomination of the ETA and water and land productivity, you can have fairly understood that the mean value, the mean value for the productivity, water productivity is coming to around 2.07 kg per cubic meter of the water. This can be assessed very easily while sitting in your computational lab. You don't need to go from field to field, and this is a very handy tool, as good as free of cost. Then the adequacy of the water, we need to understand that mostly head to tail discrepancy kills the very objective of the command area. Here it will easily be captured over here. I am showing you here that the head to tail discrepancy was captured, and accordingly the retrofitting of the canal system took place, and finally where did we land? This is what you can see after retrofitting of the canal. Variation coefficient was also used along with the ETA to measure the equity in the command area. What it was merely 70% of the equity in 2020-21. We introduced certain measures, retrofitting measures in 2021-22, and finally we rose to the level of around 80% in the equity. Means head-tail discrepancy has been grossly addressed over here in just 2 years of time, and that is the real accomplishment of this kind of technology. And that's why I'm telling you, technology can take you much beyond the accounting system. And here I'm concluding my presentation. Thank you so much. So tools are many, provided that we have the commitment to use them. And they are not really that costly. They are not effort intensive, not time intensive. Only thing, our commitment and little bit of skill set. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kapadia, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to stay with us. Ladies and gentlemen, now I invite Mr. Yogesh Patankar from, so he's member, Central Water Commission, and we would request him for his presentation on water security, Indian perspective.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. So today I'll be speaking about the water security, Indian perspective. This water food nexus, this is a concept which the UN and the FAO in fact has given this concept. But if you talk about out of the three, water is the most important. Only if you have a water, then you can have food as well as the energy. I mean, these are the things which are required. Even when you go on the outer space, you try to find out whether the water is available or not. So I'll skip a few of the things because the time is short. So these are not, I'll not talk about this. I'll straight away go to water resource scenario in India. If you talk, we almost get 4,000 BCM of water, and availability is around 2116 BCM, and utilizable of course is 1139. Surface 690 as well as the groundwater is 449. But if you see the variability in the northeast side as well as along the coast, you get a lot of water. Almost we get some places 10 to 11,000 mm rainfall. And if you go to Rajasthan side, it's only just 200 to 300 mm rainfall. So there is so much spatial variation in all over the country, and as well as temporal variation also. Like in India, most of the time we get rainfall, 75% of the rainfall only during 4 months, and that too in 15 days. Most of the major part of the water in 4 months, that too 15 days only major water we get. Then if you talk about the water requirement, like 2025, we already are almost using 843 BCM. And if we have projected, it is almost 1180. So if you see the graph, already India is in the water stress zone. And future with the population rising, I think we'll be almost reaching the scarce condition. So this is already an alarming situation for us. And then if you see the total number of large dams which we have constructed is almost 6628. Out of that completed is 6545 and under construction 183. And if you see the live storage capacity which we have constructed at the pre-planned, before independence it was almost 16 BCM, and now we have almost reached 258 BCM, and under construction are 50 BCM. And of course, that graph again shows that we'll be reaching with the current storage demand is almost 843 in different sectors we have already shown. If you see the major user of the water is the irrigation sector, and in India, although all over the world we talk about 70% water use is in the agriculture sector, but in India it is almost 80 to 85%, much larger than that. Now, talking about the groundwater situation, if you see the Punjab portion, which is a country, is one of the area where we get a large quantity of food production, and as well as Tamil Nadu, that is a rice bowl area of the country. Lot of groundwater is extracted. The major reason is that the electricity is free over there. Then the other one, that area hardly gets 500 to 600 mm rainfall. That is not a paddy area, whereas because of the minimum support price which the government gives, so most of the farmers have switched over to paddy cultivation, and they are extracting a lot of groundwater with free electricity. So that is the main reason why the groundwater is in such alarming stage in that area. So one of the thought which came into my mind that we are providing in number of schemes direct benefit transfer. So why not do the water trading in that fashion, that we ask them to grow millets which require less water, and whatever is the difference in the minimum support price, we directly transfer into their account, and then that water can be traded to industry or some other place where it is more required. So that can be one of the ideas where we can think of. Otherwise, this minimum support price concept was, in fact, if you remember, already there was things were going to be changed, then there was farmer agitation, then the current government had to take back that decision also. So this was one of the ideas which has come into my mind. Now, if you talk of the agriculture and irrigation statistics, of course, we have large number of irrigation projects, one of the highest in India, and the irrigated area also in the world, we have the largest area under irrigation. And like food production has also gone to 332 million metric tons from 1950 when we were 51, when we were importing food from US, Australia. Now we are a food surplus country. In fact, now we are able to decide the market prices also all over the world. And that is also one of the very good things which has happened in the country. And irrigation has played a very important role into this. Apart from, of course, you require seed quality and fertilizers. All other inputs are also required, but water is one of the most important aspects. Now, the issues which we are largely facing is the availability of water is more or less the same. Potential site of the construction of the dams is almost exhausted. Then we are going to have a large, in fact, the current population is almost 1.4 billion and likely to go to 1.6 or 1.7 when we are going to stabilize by 2050 or 60. So that is one of the major issues where we have to increase our food production also with the whatever water we have already and water that too in some part of the country we have with much more water, some part of the country we have very little water. So that is also one of the issue. And then the water use efficiency is extremely poor in our country, is almost 35 to 40%. Whereas if we have to increase our production, the efficiency will have to be increased drastically. Some of the speakers earlier, what they showed us also that almost 80-85% efficiency is there. But of course, that is a very capital intensive, and we don't know whether we'll be able to afford that kind of mechanization or not. Then e-flow is a new thing which has come in our country. Earlier it was never thought of, but now we have started thinking of e-flows also. So some of the portion of the water we have to now earmark for e-flows also. Like we already started doing in the Ganges and recently for Yamuna also, which is highly polluted if you see Delhi portion of it. So there is already a ruling which the Supreme Court has given that 10 cumecs you have to release from upstream storages as a part of the e-flow. Then of course the climate change is also one of the important issue. Then of course the rivers are highly polluted in our country, which of course the Europeans also faced almost 200 years back. They were in the same place where we are now. So we are also to work in that direction. And one of the program has already been launched, that is the Namami Ganga for cleaning the Ganges. And then the reservoir siltation is also one of the issues because a lot of storage has also been lost in this reservoir. Now there is already thinking going on how to desilt these dams because infrastructure is already there, but it is still in the very initial stages of discussion. And dams are already aging. And then of course I already talked about the over-exploitation of groundwater. Now one of the other issues with challenges is that in our country we hardly take any revenue from the farmers, although our current policy is that we should take the revenue to the extent that at least we should be able to do O&M. But even that also in some of the states the water is free, and due to that the infrastructure of the canals are in very bad shape. And then treated water also we have to start because right now we are not using the crop rotation, crop diversion, then sustainable groundwater use. Then we have a lot of interstate issues also which keeps cropping up. Even now, even for small rivers, they are going in for asking for tribunals to be set up. One of the rivers is Ponniar River in the southern part of the country, which is not a very big. There also the Tamil Nadu government is saying that instead of that you go in for a tribunal. Although we had a lot of discussions to resolve these issues among the two states, but ultimately they are of the view that they want. So these are the issues which of course we are already facing. Then some of the measures which we have already taken in this direction is that a lot of projects were hanging for a very long time. They were not getting constructed, due to the paucity of funds. So the central government came into the picture and we started this AIBP program. Almost 200 to 240 projects, we could complete those projects. Then we have another scheme is surface minor irrigation, RRR, where we are again funding. Then micro irrigation has also been now being covered under our central scheme where we give subsidy to the farmers. Then of course the domestic and industry water management, if I already spoke about the Namami Ganga, which talks about Nirmal and Aviral flow. Nirmal means fresh water and Aviral means continuous flow. So that is one. Then we have got Jal Jeevan Mission, that's a very massive scheme which we have launched. That is to give tap water to every connection in a village. This is for a rural setup where, but the issue we are facing is sustainability. Although a lot of money has already been spent, this pipe network has already been installed, but so the next phase is will be focusing on sustainability of that. Then we have got for urban area this Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation. Then for water management, of course, we have a drip program, also dam safety. Then we had a national hydrology project, and which has just completed. This is a World Bank funded project. And now we are going to have another project that we are calling as Amrit, which is an advanced version of this national hydrology project. Then MNRG is another program. Then, of course, so far our main issue was always about the construction of the project. Now we want to shift over to demand side management. That is, we want to be now focusing on the service provider. So the new PMKSY, which earlier I talked about, that we have constructed so many projects. So now we will be focusing more on the existing ERM or extension, renovation, modernization, where we are going to have a SCADA, more modernization. Like SCADA, currently we have only one project where we have complete SCADA system in place, that is in Narayanpur left bank canal, that is in Karnataka, where the Rubicon has installed that whole system. And as per them, it is working quite well. Maybe we'll have few more places where we'll go in for. Then the micro irrigation in large scale. Then of course we have recently a task force of Niti Aayog for integrated water resources management just started. Now the Honorable Prime Minister, which has just talked about, is the India's vision for 2047, which talks about that we want to be a developed nation just like a Europe or a US, and or rather a middle income country where we have a $30 trillion US economy. Currently we have almost 4th or 5th largest economy, and of course the increased human development, which is a combination of many indicators. And then the GDP, of course, for that we have to grow at 9% for next 25 years. Currently we are growing at the rate of 6 to 7%. And here everywhere the water is going to have a very big role, because when you go in for industrialization, you require water. So from where the water will come? When you improve the efficiency, then only that extra water we can take out from the agriculture sector and put it into the industry. So that is will be the focus of the future in the country. And India Water Vision, what is the vision? So that is a vision that we are looking at 2047, that everyone gets 24/7 drinking water supply, doubling of food production. We want to go into 450 million metric tons. And then improve water use efficiency. Of course, that we'll go for a lot of pipe distribution network also. We have already started many projects. And then promote micro irrigation, optimize use and improve productivity, and reduce irrigation potential and irrigation potential using gap. Jan Bhagidari means involve all the people, I mean the water users associations, and new technology, of course, remote sensing already people have emphasized, that is a very powerful tool. And this direction we have already started in the central government one with the help of World Bank. We have developed a tool also, and we are now using that tool also to find out which area is doing better and where the water is being utilized in a better way and where it is not. And in fact, a few of the officers from Central Water and other states also, they have undergone training on water accounting, plus which Professor Wim Bastiansen has developed and that their team at Netherlands. Of course, he didn't talk about that tool today. He was only talking about the remote sensing, but that was a tool which he has developed, and our officers have undergone training. And in fact, we have did a study on Kaveri Basin also, where we could very clearly find out where the water productivity is better, where the crop productivity is better. And then our officers have gone there also, what is the reason and all that to find out. So that also we are going to use it in the future schemes. And of course, these are some other issues also, like we want to have a circular economy target in the industry, promoting command area development. My next person is going to talk of a recent scheme of MCAD, which they are recently just launched. Then ET-based tools, of course. And this National Task Force for Integrated Water Resources Development Management, which has just been constituted, which will be the future for us, which will be driving the water sector, how we have to tackle in the future up to 2047. It is with that vision only. So it has 8 groups on different topics, and its timeline is 1 year. So by next year, it will be the whole document will be ready, and that document will then take us to the next line of action. Now the way forward is, of course, the basin authorities we have to create. That we have been talking, but many authorities have been created by the tribunals, but they don't have that power that they can actually have the control over the structures. Then single regulatory body for water management at the state. Maharashtra is one of the states which has, other states they don't have. Then of course robust data management. Already we had a India Waris which is a GIS-based information system. It is in the public domain. Groundwater regulation, efficient water use. And then this of course I have covered. But one of the things which we are now thinking is that in most of our experience has been that in most of these World Bank funded projects, these consultants, they come, they give them some solutions and then they go away. And those, then they are not sustainable in our system. So what we want is that some institutionalization should happen in that any World Bank or any ADB funded projects. Otherwise, these tools, if 5 years down the line, if somebody asks, nobody knows what has happened to that tool. So several tools have been developed, and these consultants, they make a lot of money out of it. So our thought is that we should have our own modeling center. In fact, one of the very success stories of Indian Meteorological Department. Almost 30 years back, Indian Meteorological Department and the Central Water Commission they were more or less, as far as the science part is concerned, we were at the same level. But now today, IMD's forecast is considered to be very far superior. So because they then developed few of the research centers, which took almost 20 years for them to come to that level. One of the research centers is at Pune, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, and one is at here near to Delhi in Noida, which talks of medium range weather forecast. So that was developed with the help of French government, and now it is doing excellent work. So I want that this is one of the, we are thinking also in our system that why not have something like this center where, because the current department or the state government department, they are not in tune with the current requirement. So that is a major drawback in our whole setup. These setups have been created mainly for construction this thing. There is hardly any science. It was never thought that there is a lot of science also involved in future times, which now we have to think of, and we have to change our institutions also. And these are the other issues. And of course, if we really could do what we have thought of, then India will be water secured, energy secured, and food secured also. Like then we have a very clean rivers, economic development. We are talking already of $30 trillion economy, sustainable ecosystem, and improved livelihood. Almost we are talking about $21,000 per capita. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patinkar. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would invite Mr. Yugal Joshi, Program Director, Niti Aayog, for his presentation on balancing water, food, energy nexus, policy prescriptions for sustainable management. And may I request our speakers to kindly conclude in 5 minutes, please, as we are really running behind schedule. Mr. Yugal Joshi, Program Director, Niti Aayog. May I now request Mr. Alok Sikka, Country Representative, India and Bangladesh, IFMI, to present on harmonizing synergies of water, energy, food nexus for sustainable water management.
Okay, thank you. The presentation was for 12 minutes, but I'll try and quicken it up. So, can I have my presentation up? So anyway, meanwhile when they are, yeah. So I'll be talking about harmonizing the synergies, because we all have been talking about, and this session is exclusively meant for water, energy, food nexus. And so how this is important for managing water sustainably. Now, I think I don't have to really talk about this slide pretty much, because we know how water energy intensive is the Indian agriculture as well as the South Asian agriculture, and particularly when we know that in this part of the world, 60 to 80% of irrigation is met from groundwater, and that requires a whole lot of energy. I'm not talking about the lift irrigation, whatever the energy goes in that, that's in addition to on top of that, and with the kind of the range of pumps which we have, these are 30 million just in India alone, and so you can see about 20% of the energy which is used in India goes into agriculture and largely in pumping groundwater. So this is something that brings you to the fact that there is a strong nexus between water, energy and food, because you cannot manage one without the other. And that is what is the concept of water, energy, food nexus, which was first started in around 2011 in the Bonn conference, and of course IMI in India has been championing that cause since then. And so here what basically we are trying to look into is that because of that interconnectedness between these three things, water, energy and food, because if you are not going to use one properly, it will have an impact on the other one. So how best we can harmonize that synergy, this is the crux of the entire problem. And particularly, as I said, that in our country, when the groundwater irrigated area and energy use is increasing, this is becoming far more important. And what then we have been rather looking into is that how you can make best use of exploiting this interconnectedness and the nexus across these three to optimize the use of all these resources for a nexus gain rather than nexus being negative. So this is the crux of the problem that we are talking about, and for that there are a number of metrics which you can use in terms of the productivity, in terms of footprints of water, food and energy, and to try and see that how best. And as we know that water runs across all these three as a unified thread. This is the piece of slide which we have published a paper also as a part of our Nexus Gain initiative of CGIAR, and where we looked into all the policies and programs of the Government of India, and 40 plus, and wherever there is an element of water, energy and food, and then try to see the incoherence, lack of coherence across these sectors, this sectoral approach, what we call it as the silos. So the point which I would like to make here is that when you are looking into these three sides of this triangle, because they all are interconnected, and then it means that whatever you do, you cannot manage water without ignoring the other sectors. Otherwise, and that is why I say that you have to look beyond water to manage water well, because if there are energy policies which are not positive in the direction that people will be over-exploiting groundwater when there is a free energy given, and so on and so forth, which I am not going to go into these details. So that is why we are trying to look into that, how best we can try and see that fragmented policies and the programs can have some kind of a better coherence. Everybody has been talking about since 2011 about this concept of water, energy, food nexus, but nobody ever came with the metrics of measurements. So we have been looking for that for the last 2-3 years. What could be the metrics of measurement of this water, energy, food nexus? And this matrix is there and the methodologies are there using simple radar chart or the sustainability polygons. You can use the composite index, which we have done. I'll share with you in a short while, and also doing integrated modeling for water, energy, food nexus, which we have recently completed for doing it for the entire Ganga basin. Now, this is one example which we did and published in ERL, wherein we did the meta-analysis and looked into the data from across the globe in trying to see that when you are moving away from furrow irrigation to drip irrigation or to sprinkler irrigation, and maybe if you are saving water but you are increasing much use of energy, or maybe sometimes other way around. So that is the way that you look into at more in a silo-based approach. And here if you see, the top line is basically showing that when we are working into the in a combined way, a water, energy, food nexus, they are looking into when you have got the furrow irrigation and the sprinkler, drip, and then how these things are working in a more integrated manner when we are. And the middle one is when you are looking into the siloed approach. Means you are just looking at the soil, water, or you are just looking at the energy, or you are just looking at the land productivity or the crop productivity. And then you will see that how there has been a gain. If you see from the bottom row, the gain in terms of the nexus, gain in terms of the water energy nexus. So there you will find that if you move from furrow to sprinkler and furrow to drip and sprinkler to drip and vice versa, so in the tropical region where you are working or other places you will see that energy is getting on a negative or a positive. So that's the kind of a way that you are trying to see that you are trying to improve one but at the cost of other. So here what we are trying to do, one simple thing which we have recently developed. Secretary Madam was there when we presented and she wanted it to be put on the website of Water Resources Ministry. Now this tool is sitting on the India Water's website, Water Productivity Atlas, and here you can use this tool to get the water productivity, physical water productivity, energy water productivity, and nutrition water productivity and economic water productivity. So this is something, and also the water footprint, including the groundwater footprint using the public domain data. I'm not going to go into the detail, but what I'm going to share with you is that how that tool can be used in a very simplistic way to try and see that how best you can bring a balance across these three, water, energy and food. So here, like we talk about the crop diversification, yes, like in case of Sonipat, this is for an example, you are trying to replace rice and sugarcane with some of the other less water consuming crops, and when you try and look into the reduction in the groundwater footprints, they are there from 134 to 117%, reduction in the energy consumption by about 13%, and increase in economic water productivity of the crop. So this is a win-win situation for all the three. So this is what is called the nexus gain, and that is something that I think we have to really strive for. Now when we come to the more composite way of looking at that, because we have been working for the last 2 years on this, because I have been trying to see with my colleague Deepak Sena is sitting here, that how best we can come up with a more composite index. So we look at all the three pillars, and then in terms of their availability and the productivity, and then sum it up in the form of an index, composite index. Of course, this is something much bigger at a basin scale, at the Ganga basin scale, or of course you can do it any sub-basin scale. And this is a complete DSS for the West Nexus. And this is something, just a snapshot here, what we are trying to show you, that if in this particular districts, or the HRUs, the hydrological response unit, or the districts, where the groundwater development is more than 75% and irrigation efficiency less than 60%, if we increase irrigation efficiency, these are the only scenarios you can just play. This is just for an example, not to just get lost. And then, if I do that, in terms of the business as usual, and what you gain in terms of the improvement in the water energy food index is depicted over there in that slide. So you can have that kind of a improvement. So you are going from negative to the positive nexus gain. So this is something unique which we have developed now, and we can now again building upon that. So that is just an example I am taking from that entire study of the Ganga basin for 3 districts. That in one of the districts, you see in Hapur, when we try and look into, we are having more in terms of water productivity increasing on the water, and in Palwal, when we are looking, that's giving us more on the energy, and here in terms of crops or yield productivity in terms of agricultural production. Now the fact lies that we can also address the SDGs matrix with that, plus the other important thing which I would like to highlight is that we can give a composite index with equal weight or otherwise, but we have done that in a different way. Now, if you feel that in a particular area like in Haryana and Punjab, the major problem is with groundwater, maybe you can give little more weightage to saving groundwater rather than equal. So that's the kind of a way that we can really look into. So to sum up, then I should say that this kind of a framework, whatever the method you use, I have shared with you a number of various methods to do that. No, I have water, it's okay. So we have to see that where is the trade-off and how you can harmonize that synergy. This is very, very important because this is all interlinked, interconnected system. Now we have done this thing, and for 110 districts in Ganga basin, it's all skewed in terms of water energy food nexus, because all heavy groundwater drafting is there. Now when we are talking about modernization of irrigation systems, that is where I would like to draw attention of everybody. Then when we are trying to do the modernization of irrigation system, we have to also balance that how much extra energy now we are going to use while pumping water or managing water by pressurized systems or any other system, that how much energy we are consuming extra, how much water we are saving, how much yield improvement is there in terms of the economic value. Then only you will get the real number that how best we are going to be balancing out rather than screwing up one at the cost of other. And so this is something that we have to really see, that how best we can make use of this thing. And that drives me to the fact, as I said, starting in the beginning, that we, as an engineer, have to think beyond water. We feel that we have created a water resource and our job is done. No, my dear friend, it's not done. That is where it really starts. Because how best you can integrate that. Think beyond water to have more importance for the water resource which you have created. And how best you can make it more productive use, more livelihood improvement. So all those kind of a thing. So that is why you just live and think it, that how you can harmonize this in terms of water, energy and food with that kind of a lens. And now with the climate change already in reality, it becomes even more important. So with this, thank you very much, and I'll be more than happy. I know that now the time is short, so perhaps there will be no question, but I'll be around and you can always ask me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alok Sikaji, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now the last presentation of the day. I request Dr. Ravindra Kaur, Principal Scientist, IARI, to kindly present on a decision support system approach for recommending best resource management plans for sustainable agriculture production from salt-affected agriculture lands and irrigation waters. Dr. Ravindra Kaur.
Thank you very much. I'll be very fast because this is the last presentation and I know everybody is very tired. Can you please put on my slides? So, as you can see, I would be very briefly talking about a decision support system-based approach for recommending best resource management plans, which include both conjunctive water use plans as well as the crop rotation plans for achieving sustained agriculture production from especially the salt-affected agricultural lands and the salt-affected irrigation waters. Next one, please. Okay. So, just as a background, we all know that saline water is a global threat to sustain irrigated agriculture. And besides the irrigated agriculture, it is also a threat to biodiversity and also to the ecosystem services that way. And we also know that this threat is often overcome through combined use of good and poor quality irrigation waters, which we normally refer to as conjunctive water use, either cyclic or blending of the good and the poor quality waters. However, when the good quality water supplies are limited, the most appropriate practice is to change the crop rotation to include more salt tolerant crops in the crop rotation. That's the only manner. So this everybody knows. However, if we look at if the question is that in a particular situation, what should be the conjunctive water use? Whether X quality of a saline water should follow a fresh water, how many saline water cycles and how many fresh water cycles, which crop to be included if the entire water source, both surface and groundwater, are saline, then normally we have to recommending appropriate conjunctive water use and crop rotation plans, we normally have to conduct on-site, site-specific experiments. But we all know that these site-specific experiments are very, very expensive. And these sites are also very variable in terms of both its soil type, weather conditions, crop types. So the question is that how many combinations one can try, and that too, trying these combinations only for a year or two is not going to lead us to the best resource management plans, because these plans, they take time to equilibrate, and this I'll be also showing. What I mean by this is that how long is long, how to answer that. Normally we say that we have to conduct long duration experiments, but how long is long? What is the length of that long-term experiment? Is it 3 years, 4 years, 6 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years? In 20 to 50 years, the technology also becomes obsolete. So perhaps that is overthrown by another latest technology. So all those experiments also go away. So in a nutshell, the long-term field experiments, which generally need to last very long, are the conventional means for developing the suitable conjunctive water use and crop rotation plans. However, such experiments are unable to propose sustainable practices when planned for too short durations, say 2 to 3 years, or become cost ineffective and obsolete when planned for longer durations, say more than 15 years or so. So what is the ideal length of such long-term experiments has been always a debatable issue. And in this term, to recommend appropriate conjunctive water use strategies in a low-cost manner, which is not site-specific, it is site-independent, and one can try different scenarios for different sites, is the need of the hour. And for this, we generally need to make use of the decision support systems. And here I am going to present a field scale decision support system for managing salt affected agricultural lands and irrigation waters by the name USER. USER is a local name for the salt affected agricultural lands, and this has been indigenously developed by us. Now what USER can do, this is the front end of the decision support system, which can not only quantify short but also the long-term impacts of a range of geohydrologic conditions and resource management strategies. And besides quantifying short and long-term impacts, it can also propose alternative adaptation strategies for managing such salt-affected agricultural lands and waters, and also generate crop-specific irrigation schedules. So it is not only what IRRI-Frame and IRRI-Watch can do, but it can do much beyond that. It can also propose best resource management plans with the saline waters or for the salt-affected agricultural lands. So this is the various subroutines which it carries. And as you can see, it basically incorporates algorithms for generating realistic soil salinity and sodicity specific hydraulic properties such as moisture at saturation, field capacity, wilting point, saturated hydraulic conductivity, leaching efficiency from readily available basic soil data without any calibration. So if a user doesn't have such data, normally such data are very cumbersome. They require sophisticated laboratory equipment which all labs don't have. And these are very expensive laboratory equipments. So it has got certain subroutines in it which can generate these properties without any calibration. Also, it can also generate realistic weather-specific temporal crop coefficient values with no calibrations required. So it is a very user-friendly tool. Besides this, it contains a set of default soil as well as crop characteristics that can be selected and adjusted for 50 local crop types ranging from cereals, pulses, oilseeds to vegetables, and 12 soil types ranging from sandy to sandy loam to loamy sand to whatever in a very menu-driven environment. So it is a very user-friendly software. However, if the user has got its own field-specific values, it allows the user to enter its own values also. So the key components as any decision support system are that it has a preprocessor for generating, editing, saving scenarios, a processor for executing the simulations, and post-processor for viewing the outputs, as well as the temporal plots for the simulated scenarios, not only at the seasonal mode. So if the user wants, I only want to simulate, do the long-term simulations only for the wheat crop, that can be done. If he wants to say, no, I want to do for a rice wheat system, that can also be done. If the user wants only for a season or only for a year, that can be done. If he or she wants to run it for 20 long years or 50 long years, that also can be done. And besides this, the user customized graphical reports can also be generated besides the default reports. So this particular tool was tested and validated on the actual farmers' field. These were salt-affected farmers' field having saline groundwater, and these particular star-marked sites, these are all star-marked, and these villages are located in the Palwal block of the Haryana state of India. And for these particular locations, primary data on specifically with specific reference to meteorology, that means weather data, farm survey data, physico-chemical properties of soils, physico-chemical properties of surface and subsurface waters was generated. Now all this data was thereafter incorporated into the so-designed decision support system. And as you can see from these two graphs, the tool could very successfully and very accurately predict root zone salinity and sodicity in terms of electrical conductivity and the exchangeable sodium percentage. You can very well see there were 44 data points, and correlation coefficient is to the tune of 0.94 to 0.99. In fact, we observed that the standard error which we observed for the observed data, the field data, was the simulated values were very much within the standard error of the observed data. So had we measured it actually then and the simulated data, they were all coming within that particular range. So having validating the tool, we went ahead to make use of this tool for recommending appropriate conjunctive water use strategies. I'm just going to present one of the case studies. This is for a rice wheat growing salt affected field in the Khatrika village of earlier it used to be Gurgaon, now it is Palwal, it falls in the Palwal district. As you can see, the electrical conductivity of this particular field was 6.7 decisiemens per meter, and ESP was, exchangeable sodium percentage, 19%. So what we did, it is kind of a long-term field experiment which we did on a decision support system without spending a penny, right? So what we did a separate simulation for the Rabi season and a separate one for the Kharif season, that is for the wheat season and the paddy season. And we tried not only the existing cyclic practice, conjunctive use practice followed by the farmer, but also we compared it with the alternative practices. And these involve both cyclic mode and the blending mode. So 3 cyclic modes and 3 blending modes for the Rabi season, and similarly for the Kharif season during the paddy growing season. And this and we ran this model for 10 long years. And what we found is that it is very evident, as I was saying, that each system has got its own equilibrium time. So like I was saying, how long is long? If you look at the wheat cropping system, it took this system about 8 years, as you can see, to equilibrate. So only after 8 years we can tell which is better than what. If we'll stop this experiment on the 2nd year or say the 3rd year, then the answers and the recommendations will be wrong and they will not be sustainable, right? And what we found we found that the existing cyclic practice being followed by the farmer is very good, actually. The system also told that the existing practice is as good as the proposed practice of tube well water followed by the canal water, cyclic mode. So existing was 3 tube well followed by 3 canal followed by 3 tube well. So this came out to be as good as the alternative practice which we had incorporated in the decision support system, which had tube well, canal water, tube well, canal, right? So this in itself shows that why farmer was following this particular practice. The decision support system also said that yes, it was good, it is good, and it is as good as what we are proposing, so the farmer is free to follow its own conjunctive water use. This was the story about the wheat cropping system. So I'm sorry, I have missed one slide, maybe it has gone hidden. There was a slide for the paddy season also, and we found that the paddy system, because it requires high volume of the irrigation water, so the equilibration time required for the paddy season was just 3 years. But if you look at this system as a rice wheat system, the equilibration time came out to be 6 years. So what is the equilibration time? How long is long? Actually, message is it depends upon the crop and the cropping system. So there is no one solution fits all or one shot fits all. Now we also use this decision support system for recommending appropriate crop rotation plans. And for this, we incorporated not only the paddy wheat-based crop rotation system, but we also incorporated certain other alternative crop rotation plans, like paddy-based, paddy barley, paddy mustard, paddy fallow, then pearl millet-based cropping systems, and fallow, Kharif season fallow-based cropping practice systems. And what we found is that as far as the root zone salinity and sodicity buildup was concerned, all these cropping systems were also simulated for 10 long years. So this is the long-term EC and ESP, root zone EC, ESP values. And what we found is that as compared to the paddy wheat system, base crop rotation, the fallow and pearl millet base crop rotations were found to be associated with about 67% and 42% less average root zone salinity and sodicity increase, and this is very much expected. And it has been reported by many researchers in the literature also that for salt-affected lands, leave the land fallow during the Kharif season so that there is sufficient root zone leaching of the salts so that the Rabi season crop can be a bumper crop. And I'll be a little bit fast. As far as the relative crop yield reduction is concerned, we found that as expected, the pearl millet based crop rotation produced smallest average relative crop yield reduction during both Kharif, which was only 2.4%, and the Rabi season, which was only 8%. Now, but we went ahead and we wanted to find out that, however, what is the cost-benefit ratio of these varied crop rotation plans vis-a-vis the existing crop rotation plan being followed by the farmer. If you look at the average BC ratio of the paddy-based crop rotations vis-a-vis the fallow-based crop rotations or the pearl millet-based crop rotations, we find that the paddy-based crop rotations have got highest BC ratio. And so no wonder why. That's why the farmer is continuing to apply paddy-based crop rotation plan. However, amongst the paddy-based crop rotations, if you just look at, compare the paddy wheat crop rotation with the rest of the crop rotations, we found that the fallow wheat crop rotation, had the farmer followed that, he would have had a better benefit cost ratio achieved through the fallow wheat crop rotations for the reasons obvious, and I will not read it out again. So with this is just a case study I wanted to present before you, that this is what a decision support system can also do, and one can avoid undergoing long-term field experiments and waiting for the recommendations to come and to be followed for different regions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude day one, and as a token of our gratitude, we would like to present a memento to our esteemed speakers of this session. I once again request Dr. Marco to kindly present our memento to Mr. Vivek Kapadia, Ex-Secretary, Water Resources Department, Government of Gujarat. Thank you so much for your presentation and being there with us throughout the day. Thank you, Mr. Vivek Kapadia. We would like to now present a memento to Mr. Yogesh Pathankar. Next, I would invite Mr. Alok Sikka. Thank you, Mr. Pathankar. We would now like to felicitate Mr. Alok K. Sikka. Thank you, Mr. Sikka. And then I would also invite Dr. Ravindra Kaur. Thank you, Mr. Sikka. Also like to present a token of gratitude to Dr. Ravindra Kaur. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Marco. Ladies and gentlemen, we conclude day one of Indo-Global Irrigation Summit 2025. We look forward to having your presence and time tomorrow. Tomorrow our day will start at 9:30, so please join us in time. And also, please do visit the exhibition area, which is near to the registration counters. So do visit the exhibition area. Thank you so much for today, and we look forward to have your presence and time tomorrow, starting at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you, and have a great evening ahead.